Hello and welcome. It's World Building Wednesday. It also just so happens to be early as fuck. Good morning, everybody. Hello, ProStar, 01, Duke, Lurker, Ruffian, Zurich, Banda, Ellen, Jayhawk, Couch, Joe Blaine, Legion. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Am I doing fine? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. What the fuck, man? It's bedtime. It was bedtime. I woke up. I woke up about an hour and a half ago. I woke up, had some food, some water. I played some Halo, about a round or two. And then I decided, fuck it, we stream and see what I could do today. So we'll see what happens. My turn to guard the dreamscapes. And yes, my voice is deeper because I did just wake up. Would that it was like this all the time, but sadly, not the case. I decided, because it's so early, we could just work on some races. I shrug. It's either that or keep working on the maps. But I'm sort of like iffy on the maps right now. I made another map last night, or early in the morning yesterday. And I don't know, there's just something about it. I'll get your guys' opinions on the map, and we'll go from there. Could this be Sivrin's voice? Yeah, sure. The only time I'm able to play Sivrin is right after I wake up. Should be able to transition over, and then I can show off the Incarnate map. Okay.
Oh, hey.
Jesus, were you fucking waiting?
I just joined. Don't you get a beep?
No, not with OBS open.
Oh, okay. Hi, chat.
This
Hi,
is the hello. This is the map that I made early in the morning yesterday. And I still don't really know how I feel about like surface dungeons. It's been a little bit of a hit or miss. So
Surface dungeon. Like a black well so thick that you cannot go through its thicket, so you can't leave it.
yeah, it's like a weald.
Yeah.
That's the intent at least, but I don't know how I feel about it. So I've made 4 maps now with it, and I'm just sort of like, I don't know if my players will like it or if I like it. It is a big situation like that. Very dark, it's meant to be. This is sort of the test for the low light vision. It's either this or I make an actual dungeon. So hello, Varus.
Legion, I tried to sleep and I failed. But I've taken a measure sponsored by Crown DM here. So I doubt I'll be here long. I just wanted to say hello to everybody.
Can you add what it looked like with torchlight? Yeah. I can do this. So if I grab somebody like Avail, put Avail down. Avail throws on a torch. This is what Avail would see.
Damn, her token looks dope. It's been changed, right?
No.
Is that what she
Exactly.
had it for?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Damn, that atmosphere looks awesome.
Oh, you actually like it?
Looks amazing.
It's above ground, Ruffian, but the wield is so thick that no light really can pass through it.
And
So
you can
when-
feel in the air the dew, a very dense atmosphere.
It's very much meant to be like you guys go in, and if it's like the middle of the day, you go in here and suddenly it's nighttime.
What if the dungeon only really goes online when it's nighttime? You know what I mean?
Elaborate.
Like whatever is happening there only really happens during the night. During the day, it's just some shitty wield
Hmm.
that stinks. Yeah, it has a very oppressive bog-like air and atmosphere that it gives off, of like very thick and dense vegetation, you know? Spore-like almost.
That was the hope, is that like these little slow floating motes are meant to be like in response to the party. Like the party steps on the ground and kicks up a bunch of them. But they don't really move. They're more like disturbed by your presence. It's meant to show that this place doesn't get much airflow.
Oh,
So as
that's
you guys
amazing.
move around, you guys are kicking up the spores, and the spores are sort of being pushed by you.
Clogged air, reflecting back the bioluminescent light all around as well.
And there are these little, like, these pustules in the trees that give off, like, dim light. This is
I
just
like
the first version of the map. The current version I have is... I've sort of changed up the colors. So instead of, like, a blue, it's almost like this, this red. Oh, I guess if folks actually like it, then maybe I'll keep doing it. I just felt very iffy about it.
I liked the fight with the boss that was, and I mean, it wasn't a dungeon, I guess, but it would definitely fit the darkest dungeon atmosphere you're going for. It would serve to also show how it's a kind of place that you can't fucking leave because you'd be going through endless paths such as these, where it's just incredibly dangerous and you just don't have the supplies to get through.
Yeah, the hope was that like this is sort of like the trial dungeon, so to speak. Like it's one of the closer dungeons that the Baron would send the party out to. It's gonna get a feel for the gritty resting rules, for vision and all that stuff. So well, maybe maybe I'll keep it then. I'll make the two versions. I'll make the day and night version. I was working on sort of the end, or like one of the big draws to this place, and it was a corrupted herdstone.
Yeah, that looks really nice. Also, will short rests remove exhaustion?
I'll have to double check. I do not believe they do. No. Nuclear Winter, good morning. Thank you very much for the 17 months. That is incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. And yes, it is very early in the morning because I woke up like an hour and a half ago. So, welcome. You know what it feels like? It reminds me of the forest from Warhammer 40k 10th edition cinematic trailer. Is that the one with the Beastman like cinematic?
40k doesn't have Beastman, I don't think.
Oh.
Or am I going crazy? I don't know, it's such an expansive universe that it feels much more likely that they do have Beastman.
I'm sure it's there somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, they do have Beastmen. Interesting.
Let's see. Oh shit, they do, yeah. And they have guns. What the fuck?
Oh god. But they aren't very fun like the fantasy ones. Oh, that's a bit of a shame.
Oh, they are abhumans.
Oh, like the what the fuck are they called? The
Yeah.
things that you can play in Dark.
Yeah,
Tide.
the ogre people. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like humans whose genetic code has been spliced with cows and bulls and things like that.
That sounds awful. That sounds like your whole purpose is to be cut up and cooked into rations for people.
Oh yeah, ogrins. We were thinking about ogrins. Also, Crown, the Legion was making a sketch for the Beast Heart, and it looked a lot like Vincent from your Final Fantasy game. You know, with the haircut and the beard.
I think it was just drawing Vincent.
No, he wasn't.
Oh.
Yeah, he was doing the sketch for so, and he looked like Vincent. Kind of. I mean, not at all. Not a lot, sorry, but he reminded me of it.
Or do they share a very similar haircut?
Yeah, it's the haircut for sure.
Well, I can't lay claim to a haircut, so.
Yeah, I told him that he would probably have like an undercut, and then I started just trying to go through people who have seen in games that have a cool undercut, and I landed on Olgierd.
Hey, Uzu. Howdy. This has a much more trimmed and clean beard.
Yeah, he has a Geralt sort of beard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Post your ref for text chat.
Oh, you want me to show you the rest for the character? Yeah. All right. Actually, I'll DM it to you because I want people to be surprised.
Sure. I'm feeling much better, thanks. Sleeping for X amount of hours surprisingly helps. How you doing this morning, Uzu? You hanging out? You vibing? I'll send the sketch? Very well. You finished a doodle? Show me.
Yo!
I know Kung Fu. Show me. Now I chill till sleep? I have that tiefling reference.
Fucking love it.
Oh, I see, Uzu. Murder. Your blood is are diluted because of too much rogue. Now you don't sleep. One of them is definitely murder. Where's that haircut?
We're getting there.
Okay. Ah, that gentleman.
Olgierd von Everett.
I guess they're sort of similar. His is more sideswept.
Yeah, it is. It's a combo over.
Vincent's is very much like a sort of like pushed up and then swept back.
Yeah.
Side cuts are cool.
I mean, if it's finished, everybody else has had their stuff in text chat, so I don't see why not share in text chat. But if it's not, then I'll probably wait until it's done. And you can send Crown whatever you want. Everything has to go through him first. If he doesn't green light it, then it's for nothing in the end, right?
CDM is his own shaker. Oh my god.
Also, you could send it to me too. Then I wouldn't mind seeing it. Because I bet it's dope as fuck. Also, I love the idea of an Albert.
Continue.
What do you say, though?
I said me eagerly waiting.
I was gonna say that I love the idea of an owlbear that can just stand on its two paws.
They do that.
And he has like this big gut and chest.
I like how you call them the patriarch.
Oh, absolutely. Tunon is supposed to be in like his twilight years, you know?
Engi.
Actually, the only reason he like, the way I'm picturing it is the only reason Orso was able to tame Tunon is because he's grown more docile in his later years. And that's what sort of allowed them to gain enough rapport with each other to make the beast heart bond. He always has this small sliver in the back of him that makes him the owlbear that he was in his earlier years, the patriarch, the guy who, the owlbear that sired so many. But now he's grown more complacent with the benefits of Orso, giving him care and being his companion.
It looks incredible, Legion.
Oh my god, it's amazing though.
I love how the whole party went from being hot to still being hot with a brand new party. Everybody changed up and said, yeah, but I'm staying hot.
I mean, Beck was just a guy.
Oh, shut up. He wasn't just a guy.
He had like a guy face.
He did not.
Now they're definitely like way hotter, you know what I mean? Or at least I'd say that they, I don't know, they go more into the extremes of physicality. Because they're not just humans, they are like actual fantasy, right?
Yeah, everybody's sort of playing, like, everybody's playing the actual fantasy now. That's what it feels like. Like, everybody went from, like, I feel like what happened is everybody played the PHB and, you know, whatever other races came with it. And then I started making the custom races, and it afforded everybody to be like, yeah, I'm going to go full fantasy this time around. I'm not just a human. I'm a half giant. I'm a night maiden. I'm a Sharian elf.
Thank you, Tex.
That was the hottest one. I'm excited for my D&D this week. My party's going to fight an ogre for the first time. Ooh, I always like ogre fights. I always like adding ogres as part of, like, monstrous factions. Oh, you're fighting a bunch of goblinoids? They have an ogre. Oh, you're fighting Nightmate, or you're fighting harpies? They have an ogre. Like, I just like them being like the fodder bad guy. Like they're one of the ones that get just like snatched up by the evil faction when they go through an area. Yeah, they're just fun brutes. Yeah. I feel like you could also do, like, you get a lot of flavor out of ogres too, because it allows for, like, the party to interface more with them, depending how you play the ogre. So if the ogre's, like, really dumb, the party sort of plays it up. It's a lot more fun that way.
Dumb, gullible, and slow.
Indeed. Hey, Mystic. You can do anything you want. Stay tuned for me in a bikini. Thank you, Varys. What's CTF episode 60.5? That was an unfortunate night where the ISP was throttling the stream so harshly that we weren't able to play. So what happened is it got about like an hour of sort of introductions and stuff out of the way, of Alaric coming back and bearing gifts for everybody in the party. And then after that, it was done. We sort of called it there. So I saved it so that way everybody can go watch the moment where Alaric was handing out these gifts and everybody's reactions to them. We're fighting orcs, so I'm gonna charm the ogre to smash them. Nice.
Helen had a really sweet reaction.
Yeah, I feel like the only one that was like, why'd you get this for me, was Yuria.
Well, I think that was my fault, though. I don't think I described the item well enough. It was just like the simplest item, you know what I mean? So it didn't have much description, and because of that, it felt like the one that I tried the least with. So maybe that's why Juria and thus Sizzle took it that way.
I mean, I'm sure they're still appreciative, so. Especially because everybody got, like, something out of it. Like, it wasn't just, like, a mundane item, it also provides them a benefit now. So because Yuria has the Manticore cloak and her breastplate, and now she also has the helmet piece, she basically gets advantage against extreme colds. Marana, when she gets an alchemist kit, will get a +1 alchemist kit. Ashilda gets a +1 jeweler's kit, things like that.
That's so dope. And you get to do the sharpening the sword thing with Siluriel.
Yeah, I get to try out whetstones and see how they feel.
Yeah.
Basically, oh, continue.
She'll probably do that every time she comes out of a long rest or a short rest, honestly.
It'll be interesting. I finally catched up in all of your episodes, CTF plus SOE plus DOA. God damn, rookie. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. That is that's a lot of dedication. Thank you for that. Checking in since Necro hopped on a while back, but would they need to make a new PC or would they still keep Pim? I think they want to keep Pim. Some part of me is like, hey, please play a new character, so that way play something that I've made. so I can get a feel for how they work. But I don't know. I think they want to do the whole cleric thing still. Thanks for providing it. You got it, brother. Thank you for enjoying it. Oh, sippy time. Sorry. I was in my own head. Give me a moment.
Yeah, drink.
Also, hello, Metis. Had an encounter where we were fighting an exiled ogre at the bottom of a cliff, and the rest of the ogres were just chucking rocks at everything from above. Jesus. I do wonder though. Sorry, I forgot Alaric's player name. His name is Sirik. Someone send help. I'm being mauled by my son's cat who demands comfort and pets. You better start petting that cat then.
Hello. I'm Sarah.
Would this race be, by the way? It's orcs. I'm working on the orcs currently. What is the project for today? The project for today currently is to continue working on the races of Adis, Metis. Yes, full orcs. I've already made half orcs, so now we're making the full orcs.
Hey, Crown.
What's up?
When the half giant uses the growth ability, does the weapon grow with them?
Great question. I believe so. I believe it's basically everything on your person grows.
Perfect. So he doesn't need. I was thinking because if the weapon doesn't grow, then he could potentially have like a different weapon that he uses for when he grows. But if not, he's just gonna stick to the battle axes. Battle axe and the sword, actually.
I think all the orcs should get relentless endurance IMO. I'm actually going to look at what the orcs get from one D&D and then go from there. Because I want to give them a bunch of really neat abilities. Cool. Make the orc super easy to kill so I can give it to my DM. Super easy to kill? Now we're making custom races so people can play orcs. Do they have the power of imagination for wacky shenanigans? No, they're not like Warhammer orcs. The orcs in my setting derive a lot of their culture from sort of Asian inspiration, more predominantly being that of like feudal Japan. So they worship their ancestors. They do a lot of practices like the practice of Bushido. They wear like sashimonos and things like that when they go into combat. What is the province that they, or what is the landscape that the orcs live in? They are spread out currently. They are broken up into very many like clans and tribes. But there is a host, like they're sort of the seat of their former empire, that is out somewhere in the sea, in the Sudali Ocean. And it's sort of been like only a few people know it exists. And it's sort of like where a lot of their culture like remains. So like an island, yes, a sort of fragmented island with a lot of like natural defenses around it, because it was one of the islands that broke off during the Age of Woe. So when the Age of Woe happened and the Allfather smote the world, when the continents shattered, it shattered with the continents and was pushed further into the Sudali Ocean. Common orc war cry. Ancestors, what at all? Bear witness. Yeah, probably actually. In Meme Media on Discord, I think I found a Warhammer Lizard figure that looks like Bowser. Meme Media. Oh yeah, that's literally just Bowser. Since they're more samurai-like orc, perhaps there's perhaps something that would allow them to withstand damage, then dish it back to the one that hit them tenfold. But that's like a one-off attack that replenishes after a long rest. I have an ability in mind, at least an ability for their base thing, and I'm gonna give them the same treatment as the humans, which is you get a bunch of stuff for your race, and then you pick what type of like one of the major clans that you are. Because again, I love the sort of clans from World of Warhammer, or World of Warhammer. It's fucking might as well would it be World of Warcraft. Like Warsong, Burning Blade, Shattered Hands, stuff like that. Like I love those clans. So I'm probably gonna do something similar to that. Warlords of Draenor orc, baby. That's right. For all of the problems that Warlords of Draenor had, I'm still a big fan of all of the orcs. It was a lot of fun to be an orc in that expansion. So. Bastard. Since you're going the Japanese orc style, do they have the propensity for cannibalism / blood magic? I assume that's like a feudal mythos that I'm not too familiar with.
Personally, never heard anything of the sort. By the way.
In Japanese culture, orcs are just onis. Oh, interesting. Okay. Intro cinematic is my favorite. I love Grom from Warcraft. So cool seeing him again. Trust me, the Warlords of Draenor cinematic is still one of the few cinematics that goes hard as fuck. Times change. Garrosh shoving down Gul'dan. That's my war chief, baby. Yeah, the art team carries Blizzard a lot. Yeah, the art team be carrying them a lot. Neorius, are you making your own TTRPG system? I don't think so. I think what's happened is it's no longer 5th edition. We just use a D20 system now instead of 5th edition because I borrow so many things from 4th edition, 5th edition, from my own custom abilities, status effects, stuff like that. So I wouldn't say it's its own TTRPG, but I would say it's definitely not 5th edition anymore. So mad they took away Garrosh, calling Sylvanas a bitch. Yeah, same. Since that most of their yokai. What's a D20 system? Never heard of it. A D20 system is basically any game that uses the like a D20 to resolve most of their like situations. So checks, attacks, things like that. The main majority of your rolls are going to be a D20. There's like D6 systems, which is like what Warhammer is, right? Warhammer is a D6 system. There are other systems like like D10 systems. Those are the ones that like they often have the whole explosion dice thing. Like you roll a D10, you on a 10, the dice explodes, you roll again, type deal. Watch your clever mouth, you not so nice lady. City of Mist does a D6. Oh, okay, cool. You're basically Frankensteining your own system? I don't know actually. I wouldn't consider it my own system, right? Because it's not like I'm making my own rules or anything. Or I'm changing up like a lot of the core concepts. When I think of somebody making their own system, I'm thinking of like Matt Colville, who's making his own system. Like that guy's getting like rid of a lot of the base D&D like core concepts and is making his own thing. Yeah, more like a campaign setting. That's a good way to look at it. Custom races, custom abilities. Did dice really explode? Also, you can use 2d10 to make d100 rolls. Yeah, true. I once played a system that that used playing cards instead of dice. I've heard of those. They have like special abilities written on the cards and everything like that. How old do orcs? What episode of CTF was it where Alaric left the party temporarily? CTF episode. I think it was episode 50. No. Episode 53. Episode 53 is when he left. And episode 60 is when they made it back and met him again. So he was gone for like a total of like 7 episodes. I originally tried tried being a DM for the first time, and I could never imagine being this level of familiar to do something like Naorius, trust me, brother. It's you say that, and I used to say that as well, but the more games you run, or even just the longer you run one game, the more familiar you'll become with the system. And eventually you'll want to make tweaks where you're like, that's a dumb idea. That's a dumb ruling by Wizards of the Coast. I think that should change. And then the moment you get that idea in your mind, you're already where I'm at. The moment you go, I could fix that, is the moment that you're in my seat now. That's all it takes. You're like, I think Rangers should be cooler, and then you adjust one of their damage die or something like that. Boom, you're already there. The one that used actual playing cards for random number generation. It's called Castle Frankenstein or Falkenstein. There's one thing I have a confusion with the D20 system. Some games consider 20 a crit, but some games consider 1 as a crit. Yes. So D20 systems also change a lot of like how things are considered. There are some where they sort of rely on a more THAC0 sort of idea, which is like the lower the number, the better. That's very THAC0. But then there are some that just keep it very much like what WotC has, which is like the higher the number, the better. A natural 20, a 20 on the dice counts as a critical success. In Inwad, I had a sniper rifle with a dice pool of 20 to my gun. Sometimes, rarely, I would get like 30 successes out of the attack. You think you can roll better than WotC themselves? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I look at what they do and I'm like, that's dumb. That needs to change. I used to say that kind of stuff. Now I'm out here trying to write some of the weirdest subclasses ever to make modern style things. That's how it goes. Everything will mimic when? Great question, Shadow. Probably sometime in the future, I'm going to make a town that's just nothing but mimic. My God, Shadow, thank you very much for the 17 months. I didn't even see that. I just saw your question. Thank you, brother, for sticking around for so goddamn long. Soon it'll be 2 years and you'll get a new badge. Thank you for that. What made you interested in DMing? So I got out of the Navy and I met some people online. I met a person online who was like, hey, you really like writing and like making your own stuff. I'm surprised you don't do like D&D. And I went, what? What the fuck's D&D? And they went, Dungeons and Dragons? Never heard of it. And then I got like talked into it by this person. Sadly, we don't talk anymore. There was like a falling out, but that individual got me into writing my own world. And for like a year, I wrote the setting. Made maps. And then after that year, I like reached out to a couple of my friends and I was like, hey, I sort of want to try out D&D. Do you guys want to do like a one shot with me? Like a little adventure? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. And then we did it and it was a ton of fun. And they asked if we could keep playing. And I said, yeah, I just need some time to like work on more of the stuff. And then it's been downhill from there. As well, thankfully, when I started looking into D&D is the same exact time that Matt Colville put out his How to Run the Game series. And watching that and watching Critical Role helped me a lot. But that's against the rules. Have you seen the Earth Genasi? It's not that hard to do better. We're going to be working on the Genasi at some point too. I want them to be a little cooler. Save check, save check. Shadowrun is a system notorious for highly skilled characters rolling bowlfuls of d6. Same with Warhammer. Listening to Kellen talk about fighting like orcs and shit like that, and those people just pulling out buckets of d6s. I had a player that rolled 16 d6 when they charged with their monofilament axe. That's pretty fucking cool. Currently trying to make a jukebox bard that has a bunch of auras for different genres of music. That sounds really fucking cool, actually. I love auras. I think auras and stances are so fucking cool, and I'll never forgive WotC for getting rid of them from 4th edition. In Shadowrun, I think my favorite character I rolled was a street doc, basically inept, but was good at patching the party up. After looking at the Eastern Orc info that exists, I thought of a fun idea that involves Oni masks. Let's hear it. How'd you find your avatar? Does it look like you? Yes. Initially I was like, yeah, I should just keep it like not connected to me in any way. And then Momo gifted me this gorgeous art, which is on my Twitter. It's basically where my icon comes from, and it looks very similar to me. And I just leaned into it. The main idea that came with it is that I love like the Discord icon that is like Sauron's crown. And I just loved its aesthetic. So I just went with it. I just leaned into it really hard. Did you hear about WotC sending Pinkertons to get back some cards they sent out by mistake instead of like, yes, I did hear about them sending out actual fucking Pinkertons. That shit was insane to read. Is the setting you're making called Adis? Yes. It used to have a bunch of other names and monikers and epithets and all that stuff, but now it's just Adis, the world of Adis. I've considered changing the name a number of times just to make it more in line with like the sort of a lot of the mythos and everything I have surrounded around it. Because my setting has a lot of like Norse or Nordic inspiration. The main progenitor deity is known as the Allfather. He has very similar motifs and sort of a lot of similarities to like Odin. A lot of the inspiration for the setting and like in terms of its culture and its design and everything like that comes from like Nordic mythos, like the idea of like Odin and his siblings tearing apart Ymir and like using him to build the worlds type deal, and breathing life into a log of ashen elm. It suits you well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where's a golden crown with a sequence bikini with DMing? True. Although I haven't DM'd in person in a while. In a very long time, actually. The main mechanic of the subclass is using your bardic inspiration to start playing a song on a boombox/music player and needing to make performance checks to keep the auras going. Nice. That it does give me dancer vibes from Final Fantasy XIV, but I think that's super fucking cool. So I'm a big fan. Basically, those Oni masks are a source of power. So maybe the orcs each have their own masks and have some latent power that can be passed around the party. Think of Pact of the Talisman Warlock. That's not too bad, actually. That's pretty neat. Sorry, let me... I've been reading chat and not moving around. Give me a second. Let me read what WotC has for the orcs. Like, what is with Wizards of the Coast killing off their races so early in their life? How long do you guys think orcs live for? Just off the top of your head, pick a number. $78, $40, $40, $60, $65, $60. Rookie and Ruffian, you're very close. Wizards of the Coast says that orcs only live to be 50 years old. Till I stab them. Instead of a number, why not make it how much they eat? I want to lean more into like the. I want to work like lean in more to the idea of that that being like a clan thing, not like them as a whole. I definitely think there should be a clan that like is oriented around like yokai and kami and stuff like that. I think that'd be pretty cool. If orcs died of old age, you missed a fight with a demigod. Yeah, if an orc lived that long. Ah. Well, what do I have usually for this? Over a century. Immortal. 400 years. Century or two. Oh, we can give them. Did you work on the Leonin race? It is. It's on there, brother. Don't worry. We will be working on the Leonin soon enough. Currently, I'm working on orcs to give half orcs a little bit more flavor of where they come from. That's right. We made them live a little. Does that make her a grandma? By WotC's standards, your orc rat stealer has like a couple years left. I think I'm gonna steal from. I think I'm gonna steal from the Exandria book. We're gonna make him live to be about 8. Hollering. Let's not talk about WotC's stats. Let's see. How long do orcs live in? Elder Scrolls. We need a thrall. The Elder Scrolls began as a D&D setting. Really? I don't feel like that's right. Ooh, I lied. We're going to steal that. We're going to steal this. The Orsimir have an average lifespan of 150 years old, but biologically can live up towards the 300. However, due to their culture, it's rare for them to reach that age, as orc warriors choose to die early after they pass their prime. I like that. I feel like we should use that one. You do fun stuff with orcs being big about favors and debts, both to be specific about people and other tribes communicate. I think we're gonna steal this one. Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of an orc. I like the idea of the orcs can live a long time, but when they reach their prime, they're like, that's it. I'm tapping out. I want to die a glorious death and go throw themselves into the fray. They're probably like super disappointed when they go into combat and they survive. And they're like, God damn it. Just kill me, please. Trudges on to the next fight. Hey, Gaming Void. And hello, Dragon. Welcome. Easy choice. Basically like Slayers from Warhammer. Maybe there's some similarities because I really do like the Slayers. I've already said I'm probably going to steal the Slayers, like the Slayer cult. There's a thing you could swap in from 3.5 Goliaths of them being super competitive, including with themselves. So they're always counting kills in battles and remembering the furthest they've ever jumped and such. Oh yeah, we could do that because I didn't do that with the half giants, but we could definitely do that with the orcs. That's kind of like the Klingons from Star Trek. Yeah, we could do that. I like that. We can make them very, very like warrior-esque, where they want to die a very glorious death, and if they don't get that, they're really fucking disappointed. I can imagine an orc warrior somewhere in Adis who wants to die a glorious death, but is a fucking beast with a sword. He just beats everyone. Yeah, he's probably like a tier 3, like weapon master. He's a heavy blade master. Orc Sword Saint. I mean, so that is where the Sword Saints come from in my setting, is there are Sword Saints, and the first Sword Saints were the orcs. Okay, what did I want to give them? Here's a question, though. If they're on an isolated island, would they use traditional currency or trade in honor tokens like scalps, hides? That's a good question, Metis. I like to imagine that they have a very different currency. I imagine gray-haired orcs are very respected. Like the fact that you've lived that long, I imagine it's like very much like a, oh shit, like that's an elder. Because that elder is not like, it's not like they're living their life in seclusion, right? These motherfuckers are out there on the front line, probably rushing out before the younger orcs to try and throw hands. But I imagine it's more so like, how is that old orc living their life? Like, is that old orc hiding away in a cottage somewhere, like enjoying their last moments of life? Or are they on the front line every single time, running out and like cutting down like throws of these guys? Yeah, a gray-haired orc can be sus. A gray-haired orc full of scars is to be feared. Battlefield or the nursing home. No in between. True, Wrath Stealer. I think the only difference is that it'll depend on the clan. I think the only difference is that if you're an older orc, depending on the clan, you probably become an elder, like a sage of some sort. Who, like, instead of dying, your purpose is to commune with the ancestors. I think it'll depend on how close they are to their culture. Where, like, the further away, the more warrior-esque you want to die. Whereas the older you get in certain clans, you want a deeper connection to your ancestors. I highly encourage your setting having the mix of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Babylonian analogs, areas. Every setting should have one. I technically have. I have a Mesopotamia analog, and that was in the form of the Hobgoblin Empire. Like, I have an Alexander the Great character, who basically rallied a bunch of like the goblinoid tribes and took over the Western continent. Like, from head to toe, took over the entire continent, and he was known as the Great, the Warrior King. I have Suna, which has a very like heavy Persian like aesthetic. I have a Mesopotamian inspired group of dwarves. No Elder Scrolls inspiration there, honestly. Imagine being that elderly sword saint, wishing for a glorious death, but nobody's willing to fight them. Well, if you're if you're an old orc, I somehow failed to die in battle, though. Bingo or war. Their currency could be honor and barter based. You trade favors and goodwill. Maybe have a role in their society and keeps track of honor tokens. That could be cool. I feel like Native American Mayan tribal stuff never gets to shine in D&D, which is a shame because their mythos is absolutely wild. That's fair. I have an Aztec analog, but it's, again, it borrows very heavily from Warhammer. And that is the Saktili, which are the lizard folk in my setting. Welcome back, Legion. It's mostly been me talking to chat and sort of like discussing lore. I've put very little on paper currently. Casual 3 a.m. hangout. Warcraft orcs have a few neat elements to grab and yoink from. Yes, that is where a lot of the inspiration comes from. A lot of the clans that I'm going to allow people to pick from are going to have very, very similar Warcraft aesthetics. Like, I love the War Song, the Burning Blade, Shattered Hand, Shattered Hand was it? Bleeding Hollow, stuff like that. It's nice that you care about audience interaction. I wouldn't be anything without you guys. Like, of course I want to talk to you guys. I get so many cool fucking ideas from you guys. Like, we made the whole weapon system in like a week because you guys were here. If I didn't have you guys, I'd be fumbling around at some like 3 o'clock in the morning doing absolutely fucking nothing. Oh, the Shadow Moon clan. Yeah. There's Zool. There was an ability. Oh, that's right. I put it in Creation Showcase. I wanted to give it to the orcs. I need to go find it. There are a lot. I must have missed this. There's a lot of like Ratkin art in Creation Showcase for some reason. It's 3 in the morning, and due to interactions are fumbling, so in a positive way. Summer reply to it. Where did I put it? Oh, here we go. Warrior Surge. That's right. It gave them hit points back. So that's definitely one I want to throw in there. Warrior Surge. When you become bloodied for the first time in an encounter, you gain access to a special attack that replaces one of your basic attacks. When you hit with this attack and you deal extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. As well, you restore a number of hit points equal to your hit dice plus your constitution modifier. So you make an attack and you say, I'm going to use Warrior Surge. You slam them with an attack and you get to spend a hit dice as part of that attack. People like rats. Potato Man, welcome. Hello. Yes, this is for my own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. We are making custom races for my players and for, I guess, anybody really that wants to look at the setting and run their own stuff. If maybe you like some of the stuff that we've made for the races and you're very interested and you want to take it for your own setting, it's there for everybody to use. Yes, the Bleeding Hollow are the ones that like carve out their own eye and see a vision of their death. Since we talked about the whole old orcs wanting to die in battle, what about a racial benefit that grows over time the more scars they have from surviving battles? We could give them like a level 5 ability, which levels up as they level up type deal. We've already done that with a number of races, so I'd be down to give them something like that. Enable Rat Jam? What is Rat Jam? Kilrog Deadeye. Is it Shadowman? No, I'm thinking wrong. I think I'm thinking of a clan. Oh, yeah. Would these orcs be heavily armored and such? Because a sort of Death Knight, Terran, Gorfiend samurai-like figure would be dope. Oh, that would be sick. That would be pretty fucking cool. Oh, on 7TV. Yeah, I can, let me pull that up. I think it's... Is it 7TV or Better TTV? Because I have Better TTV. Hey, Grengrad. What do I got? I got Cat Jam. I got Pop Cat. I got Sag. Omega Lol. We can do Red Gem. There you go. Rat Jam has been added. You made me want to make Lizardman race for my own setting? Hell yeah, Sir Poi. And thank you very much for the 4 months. That's incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around. Enjoy your silver crown. They are free real estate. Absolutely. Yeah, we did a bunch of work on them. The Sectili get Visceral Bite, which gives them a scaled bite attack. There's a 1d4 to start out, and then 2d4 at level 5, 3d4 at level 11, and 4d4 at level 17. They get Titanic Hunger, which is you throw yourself into a feeding frenzy. As a bonus action, you can make a special attack with your bite. If it hits, it deals normal damage and gain temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier. They get Natural Armor. They get Nature's Intuition. They get Fighting Spirit. As an action, when your ally is bloodied within 30 feet of you, you can force that ally to make a basic attack against an enemy they're fighting. An ally can only be affected once. So what they do is they see that somebody's wounded, and they sort of pull that primal spirit from that ally, and they sort of lash out and they attack the creature that's been hurting them. I like drawing the Sectili. Yes, if you guys would like to see some of the dope-ass Sectili fan art, then you should join the Discord. Okay, what else do orcs get? I keep talking to chat. Would you say the orcs are a race spawned by a curse, or do they just happen to be? Like, what's the story? The orcs in my setting, a long time ago, were corrupted. They are the sort of byproduct of the betrayer gods being assholes, and they took the creations of the Aranar and twisted them. So at the very start, they were warped. However, when their gods, the betrayer gods, were captured and put into the vault, that basically broke them free of that curse, and they have been free for longer than they have been servants. So, at the very start, before time was recorded, that they fought against the Aranar and the creations, but have since been free and have sort of come to worship the Aranar, and have sort of earned their own freedom and everything like that. How about what doesn't kill you? Where most races can only recover from serious injury due to a limited degree growing weaker over time, the orcs truly do grow stronger from anything that doesn't outright kill or cripple them. What does it do? Oh, you're talking about it as like a trait name. Gotcha. Trait name idea. Backstabbers of the backstabbers. The orcs in my setting are less like Warhammer orcs, Gringren. In that case, maybe you could give them something like Cursed Blood. They can use on their weapons. Oh, interesting. Like a black flame blade type deal. That'd be pretty neat. Will the orcs have a racial riposte to really make you flinch at the thought of missing? Scars and calluses and thickened muscle to give them some natural armor, strengthened bones, probably. Basically cool and a hunter like the alien from the Predators, but it's a big ass orc. Yeah, that could absolutely work. Ooh, we are going to give them relentless endurance. I do think that's pretty neat. I definitely think that's like a very orcish trait, and that shouldn't be something that that gets forgotten. I like powerful build. I think that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, we're also gonna give them dark vision because orcs have dark vision, so there's no reason to not. Good night, rookie, or good morning, or what have you. Hopefully you rest well. Oh, sort of like vengeance ability? Yeah, we could do that, Jayhawk. If a vampire bites an orc down to 0, but he has his relentless endurance, does he still turn? I don't think so. I think like the way I would sort of role play that is the vampire biting the orc, and then as the orc's about to like fall over, they sort of snap their eyes back with that relentless endurance, and they sort of shove the vampire away, type deal. Who needs blood when you have sufficient anger? I'm gonna take a quick moment because I keep talking to chat a lot. Give me a moment. I'm gonna read the 4th edition orcs and see what they get. Never mind, I already did it. I gave them Warrior Surge, which is the orc ability. Yes, we will be making the orc sub races. The orcs have, I wouldn't call them samurais, but they do borrow a lot from Asian inspired cultures, such as feudal era Japan. So Orc Marius. Is it a case of feudal Japan with a Conan twist? That's a good way to look at it. That's a great way to look at it, actually. That like there's the main host, which is where the sort of seat of their empire is located. And then there are the sort of like outlying tribes and clans that have been so like split so far away from their people that they've sort of changed a lot of their traditions. Not too much, because I like the idea of them still practicing like the worship of ancestors and a lot of their history being like very oral history where it's passed down from like elder to elder type deal. I think that's pretty cool. Trial by Fire, a taunt-like ability where you gain benefits from beating the challenged opponent. We could do that for like a sub-race ability. I think that'd be pretty cool. Oh, if you do give them that, what doesn't get, how about making it a damage reduction equal to half PB? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. I like the idea of like, I want to give them a template, and then I want to give them extra abilities based on their clan, which is what we've been doing for everything effectively, right? Like you get all of your human stuff, and then because humans are one of the they don't really get anything in D&D aside from like versatility, and that's it. So what I did is I gave them extra abilities based on what type of human they are. So there's Taurosian humans, Caressians, Sunites, and Neurosi. And I want to do that for the orcs, where the orcs have, like, they get their main host of abilities, and then they get, like, an ability or 3 for being whatever type of orc. So far, all of my races get a ton of stuff. So it sort of sets them up for being, for sort of like surviving. How much influence from Asian culture does your world have, like Sekiro or anything else? I would say a fair bit of Asian culture, because not only do I have like sort of Japanese inspired culture, I have a lot of Chinese inspired culture, and I think with some help from the party or from chat, I believe we started taking from some inspiration from the Philippines. I believe we made like a number of weapons that are based off of sort of like Philippines. So I'm a Warhammer orc dude, so I need help getting an idea what the Warcraft orc. Oh, yeah. Sort of a lot of them are based off of that. Yeah, that was when we were making the weapon mastery system, Gringren. I realized very quickly that there are a lot of people that come in and watch the streams and stuff that are from the Philippines. And everybody was throwing out ideas, and I really liked a lot of the weapons from the Philippines. I thought they were pretty cool. So we put them in the game. Let's see, what else do orcs get? Ooh, so this is what we could do. We could give them Warrior Surge, or we can give them their Adrenaline Rush ability and save Warrior Surge for one of the clans. Do we want to make this a baseline orc ability, or do we want to make it a clan ability? Would you have to go back and change it for half orcs? I don't believe so. No, because they get Inspire Ferocity. So half orcs get Relentless Endurance, Savage Attacks, and then they get something called Inspire Ferocity, which allows them to cause a creature who's fallen to 0 to make an attack as they fall unconscious. It's a baseline. It's fine, depending on if you want the culture to be more ingrained racially. Baseline clan. Let's leave it baseline for now. I'm out of water, so I'm gonna go get some water, take a piss, and I'll be right back. And we can keep working on them. I'm back. Let's see. Very sad. I missed the Filipino weapon creation. You're okay, Grunk. I think it was before you started hanging out in the streams. The weapon mastery system was made a fair bit ago now. I think it was before you started hanging out with us. They're hella good with blades. Maybe they can have a sort of parry and slash feature, break the flow, where you sense a devastating blow about to befall you. The blood of ancestors long past that fought against the Allfather's chosen stirs within you. You can then contest the attack. Unsuccessful, deal max damage with the weapon. Proficiency higher than input. That's huge, Legion. That's like really fucking strong. And also, we sort of have that already with a weapon mastery ability that allows you to do that. We missed you. What do you do while I'm gone? Wait for you to get back. Hydrate very well. Did you see the weapon mastery system for 1D&D? Yes, I did. I did. I was very sad. It hurt my soul. Well, I appreciate that, everybody. That's incredibly kind of you. It was very like shocking to be like, yes, we made a weapon mastery system. God, that's so fucking cool. And then like a couple months later, Wizards of the Coast is like, hey, here's a preview of our weapon mastery system. And I went, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. It hurt my soul. Got yoinked by Hotsy. So far as theirs looks a lot more like just a bonus trick with each weapon group, so maybe both will work together. EMs have souls? I thought they had to be sacrificed for all the work. No. Oh, I've kept mine thus far. You want to get a legal team put together? That would be hilarious. The exposure alone would make the channel explode. Yeah, I don't think it would be like in a good way though. I think what would happen is a local streamer, local affiliate streamer, not even partner, affiliate streamer, attempts to sue Hasbro's Wizards of the Coast. And then I get jumped by a ton of people coming into chat and just shitting on me. I'm going to give them a skill choice, and then we're going to work on the subclasses, or the sub-races. Then the actual Pinkerton, yeah, then the Pinkertons show up at my house. Trust me, all publicity is good publicity as an advertising major. I do like that fighters can apparently yoink weapon properties. I haven't actually looked at their weapon properties all too much. Hi, I was wondering if you had any advice on dealing with imposter syndrome. I started writing and making my own D&D world, and I feel the undeniable sense that I need to perfect this stuff. Imposter syndrome, huh? Imposter syndrome. Truthfully, I myself go through bouts of imposter syndrome. There are moments where I feel very confident and I feel like I've done something very good with my setting or with my players and everything like that. And then there are moments later on where I'm like, I'm shit. You know, they're just here to play D&D. They don't actually give a fuck. You know, it's a very harsh reality. But one thing that I've sort of used to counter that is I sort of gauge their reactions while I'm playing. And I sort of keep my attention on how they're reacting to things. And that's at least so far is what has helped me sort of find out that my players are actually enjoying themselves and my friends actually want to play D&D with me. I'm afraid that you'll never... This is probably like very nihilistic of me. At least for me, right? In my own personal experience, I'm afraid that it hasn't gone away yet. It's still there. Even with, you know, tons of people like watching and chatting and hanging out and overall like enjoying everything that I'm making, there's still some part of my brain that's like, yeah, but you're a fraud. So it's ultimately all I can say is just trust in your friends. Trust in your friends, and your friends will trust in you, and they will let you know if like whatever you're making isn't up to snuff. And honestly, that's that level of respect and friendship that comes with being in that situation, is that you can hope that your friends will actually be honest with you. And that's how you'll know for sure that what you're doing is good. I probably just rambled. That probably made no sense. You will be your own worst critic. That'll never change. But I'm glad it helped. No hesitation. I love my maps, and I still look at other people's maps and I go, holy fuck, that's amazing. But my friends assure me that my maps are amazing. So it's sort of the way of it as a creator. Oh my God, Sir Poi. It's my favorite. It's how I know that they're actually having fun is when they talk about the game outside of the game. Like some of my favorite stuff is getting like questions from my players when we're not playing. And they're like, hey, I want to know more about the world. Hey, I want to know more about this. Hey, is there any way that I can do X, Y, and Z? Like they're like constantly talking about the game. And that makes me feel so good. What sub races do you have in mind? It's gonna be more oriented around clans, not so much sub races. I think this will be like the bigger difference, where like you're an orc, but you're part of this clan, or you're an orc, but you're part of this clan type deal. It's not imposter syndrome if you believe you took the charlatan background. I just put 3 down to sort of fluff it up. Late at night, Crown stares at the ceiling, eyes watering. All of his fears and negative opinions beat him with sacks filled with oranges. Jesus, not that bad, but there have been times. I guess maybe we could make it actual variants. Federations? That is incredibly kind of you, Metis. Thank you very much. That does mean a lot. But the indomitable human spirit rises and gives you a powerful surge that lives forever. You've mentioned that they live on islands. Okay, so let me sort of give more background to the orcs. The orcs in my setting, those that do not live on their island, live very different lives, where there are clans that live inland and clans that live predominantly on smaller islands. The Grimtooth clan, which is a clan that Spinebreaker is a part of, the orc whom helped CTF. He and his clan, the Grimtooths, live on an island. They are very like seafaring orcs, which is meant to be the sort of baseline for the orcs. The orcs have a sort of natural predisposition to living on, like, sort of sailing the seas.
Rise and grind, gamers.
Howdy, gamer.
Hello.
Did you just wake up?
Hell yeah, man.
My
This is
God.
my this is my morning shift.
Well, welcome.
Did you just wake up? Looks.
I woke up 3 hours ago.
No fucking way. Did you get any sleep?
Yes, I slept too much, in fact.
Oh wow.
That's what I
Did you
was-
sleep? Did you sleep so much that you slept all day? Is that what happened?
Sorta. I woke up really early yesterday. I woke up at like 5 a.m. I made a bunch of maps. I was working on my setting. And then, like, a couple hours before stream, I was like, oh, I'm just going to take a nap. I'll just take a nap. It'll be fine. And then I woke up dehydrated. And like 10 hours had passed.
Oh. God damn.
So here I am.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't sleep that long. I do not have the ability to sleep. No matter what, I'll go to bed so early, like 10 in the evening, and then my body will wake me up probably around 4 to 5 in the morning. I'll be like, oh yeah, I guess I did just get 7 hours of sleep. I guess I'll get up.
That used to be how it was in the Navy, in like a couple of years after I got out of the Navy, was no matter when I went to bed, I would wake up at some point 4 hours later, regardless of how tired I was, and I'd be fully awake. That has since gone away, bless But now the opposite is I sleep for way fucking longer, like a freak.
I sleep all the time. Hey, everyone needs different times asleep. You know what I mean?
I just wish I wouldn't sleep all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's true. Why don't you set up an alarm? I used to do that when I would sleep. If I could sleep for a while, I would set. Well, this was when I was younger, because same thing. I could just sleep, 10, 12 hours, and I would set an alarm. You're like, all right, I'm just not gonna do that.
I try alarms, but
Yeah.
I think my brain is too hardwired where it just turns off the alarm
Oh, like as a
reaction. Yeah. So what I've been told is that when I go to bed and I get woken up, I wake up and I interact with the person who woke me up. And the moment they leave, I go back to bed. And apparently that's just my body naturally talking to somebody. I don't know what I've said, what I've done, or anything. It just, my body like puppets itself awake, talks to them to get them to go away, and then I go back to bed.
Hey, homie, what's going on? Your body's moving around like a limp puppet.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be out. Yeah. Yeah, give me the
there in just a second. Oh god, that's fucked.
It is. I agree.
Hey, man,
Oh, what's up?
Hey,
Yeah, no, I'm fine. No, I'm good. What's good?
you've been sleeping for 11 hours. Maybe you should
What?
wake up.
Yeah, no, right up.
Do that.
Right up. I'll be right with you. Yeah.
Let me
I
just
can't-
put some pants on. I just need you to leave for a
Yeah,
second.
just
okay?
just
I'll
go
be
out of
right
my.
there.
Can you just close my door? That'd be great. It used to be worse because I used to be able to fall asleep standing up.
Holy shit.
I can't do it anymore because of my bad legs.
Mm-hmm.
But it would also get to the point where I would wake up because like my friend like bumped me or something, and I had somehow made it out to them. Like I was like doing things, but like the moment they would leave me alone, I would just like sort of go into this like sleep stasis.
Mhm.
And I'd just be standing there just they would bump me and I'd go, huh, what? What's up?
Oh, hey.
I'm dressed. Like
Oh, no.
it was great.
The best is when you do both things that you tend to do. So you'd be like, were you asleep? Huh? No, man, I'm doing good. What's
Oh,
up?
fine. What's up?
What's up?
What do you want to talk about?
Oh, yeah, can you give me some water? Man, I'm feeling real thirsty. Hey, thanks.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah. Something about that is really funny, but also really concerning.
Ooh, we could do like a Mongolian inspired clan. That'd be pretty cool. We could do that for like the land ones, like the land orcs. Where they sort of like they have a more Mongolian inspired like culture. So they have like it's a lot more like nomadic. They have like yurts and everything like that they live in. Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
They need to really hammer out magic item prices, because now that the book is being funded, I'm like, yeah, it's common sense, man. Everything's got a price. Isn't that cool? Like, we give prices to everything. You're like, wow, that's awesome. I'm like, yeah. And then I'm looking at all the items that just came in, and I'm like, oh shit, I got a price.
I slam the mic into your face. How expensive are rare items?
Well, according to D&D,
Oh, they're anywhere between 5,000 and 50,000 gold.
oh, I think that's very rare. Yeah, very rare. If
It's
5,000,
ridiculous.
5,000.
Let me give you the broadest scope possible.
So bad.
Figure it out, Smile.
So fucking. I'm very happy that 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide is going to have actually pricing for magic items now. Like, thank God.
Is there,
But
is there like an errata coming out for the DM's Guild or guide?
oh, yeah, it's called 1D&D.
Oh,
Maybe you've heard of it.
oh boy. Oh boy.
But they don't want you to call it 1D&D.
Have they dropped what the actual name's gonna be?
Mr. Crawford, yes, is during the summit, like which I really wish they didn't say this till the end, because the whole other day was awful. But then when Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford came out, I was like, "Hi guys, so what are we gonna learn about D&D? What's gonna be the future?" They're like, "Well, we'll tell you." Like, first of all, what D&D was never supposed to be the name, and I'm like, then why the fuck is it plastered all over your fucking website?
You put that fucking name everywhere.
What do you mean it's not gonna be the name? They're like, it's just 5th edition. And you're like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Don't say that, you fucking liar.
What do you mean? They're like, it's not gonna be a 5.5. It's not gonna be a 6th edition. It's just 5th edition. It is there. I don't fucking know what their name is, but essentially it is 2024 X. So like next year we're getting the 2024 Player's Handbook, followed by the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide, followed by the 2024 Monster Manual. And also, they're not all coming out at once. So
Of course not. Of course not. Why would that be the easiest thing? Why wouldn't they do that?
Well, they just announced that the Player's Handbook is coming out literally next year, like a year from now. They just made the announcement yesterday. I think April 2024, or sorry, yeah, April 24th, 2024. I think is the release of the 2024 Player's Handbook. I don't know, man.
I hated her.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Same. I know.
I hate that they're
real.
going to split it up and not drop it all as one thing.
They've
I
always
genuinely
done
dislike
that.
that.
They've always done that. Because they want you to. They did. I think they did that with when 5th edition came out. They released everything. They fragmented all the releases. I also hated that. Because I was like, okay, so, let's say I'm new, right? And I'm like, fuck 2014 Dungeons and Dragons. I don't care about that. 2024, it's the new. I'm ready to play. I'm ready to start. I go, okay, here's the Player's Handbook. Like, cool. So how do I run this thing? Well, you're gonna have to wait 3 more months. And you're like,
What? What the fuck did you just say to me?
just holding on to the book and looking at it like, so
All right.
what do I do with
Does
this?
anybody else have the DM's guide? Nope.
No, fuck no.
You're all players. Smile.
Just get someone to run for you. Yeah, but how do you run? Figure it out, klutz.
Shrug.
Oh. Maybe you should have figured that out. Oh.
What the fuck?
Okay. And who are you again? Oh, sorry. I'm the Pinkertons. How did you get this
Huh?
book?
Get
How the
shot
fuck
in your
did you-
own house holding the DM's guide.
I got the DM's guide right there. Yeah, that's why we're here. You're not supposed to have that yet.
Who gave that to you?
Oh, no. Please, God. Who sent you? Wizards of the Coast? No, that
Huh?
can't possibly.
What year is it? Looks at the calendar. What the fuck do you mean the Pinkertons still exist? Is it the 20s, I say? Looking at my calendar. And they go,
There's-
technically, yeah. Bang.
Yeah, sure. There's got to be some misunderstanding. Let me call Wizards and see what's up. Hey, Wizards, the Pinkertons is at my door. Yeah,
Yeah, you should open.
yeah.
What?
We sent them. What the? Why? Oh, they're part of an ongoing investigation. What?
The Pinkertons?
Pinkerton? Wizards, what the fuck are you doing?
Local DM found shot dead in his own house.
It's from the Pinkertons.
From the Pinkertons, no less. But yes, it is 2023. You did hear that correctly.
Yes.
You're not having some weird dream, fever dream. It is in fact 2023, and the Pinkertons have shot a man.
Yes.
This is their first operation in over 100 years.
They're very excited to get back to it.
Ridiculous.
They didn't actually shoot him, did they?
No.
Okay. I was like, oh my god. wait a minute.
You imagine you
I'm
get
jo-
shot over Magic the Gathering cards?
I'm just laughing, having a good time, and it's like, hold up, did
Wait.
someone actually get shot?
Somebody die? Yeah.
Because Because I have to ask, because just saying the Pinkertons showed up at someone's house already sounds like it's fiction.
No. I'm not playing Red Dead. No.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the Pinkertons showed up at a magic guy's house. Made a YouTube video. It was like, hey, where the fuck you get that? You're like, I'm like, who are you?
How'd you get in my house?
Pinkertons.
I'm
So
sure you
Pink-
don't have any jurisdiction at all. I think your like organization went out 100 years ago.
Yeah. And then you go to their website. And you're like, what? This sounds like old, like some old, like hidden organization, you know, that part of like United States history. You know, like the Moose Lodge or something, some like secret behind the scenes organization keeping things balanced. And they're like, yeah, we've been doing this for 170 years. You're like, what the fuck?
Huh?
You're like, yeah, it's pretty cool. We saw electricity get invented. You're like, what?
What the fuck? Dog, I'm 28 years old.
They're like-
Leave me alone.
One of their one of their claim to fames, they're like, some of our clients included Abraham Lincoln. Like, that's not a joke. That's a legit thing. They're like, what?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, at 1861, we safely protected President Abraham Lincoln from the first assassination attempt on his life. And in 2023, we're scaring a man's wife over magic cards.
What?
How are those two in the same group?
I must be having a stroke. What's happening to me?
Sorry, you don't know who I am. I'm part of the Pinkertons. We protected Abraham Lincoln from his first assassination attempt.
Looks around. What fucking year am I in?
Oh my fucking god.
Gotta
Yeah.
love it.
Protected Abraham Lincoln from the first assassination attempt, but not the second.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't even fucking mention that, did ya? Pinkertons. God, what's wrong? I'm just kidding, though. I really do appreciate their organization at the door.
Please get out of my house.
Please don't.
It's just
Now-
Magic the Gathering. Please stop pointing a gun at my family. I beg you.
Yes. Now I have to tell IO Publishing, guys, please make sure we're following the SRD to a letter, because if we release a book that has non-SRD content in it, we might get a visit from the Pinkertons.
Everybody, what the fuck did you just say, Brett?
Yeah. Hey. So I see you got a stat block in there for a beholder. You can't do that.
Yeah, I want you to take that out right now.
Take that out right. Give me $10,000. Okay.
What?
Oh my god. It's very concerning to go to a website that says our history traces back to 1850. You're like, what?
What the fuck? You freak?
You sent that to the guy's house? Oh
Magic the Gathering, you losers.
my. Yeah, send a lawyer like a normal person. What
The
the
hell's
fuck?
wrong with you?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, every time I see WotC trending now, I'm like, what?
What the fuck?
What now? Dude.
But it is that. It is literally like every single time I'm just like, oh, what the fuck have they done now?
Yesterday was a weird day for the Kickstarter because we really didn't make any more money. We just kind of like bounced back and forth between gaining backers and losing backers. And I was like,
What?
I'm like, what did I do wrong? You know, because I'm like, is it we've just reached that part where like backers are just like, wait, I gotta pay money for this? No, I gotta go.
No, thank
Bye,
you.
You know. So I'm just like, what the fuck happened? And then I see WotC trending because they sent the Pinkertons to someone else. I'm like, oh, people are backing out of my 5e project because WotC sent the Pinkertons out. Because people are like, I'm tired of 5th edition. And I'm like, that's fair.
You just imagine you backed why slay dragons when you could be fishing? And right when you're getting the book, you just watch the delivery guy get shot, and then a bunch of Pinkertons roll up and they're like, hand over that fucking book right now, $10,000.
$10,000. You're like,
what?
okay. All right.
I pledged $50 for this book, and they're like, yeah, $10,000 now.
You're like, oh my god. Yeah, we think since yesterday, yeah, we haven't really gained anymore. Like, I think today was like the first day that was like, Thursday was the first day. It was like not a lot of growth though. We've been seeing some, yeah, there's some cancellations, but then we've been getting a lot there, so we're getting there. But
I mean, it's bound to happen, right? There are people that legitimately go into something and then a situation changes in their life where they're like, oh, I can't drop $100 on this anymore. Like,
oh yeah. Yeah, no, I don't fault anyone at all for that. Like, I get it. Also, you know, people are probably finding out like, hey, you owe money on your taxes. Like, a lot of people.
What?
Like, oh. I think yesterday was WotC dropping the news, Alchemy being announced, and their whole PvP system, which looked really fucking cool.
the hell's
So I'm pretty
Alchemy?
sure. It's that Kickstarter's popping right now. I think they got like 300,000 the first day.
Alchemy RPG?
Yeah. It's essentially, I think, a tabletop more for actual play, I think it's called. Oh, 246 is what they got yesterday. 246,000.
Was this a virtual tabletop?
Yes and no. It's not a virtual tabletop in the sense that, I guess that it kind of is, isn't it? For some, it is. Oh, because there are maps and stuff like that. Yes, but also they have a lot of like you don't need a tabletop. You can just have like certain screens and things like that. And it does. It looks pretty neat. And I backed it. But also, like, now that I've had a Kickstarter, for me personally, if I see like any project that's somewhat neat, I'll back it because I'm like I fucking get it. You know what I mean? Like,
I understand
Jesus.
you.
Yeah, I understand what you're going through, so of course I'll support. But yeah. So there was a lot of stuff, but that's okay. I'll be tonight or later this afternoon. We're gonna be working on some fishing mechanics. We'll actually be doing workshops.
Hell yeah.
Otherwise, I won't be streaming this week, and I'll feel guilty.
I feel sad.
Well, I want to try and like Wednesdays be the days where we develop shit live. Like today's we're gonna show off like all the variations of fishing mechanics we want to include in the book, including some of the stuff that we're gonna be doing next week, which I think we got the party for. We got the full party for next Wednesday. Fishing.
Oh, do we?
Yep.
Oh, nice. We're able to meet up
So-
and fish again.
Yeah. And we'll be doing some different fishing rules that'll make it catch more frequent. So I'm gonna see how that vibes. Because the way I'm doing it is fine, but as a DM, it's a lot of work. So that's where I'm just like, I was
about to say, it seemed like a lot of it was
Winky face.
you just taking everybody's sheet and being like, okay, now I have to dictate how this number works, how this number works, how this person rolls, what this person rolls. And I feel like that just adds like a lot of burden onto you.
Yes. So part of the reasons why we included we're including so many variant rules is I'm taking the more crunchier versions of the rule set. Because I have a virtual tabletop and I can do that. But I want to actually see if we can lessen that burden and how that feels. So the idea originally, and I thought worked really well, was every hour. You just rolled on every hour you're fishing, you roll on the fishing table. And because it's already built in that 1 to 7 is nothing, that already feels like that's that. So because a lot of questions pop up is like, well, can someone like start buffing themselves like right before they roll on the fishing table? And it's like, you want to be like, oh, you don't want to meta game. You don't want people to be like, and now that I know I'm gonna get something on the line, I'm gonna roll for it. I mean, get all these buffs now, but because the table it already has a failure built into it by design, I'm like, we don't even need to check anymore. We could just every hour just to keep it simple, keep it accessible, 5th edition friendly. Every hour you just roll on the fishing table. And if you get something on the line, you get something on the line. If you don't, you don't. That's that. But before you roll on the fishing table, you could be like, all right, give me bless. Also give me that bardic inspiration. And you go, okay, there it is. And then if I roll a 2 and nothing's on the line, well, that's wasted anyways. So there really is no, it's already built in, and I totally didn't think about that. The numbers I was rolling ahead of time was how many hours it takes before you roll on the fishing table. But since the fishing table already has inherently nothing, I personally don't see a reason to use that. So even though our sample PDF includes it, I'm gonna try without it, and if it ends up feeling better, then we're probably going to have that be the default rule set, where just every hour you spend, you roll the fishing. And I think that'll be enough. Because I suppose the one concern with that was like, well, what if they start catching all these fish? It's like, well, if they do, it's fine. Because you could be like, all right, you spend 4 hours fishing, we caught all this, let's go do something else. Let's go dungeon delving, let's go craft something.
It's like there's really no big issue if they do catch a bunch of fish.
None.
Because it's just like it's easily countered by, yeah, well, tomorrow the weather's bad, or tomorrow the merchant's not around because the merchant's out doing something. Or hey, guess what? Now you can spend the next day learning how to carve up all of those fish, or learning how to craft and all that stuff.
So it definitely makes sense to me. So we're gonna try that next week, and I think it's gonna be good. And more than likely, I'll be like, you can roll a gap if you'd like between fishing things, but we probably don't recommend that you do that.
Oh yeah. Is the whole gang gonna be there? That mean we get Brandon too, or?
I know that Laura is sick. Currently going through flu.
Oh God.
But like actual flu, not like flu.
Flu.
But flu. But I believe the party is going to be you, Masay, Sci-Fry, and then from the other group, Lobos and Dodger, I think, will be joining the group.
Oh shit! So we're getting some crossover.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Because you guys are already in the same world, so.
I love that. That's gonna be dope.
Yeah, so that'll be a lot of fun, and I think those two characters are gonna be good. And then that should be, I think it'll be a fun.
Oh, let me get it for you, Varys. Unless you have it on hand, Brett. Your link to your Kickstarter.
Oh shit. Yeah, let me get that for you. I always have it.
The Magic the Gathering community and likely D&D soon. Actual fucking contract killers hired by Wizards of the Coast. Holy shit, what the actual fuck? What a great Twitter post.
Can I post a link?
Yeah, shoot to me in either you can post it in Creation Showcase if you're in the Discord, or you can just shoot the link to me and I can post it in.
Did you just say I can post it if I'm in the Discord talking to you in the Discord? You motherfucker.
Listen, I'm not very smart.
Hold on one second. Look at the actual. Let me get your link, your personal link.
Nice.
Yes, we do. We do have a personal. Just gotta find you. Like, I think the Kickstarters did very well. But there definitely are points where you're just like, yeah, but could I be doing it better?
I mean, it's your first time, right? There's like,
Yeah.
you're
Oh,
learning
yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
So when you do your next one, which is hopefully Why Slay Dragons, and you could be cooking,
Winky face.
winky face, you'll sort of know like when to push it out, because already the issue I could see is that you pushed it out in April and everybody's fretting over taxes.
Oh yeah, but we still did great, even all things considered. Well, I will tell you what the next book is, or what I want the next book to be. We'll still. Here, I posted in Creation Showcase.
Nice.
And you're free to post it if you like. Whatever. I don't like selling my snake oil on your. The next book, I'm hoping. Right now, the project name is Fiendish Forge. And the reason why that's the project name is we're going to be creating essentially a Monster Hunter inspired book where it's going to be part monster manual, part magic item guide, because all the magic items are going to be forged from monster parts. So imagine a book where it's like you can go to the Bulette, and there are 3 items you can create from Bulette parts. And they're all like weapon themed, armor themed, like a magic item, and you can craft that. But more importantly, we will also be releasing more challenging versions of the SRD monsters.
Ooh, is it going to be like item creation and then an actual like monster manual on top of that? That book's going to be big as fuck.
Yes. The Project Fiendish Forge is going to be that like very Monster Hunter themed. The idea behind it, or the idea that I have for it, is not only will you fight more difficult variations of popular monsters from the monster manual. Well, popular monsters that we could use, like obviously no beholders and shit like that. But like the Ankheg, the Bulette, like the Aboleth, like all that shit. Jam it into a book, make more challenging versions of those that you can hunt and fight. And then using your survival check to extract quite literally their parts. So we're not going to do, the idea behind this is we're not going to do like, oh, you fought a Bulette, you get the Bulette fin, and you get the Bulette tail, and you get the, because I don't want like there to be a bunch of shit just jingling around your inventory. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with the fishing system where it's like, you got a bunch of fish scales. You don't have like the tooth of a man-o-war and a tail of a.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's literally its own currency. So you'll have like Bulette parts as the currency. But we will also include, for description sense, what Bulette parts consist of. So as the GM, you could be like, oh, so you would go ahead and carve the fin from the Bulette and carve all these parts and the Bulette teeth. And that all just makes up Bulette parts. That's all it is. But you can explain what kind of parts would be typically harvested as a hunter. So you still kind of have that lore aspect. But yes. And then this is why, and here's the thing. I'm very excited about Why Slay Dragons We Could Be Fishing. I'm working very hard on it. My problem is after I start working on a thing, I'm immediately excited about what the next thing's gonna be. I'm just like, what?
That's how it
else could be
always
cool?
is.
Oh my god! And that's why. So we're focusing hard on this. Like today, I'm pretty much off and be working on stuff. But what's also cool about this book is I want to include monster modifiers, which I think you'll like this, where not only will we be including harder versions of the monsters, but we will also include optional modifiers. I feel like Jeremy Crawford right now. Like, I feel like I've explained this to you like Jeremy Crawford. we're also going to include optional modifiers that you can apply to monsters so that not every encounter with the monster is the same thing. So, and think of it as like Diablo 2 modifiers. If you've ever played Diablo before, like some of the modifiers they put onto mid-bosses and things like that.
I played Diablo 4's beta. That's all I've played of Diablo.
That's okay, but you'll sometimes see like there'll be a harder skeleton because it's flaming.
Oh,
or
yeah. I
Yeah.
love that stuff.
We're gonna be including. I want to include that in the book as well, so
Sick.
that way, if people are quote unquote grinding for monsters for certain parts, you can kind of spice it up a little bit and say, well, now this is a flaming bullet, and then there'll be mechanics just like, well, what the flaming property do? It's like, oh, the bullet's on fire, which means any melee attacks get it. You get damage back to you, and there's extra fire damage attached to their attacks. Or it's a quick bullet, which means they have multi-attack +1, which means they get to attack again in addition to their already existing multi-attack. And the idea behind this is we'll do that, but we'll also let you know how that ups the challenge rating of the monster. So you'll be like, yes, this harder bullet is a CR6, but once you apply flaming to it, it modifies the CR by +1. Making it a CR7. That's what I see with this book.
That's some of my favorite stuff. I love there's a mod for Minecraft called RLCraft, which has
God,
a ton of
RLCraft.
that stuff. Like,
RLCraft is my guilty pleasure.
yes. I fucking love going out in the middle of the night and seeing a health bar that's bigger than my screen appear,
Yeah.
and it's like a thundering death plagued, like supercharged something creeper. And I look over and this motherfucker is like zooming at me at Mach 10. And I just know it's gonna touch me once and I'm just gonna explode. Like, I love that type of stuff.
Man, flame elementals are going to be wild. So each monster will have a list of recommended traits that you could apply. That means that doesn't stop you from applying outside traits other than that, but we do let you know earlier on that we can't predict like what that will do to the monster. So it's up to the GM's discretion. If you're using traits outside of the recommended traits, it's up to the GM's discretion. If they're like, well, wouldn't it be cool if it did this? Like, even though we don't have them the recommended, you can do that, but we have no way to tell, like, from a balance standpoint, what that'll do for your game. But we do provide the option if that's what you want. We're also finally, I think in Project Fiendish Forge, we're finally going to implement phase combat printed. Meaning, we will include rules, optional rules for certain monsters that could have multiple phases.
Oh,
And-
shit.
Yes. So it's kind of going to be like mythic actions, but way more fleshed out. But also, what makes it cool is some monsters, this is how I see it, obviously, if we do this, some monsters will be like, they can have phases. And essentially what a phase is exactly how we handled the fight with the Warden, where hit point bar go up, down, and then hit point bar go up as we enter a new phase of the combat.
I love multi-phased boss fights.
But we're not making it a mandatory thing. We're providing the option.
It should
So-
be mandatory.
Well, here's the thing. So, like, let's say the Bullet Matriarch is the monster we created as the harder version of Bullet. We include the base stats. We include optional modifiers so you can go ahead and spice up the encounter how you see fit. But we also are including optional phasing, which means if you want this to go a little longer, if you want this to be a real badass, you'd be like, and here's the phase. And it's not even that we're doing like phase beats. We're just going to provide you a bunch of phases and you get to determine like what goes into it. So you could be like, I think I want to do the burrowing phase, and then it'll include like modifiers and rule sets, like modifiers to the battlefield. Does that the monster now gain layer actions? What do they gain? What they lose if you use this phase? And it's just kind of keep plug and play. So you could be like, I want to do like a burrowing phase, but then I want to do like the rage phase at the end of that. So you can have as many phases of the fight as you want. You might decide after the burrowing phase, like, that's it, we're good to go. But you could then just be like, burrowing phase, but let's also do rage phase after that. And each phase completion increases the rewards of monster parts that you're able
Nice.
to gather from the materials.
I like that.
So yeah, it's a scaling difficulty, scaling reward combat system that we want to flesh out with this to give GMs the ability to essentially run encounters, and it's with the hopes, fingers crossed, that if you're using different modifiers, like 2 GMs would run the encounters completely differently. So a GM may decide that the Bulette Matriarch goes into a rage phase and then go into a burrowing phase, or burrowing rage. And we'll include that. We'll include, like, here's all the modifiers these phases give you during these phases. Here's the lair actions that be applied. Here's some new legendary actions you can do that. And it's very just plug and play. Like, how do I want to run this encounter? I'm going to do a shocking Bulette who burrows and then rages after, or a shocking Bulette that goes into the rage phase after. And that, and it's just, there's so many ways, combinations that you can do that, because the one key thing with Monster Hunter, right, is it's like, okay, but now, like, do it again. Like, go kill that thing again.
Go do it again.
But
It's slightly bigger.
Yeah. This time it's like, oh, now kill this thing, but now it has these modifiers on it. Or go kill this thing, now it has, an extra phase onto it, so you can get some good shit. Yeah, there's so many ways you can do it. So that's the next project I'm excited about.
I'm gonna be honest. I want it.
That's what I like to hear. But we have to finish this. We have to finish this book first before I have like 6 months later be like, hey guys, I'm back to Kickstarter with a brand new thing. What happened to the last one? Oh yeah, we're working on that.
Pinkertons, get that guy. All right.
Pinkerton. We're working on it. We're working on it real hard. Give me more money.
Please.
So we won't do that pretty much until the book is done. Ooh. Ooh.
Puts credit card away. I'm sorry, Brett. I want to pledge the next book.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Hey, that's okay, man. Oh god. Just got my contracts
Contracts.
for the artists and writers that work.
Oh, yeah. Metis, I didn't say this earlier, but thank you very much for the biddies. Incredibly kind of you. Here's some money for snacks later to make Brett bully that imposter syndrome.
What?
Thanks.
What?
No hesitation
imposter
came into chat and was asking about how I, as an individual, deal with imposter syndrome. I explained that, at least for me, it never really goes away, but I do get assurances from my friends and my players and everything like that who do remind me that they are actually having a good time. And as such, it sort of pushes it away, and it only really comes around when I myself am sort of having my own doubts about like a thing that I'm putting out.
How often does that happen?
Thankfully, as of late, not that frequently.
Oh, good.
When I first started, a fuck ton.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it never really goes away. But it does get better over time. That I do agree.
Oh, hello, Sparks. Good morning. I haven't come up with the sub races yet, or like what the clans are. I've sort of just copied and pasted sort of familiar names. I'm more than likely going to change them. But here's one of them that I've written. What do you guys think of these sort of abilities? You get Warrior's Prowess, which gives you proficiency in longbows, short bows, scimitars, and spears. You gain the Adrenaline Rush, which is you can take a dash action as a bonus action. You can use a straight number of times equal to a proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. And when you use this trait, you also get temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. And then there is Blood of the Enemy, and those who find themselves fighting by your side are driven to valorous acts and honorable ends. You produce an aura out to a radius of 15 feet. Allies who are bloodied gain a bonus to their damage rolls while they're within the aura, equal to your proficiency bonus, on the first attack they make that deals damage. So if an ally is bloodied, which is less than half hit points, and they stand within your radius, they deal more damage.
Immaterial. What? One D&D play test of all the other classes comes out today.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Nice, more things for me to look at, judge, and pilfer, probably.
Probably. Yes. I don't know if you know this or not, but they got a cool new weapon mastery system. Have you heard of this, Graham?
We talked about that earlier today as well.
Yeah. Probably keep talking about that just a little while longer. Well, what's cool about that is if the system can be, if you feel like your system and their system is somewhat similar, is that means you have less work to do explaining how the system works. If that helps, that makes sense.
I think somebody talked about that, but they were like, a good thing is that if there's something that you actually like from the system, you can just add it to yours.
Yeah. Or just adjust it to yours. Absolutely. Oh. Magic item.
Why recharge on long rest rather than short? Most racial abilities recharge on a long rest. That's why I sort of follow that pattern. There are only very few things that actually recharge on a short rest. Thinking of health thing that we did. No, long rest. Long rest. But the breath weapons. Yeah, almost everything's long rest, which is why I was doing it that way.
So, you ever look at crafting an item in Xanathars? Like they're like, here it is, crafting system you've all been waiting.
I said that once. I opened the book and I went, God damn it, Wizards of the Coast, and then closed the book.
It was pretty bad, right?
Yes. Because that was the one thing I was actually waiting for, was a legitimate crafting system.
And they're like, yeah, I don't know. Pick a legendary item that's 50 work weeks and 100,000, it's typically 100,000 gold. You're like, okay. Looks around. But how much does the item cost? Why is there crickets? Yeah.
Between and you understand how broad of a spectrum that is? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the bare minimum we could do, actually. What they should have done, the Giga Chad move would have been, here's how much minor wondrous items cost. Here's how much major wondrous items cost. Here's how much items cost that require attunement. And here's how much these bare bones basic fucking magic items cost. That's what they should have done.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it's like, you're just trying to figure out a balance. You look at all these systems, and then the more you look at it, the more you realize how it's designed. You go, oh, wait a minute. Nothing was built towards that. Like, nothing. Zero like treasure you gain compared to items you purchase. There hasn't really been anything calculated. I feel like people are just throwing numbers at the wall and just kind of seeing what fucking sticks? Question mark?
It's obnoxious.
Oh my god. Potion of healing creation in Xanathar's Guide. If I want to make a healing potion, the book is telling me it'll take me 1 day. What the fuck? I don't get it. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. Like, but it is 25 gold, which does suggest to me. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry for the outburst. It suggests to me that by the math. Okay. By the math given in Xanathar's guide, by stating the potion of healing creation section, a healing potion takes 1 day to make, which already wrong, but it costs 25 gold pieces to make the potion. Because the potion of healing's market price is 50 gold pieces, that tells me they're working with a system that says, hey, you only need half the materials to create the item, which makes sense. That's standard RPG logic. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
So, by that logic, crafting a greater healing potion, which takes 1 work week, again, ridiculous,
Fucking weak.
has a material component cost of 100 gold pieces, which means that by that math, a greater healing potion's market price is 200 gold pieces. Are you still with me? So, a potion of superior healing takes 3 work weeks to make. Again, bullshit. With a cost of 1,000 gold pieces, which tells me that the market price of a superior healing potion is 2,000 gold pieces. Okay? Are you still with me?
I'm horrified.
A potion of supreme healing takes 4 work weeks to make. Again, bullshit.
Oh, fucking month.
With a material component cost of 10,000 gold pieces, which means a potion of supreme healing has a market value of 20,000 gold pieces.
It's 4th edition.
What the fuck?
They think that you're still handing out treasure and loot like it's 4th edition,
Oh,
where
my
magic items cost 3.6 million gold.
I couldn't.
How much is a banana worth anyway? It's probably like what, $20? Yeah, supreme healing potion, 20,000 gold. What's the worst? Yeah, what's the worst?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What's a gallon of milk? I don't know. Like, it was like.
How much could it be?
$20? Yeah. Oh. It's so stupid. And that's
Jesus Christ.
And this is the frustrating part, right? Is because I'm making a 5e compatible book. I have to use what is considered compatible with 5e. And the one thing I hate about 5e is A, there's no prices on anything. They just go, you figure it out, fucker. And they say that, and they look at me, and they point at me with 2 fingers, and they push my chest a little bit, and they go, you figure it out.
Figure it
That'll
out,
be
dork.
That'll be $150 for these 3 books. And you go, okay. And then, yeah. And now that we are including crafting in Why Sledgehammer 3B Fishing, and we're also including market values for all our items, I have to look at these prices and go, are you insane? Are you fucking insane? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Because okay, here is, and even this I feel is like the worst you can do, right? So in my mind, a common potion, common healing potion's like 50 gold. An uncommon healing potion, because let me actually pull this up. 'Cause A, it's a consumable. Like already, like what the fuck? Potion of healing. And I'm just saying, why do I gotta fix your shit? A healing potion heals for 2d4. It's 50. So in my mind, I go, okay, that's 50 gold pieces, right? Because that's the market value that's been given. So, hold on, just trying to pull this up. A greater healing potion is an uncommon item. Hold on 1 second. Oh yeah, it's uncommon. So it wouldn't be 100 because 2d4 plus 2 becoming 4d4 plus 4. There's a little bit of action economy involved with that. You're not drinking 2 healing potions because that takes 2 actions. You're sparing that with 1. So I would say an uncommon healing potion I think they have it at 200 gold pieces, which I would be fine with. I would do like 125 to 150. I think that's okay. Okay. Superior healing potion is now double the greater healing potion at an 8d4 and is considered a rare item. And I go, okay, that makes sense. You're drinking 2 greater healings, which means now we're looking at can't be 400 gold. So that's again action economy. But I also don't think it should be 2,000 or sorry. Yeah. It should be 2,000 gold pieces. I feel like that is ridiculous. Now,
Just a little bit.
just a little bit. So I'm willing to go 525 to 600 so that we're still staying in the limits of a rare potion. So I'd be willing to do like 50 to 150 to like 550, let's say. And then Supreme Healing, which is 10d4 plus 20. So already I hate this. Already this is the worst because there was a set formula before, right? Where healing plus healing equals greater healing. 2d4 plus 2 plus 2d4 plus 2 is 44 plus 4. Greater healing, 2 greater healings go superior, so 44 plus 4 becomes 8d4 plus 8. Doubling every fucking time. And then Supreme Healing breaks the fucking rules and says, now it's 10d4. What? Plus 20. Huh? Where the fuck did you come from? And then they're like, yeah, and that's a 20,000 gold piece potion. What the fuck? Like, no. If I drink 2 superior healing potions, that becomes 16d4 plus 16. But I guess that number doesn't work for WotC. So instead, they're like, what if we only increase the die amount by 2 and then increase the bonus it heals by 12? Why? 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 And this is your very rare potion.
We do it to spite you.
I just
I want you to look at I want you to look at this thing that I made. I want you to understand that there was some thought put into it, and then about halfway through, I'm gonna confuse the fuck out of you and cease following the idea that I had presented to you.
yes.
You're welcome.
Because I probably didn't want to do 16d4 plus 16 because I guess they thought that was weird. But 8d4 plus 8's also weird. So like, huh? I'm gonna change Supreme Healing. I don't fucking care. This is ridiculous. God damn, you kidding me?
Fan
Here,
art
do
of
it.
oh, that's cute as fuck, Gringard.
Oh,
Go to the fan art tab, Brett.
okay. Sorry, I was exasperated from what I was reading. Where's the fan art tab?
Under community.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Call
All
the Pinkertons.
because we're assassinating. Oh, shit. That's good stuff.
I'm out of water. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
Go get some water. Yeah. Trying to figure out how the fuck you balance any of this. Uncommon. Is y'all doing good? Yeah. We're taking off this week. You know, you gotta take off. You gotta take breaks. Can't just keep doing shit. That's why we took off all our Thursday sessions. Just because I was like, all right, I need a break. And usually I can tell. I'll be like, yeah, I think it's time. We were going pretty hard with Thursday for a while. We did 3 sessions for Dead Beats. We did a lot for Pipe Hanger. So I was like, we can take a break on Thursday. And I wanted to keep going Curious Curios because we had been away for so long. But Laura, unfortunately, is sick with flu. So we decided to wait because this is like a lot of it involves her part. So it would be kind of shitty if we missed out. When a creature is hit with a poisoned weapon or ammunition, you succeed on a DC 15. DC 15. Sarah. It's all made up. Yeah. Damage. Okay. $96. Oh. Trying to balance some math. Oh, Tootie? Yeah, I guess that'll work. Like 3d6 poison damage to feel safer. Have you got a poison? The DC should lower and become poison. Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Trying to figure out the price of a poison.
Don't do it.
I have to. We've got poisons. Oh my god. That's so weird. And I wish there was a... Is there a... Does the DM's guide have, like, making custom poisons? Probably not. Why would they?
You're funny.
Oh my god. I hate the fact they did this. I'm glad they're fixing it in 2024 releases, but fuck. Just, god, like, oh my god. Fuck. Let's see. Creating a... Nope, nothing for creating poison. All I could do is, like, look at our current poisons and be like, Injury.
I really do hate how much stuff in the book just does not have a price associated with it or a weight associated with it. That drives me fucking insane.
Oh my god, that's right. There's weights too, and we're not doing it. Iron Bane poison. As an action, you can either coat a weapon with 3 or P3 pieces of ammunition in the poison and attempt to throw it. When a creature is hit by the poison weapon or ammunition, I'm saying 30. You up the DC, it's definitely going to be more. It also sucks that I have to, like, cross-reference about 3 different tables to figure out what something actually is. Like, that just...
What, you don't like that? What?
That just really fucking sucks. Alright, so this is uncommon. I don't want this to go above 500, but I do feel like if we do a DC... Oh god, if we're doing rare... Like, what's the maximum we can do for this? Gotta go to 5e tools. I gotta see what kind of save DC I want to cap it at. So if it's uncommon, I think we're gonna do a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. We do 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned. On success, they take half the damage. Already, that's powerful. This poison lasts for 1 minute and will destroy non-magical equipment it is placed on, if not used or washed off during that time. The poison is used up on hit. Creature is hit by the throw vial. They take 1d8 acid damage. But also, since it is an injury, based poison. Wouldn't the thrown weapon also have the damage effects? So I think I'm going to get rid of the 1d8 acid.
What's up, Caesar? No, I was just thinking, brother. Trying to make some magic items because the campaign I am redeeming to give the party some homebrew. It's a +4 increase to armor as a reaction. Is it good for spellcasters? It's insanely good. Although it is a sort of weaker version of the shield spell. Yeah, if you see my avatar light up, it's because of the clicking of my keyboard.
By DC 15 poisoned, that's 8 hours. Malice is 250, DC 15 poison for an hour, which is also blinded. Lowering it down to a minute, and we're dealing poison damage. And it destroys non-magical equipment if you attack with it.
God damn. The
So
rust
thi-
monster effect.
Kinda, yeah. So, but I'm trying to figure out the price. So originally, I forget what the price was set, but it felt too low. I think it was like 150. I was like, it's definitely 150.
150 and it destroys armor?
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, no. Well, and that's the thing is like, I have a team of writers, and the thing about D&D and TTRPGs when it comes to balance is everyone has a different idea of what is considered balanced. So I'm the lead designer of Why Slay Dragons When You Could Be Fishing. So not only do I design the layout of the book, but I also design the mechanics of the book. And so I get presented with a bunch of stuff and then I adjust accordingly, like in all balance. So a lot of the times, well, all the time, I will get things from the writers and I have to retemper it to the master design. So if we have a DC 14 Constitution saving throw, so here's the effects. You can coat 3 pieces of ammunition. Why 3 pieces? I think I would just do 1 piece of ammunition. Unless the poison has 3 uses, which I don't believe it would.
Usually poisons even let you coat multiple pieces of ammunition. Unless it's like a really powerful poison, then it's usually only one.
So they do normally let you coat?
Yeah, like bog standard poison lets you coat like something like 20 pieces of ammunition because it's supposed to just do like increased damage.
But these are the poisons specifically from running the game. So injury poisons can be applied to weapons, ammunition, tramp components, and other objects that deal piercing or slashing damages and remains potent until delivered through a wound or wash off. A creature that takes piercing or slashing damage from an object coated in the poison is exposed to its effect. So, because I think you're thinking about the poisoner kit, which kind of lets you make your own poison. Oh, or contact. Contact poison can be smeared on an object or remains potent until it is touched or washed off. A creature that touches contact poison with exposed skin suffers its effect. So I think this is a contact poison.
Okay.
Sounds like.
And this is the one that it eats non-magical armor.
So it deals 2d10 poison damage. You become poisoned for a minute. And if you don't clean the poison off after a minute, it eats away non-magical armor.
And this is 2d10 on top of the weapon damage.
Correct.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking... I'm looking at all these other poisons. I'm thinking at least 300. Because we've got, for example, Assassin's Blood. Which one? Like, for example, Burnt Other Fumes deals 3d6 poison damage. A creature subject to the poison must succeed on DC 13 saving damage or take 3d6 poison damage and must repeat the saving throw at the start of each of its turns. A successful failed save, the character takes 3 extra poison. It was an ongoing effect. So that's 500 gold, which is already like a lot of damage, I feel like. Other poisons will poison and paralyze, or poison and blind. And those are typically 200 gold pieces. Because you still have to hit the enemy. And then Malice, a DC 15. Poison and blind. That's 250 gold pieces. I'm trying to...
That's... I mean, you're saying 300 for that?
Yeah, so the Serpent's Venom, for example, deals 3d6 extra poison damage on a DC 11 Constitution saving, which is about the same amount as what this poison is. But we're also adding a poison effect, and we're also adding armor in. So I dare say we can probably go up to 400 gold with this. And if you told me 500 gold, I probably wouldn't bat an eye because this is a very powerful poison.
The fact that it destroys non-magical items, which can be used outside of roleplay regardless, like
Yeah.
shooting a door, for example, or a lock, as well as doing that to the creature, and it gives you a pretty fucking beefy damage die, which is 2d10, on top of your weapon damage for like a longbow, for example. The 1d8 plus 2d10 is pretty fucking massive. Honestly, 450 sounds very reasonable.
450?
450 sounds reasonable. And this is the one where you can coat 3 pieces of ammunition, right?
I would lower it to 1.
How does it work for weapons?
You cut the weapon. So it would be like the
Interesting. Does it eat your weapon?
Oh, that's actually a good point.
Like if I put it on like a mundane dagger, does it eat my mundane dagger while I'm trying to like cut you?
That's a very good point. I don't think that was considered. When a creature is hit by the poisoned, as an action, you could either coat I would say magical weapon. So you acquire the magical weapon, or a piece of ammunition. I'm thinking, because with the ammunition, you just kind of go, the ammunition's already destroyed. I would even add the fact that if you coat a non-magical weapon, it is destroyed in the next minute. So
it only feels fair. Like,
yeah,
if you put that shit on like some dinky dink dagger.
Yeah. If you coat a weapon, not 3 pieces of ammunition, I would say, or a piece of ammunition.
Does it last on the weapon for the whole minute?
So once the poison gets used, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it still doesn't change the fact. So I do want to add and you could also throw it as an improvised ranged weapon. So you can just throw the vial, so the poison starts soaking over you, and that's why I'm saying I think it's a contact more than anything, not an injury.
How would this work against a creature that's immune to poison damage? Does it still eat the armor?
I would say yes, it still eats the armor. You just wouldn't take the poison damage.
Honestly, if it still has the opportunity to like destroy like a creature's armor despite them being immune to it,
yeah,
that's fine. If it's a one tag use, like I apply it to a weapon, I hit you, and then it starts eroding your armor, that seems fine.
If an applied weapon is non-magical,
it eats your fucking weapon.
Yeah, and you do not successfully hit successfully hit with this weapon in 1 minute, this poison eats up your weapon.
It always seems fair. Like
that seems very fair. Honestly, that's a good question. That was a very good point you made. Rust bucket bass is the scales they want, but do we need that? Well, let's see here. I would say no to the scale. I would just say use the fish. You guys are getting a sneak preview of what's going to be put in the book. The oxide scales, the rust bucket bass, can sometimes grow together into large metallic plates that local armorers using Lepus finds very uses for. Additionally, the rust itself has alchemical uses, particularly in poison.
Feels too strong as a poison? I would say that if it wasn't 450 gold.
It is, yeah. Price-wise, it's good because the oil of Tagit, which is also a 400 gold piece, poisons you for 24 hours and knocks you unconscious.
Jesus.
Yes.
Permanent poison condition, and you go.
Yep. That's exactly it. So from a price standpoint, we're looking pretty good because the Essence of Ether is a DC 15 con save for 300 gold pieces. We're a DC 14 con, and you're poisoned for 8 hours, and you're unconscious. So I mean, it's still the same fucking thing. The 600 gold piece is what the fuck is Topor DC 15, you're poisoned for 46 hours, and you're incapacitated. And
What
I'm
the
just
fuck?
like, what are all these poisons do all the same fucking thing? Like, what the fuck?
Little.
So
Oh man, they always put their energy into like.
weird as shit.
Yeah, we're gonna make you 7 poison. They'll do the same thing, but you can
Yeah.
tell we said make us poisons.
And that's kind of where I'm like, inhaled and contact and an injury. Honestly, I think it'd be fine as an injury weapon. The thing is, like, you have to actually deal injury, and this one specifically is tossed.
What the fuck? So it's an injury poison, but you have to, like, you can't apply it to a weapon. You have to toss it.
No. It has.
Oh, okay.
There's the option to toss it, which is
Oh,
why
okay,
I've
okay,
made
okay.
it. Which is why I've made it a contact weapon.
I was like,
Contact
what?
poison. Yeah, exactly. So I made a contact so that you can coat your weapon with a contact thing. Yeah. Oh, sorry. If an applied weapon or piece of ammunition is non-magical, and you do not successfully hit with the poisoned object. I don't know.
I think it's. I think the way you would want to word that is if the creature succeeds on the saving throw. Because that's what.
No,
Oh no, because
So-
it's improvised. Oh.
so that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to do that because you've already made contact, and just because they've succeeded on the saving throw. This is a very complicated thing, and I need to make it more simplified.
Can I posit another question to you, Brett?
Yes.
Would I be able to attach such a poison to, say, an artificer-made pipe bomb?
I don't see why not.
Fantastic.
It would then destroy the bomb after. Oh god, that could be...
Oh my god.
After a minute, it just goes like it just goes because it's
Fucking
destroyed.
explodes.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a
Jesus.
lot. There's a lot going on.
Like IEDs with that. What the hell?
There's a lot going on with this. I might just honestly simplify.
Honestly, simplifying it would be the easiest method.
I am going to remove the poisoned condition.
You know,
Really?
Yes. Here's the thing. I would have done. See, what I would have done was remove the destroys shit. But the fact is, this is literally called Ironbane poison, which tells me that the whole purpose of this thing is to destroy non-magical things. So maybe even scale the damage down. Well, no, it's contact. I'm gonna go with contact.
Honestly, what you should do is you should do a very similar system to your magic system that you have for like the cards, but make it for poisons. You have
I
like
have to.
6 points, and you get all of these cards to pick from, and it can't equal or you can't exceed 6 points. So like you get a poison that's very fast acting, but it maybe it's a weakened effect, or maybe you get a poison that's very slow to activate, but when it hits like a fucking truck. I think that'd be
'cause
cool as fuck.
I don't think we need the poison condition for this, because this specifically is just meant to destroy and dissolve away on contact. It's got to be like a, because I can imagine this thing like you hit with it and then shit just starts steaming,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
because it's eating away. You gotta like, fuck, you gotta wipe that. You gotta spend an action wiping that shit off, you know. But if you do still strike with the weapon, I mean that shit is gonna get into you, you know. So I'm thinking like, even if it's on you, it's dealing the damage. So if it's dealing the damage, I feel like it has to be like an ongoing effect, like 1d6 damage, like per turn, instead of just doing 2d10 right there.
I
And
mean,
then
you
you can spend the action like trying to wipe it off, and then that's what ends the effect. Which means this also is a really good way to like just be like, as an action, you can wipe the poison away, which means this poison also gives the enemy the option of like, do I want to spend the action getting rid of this fucking poison? Or do I, you know?
Yeah, that would fit perfectly actually, because I made I have the blight status effect, which is at the start of your turn it takes the tick damage. And you could round down the number to make it like it does X amount of damage for X amount of rounds, unless they use like their action to like wipe it off. So at the start of their turn, they take 6 poison damage, and then they get their turn. And then at the start of the next turn, they get 6 poison damage. And if they get hit again, it doubles. Right, so it goes like you hit him again, and now it's 12 poison damage at the start of the turn. Now it's ramping up. You have to choose: do you take your action to wipe it off or heal, or do you just keep like fighting through it, sort of gritting your teeth?
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna do Iron Bane. I think I'm actually gonna make it acid damage, not poison damage. Because acid is more exposed, while poison is more ingested, I feel like.
And there are a lot less creatures that have immunity to acid.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. We call it Iron Bane, make it a contact base. It's still considered a poison. We do an ongoing effect. So I'm thinking the initial hit. I mean, we could. Oh, you know what we could do? Cheat. So.
Did you say cheat?
Yeah. yeah, I did. We can use the burnt other fumes, not inhaled, but contact. We can lower the damage of that just a little bit. So deals initial 2d6 points of damage with an ongoing 1d6 points of damage. I dare say this is not a Constitution save anymore. I feel like this is a Dex save.
Yeah, to avoid getting it on you.
Yeah, to avoid getting hit by it.
Con save would imply that it's already in your system.
Yes. Which means this isn't even a poison anymore. We got to make a Dex save. Everything else is con save because poisons are all about being ingested in contact, you know? So I dare say this is probably going to not even be a poison anymore.
I like that.
It could still be a poison. Like, I would still consider that a poison. It's either that or you're making it like a weapon, like sort of buff, like like weapon greases from Elden Ring.
Yes.
It is a poison that can actually affect warforges.
Yes.
Horrifying.
Yeah. What would that even be? Oh.
It would be somewhere along the same lines as like sticky traps and stuff like that.
Sticky traps?
I can't think of. Listen, it's morning. Bear with me. Tangleweb bags and things.
Oh, that sounds like older edition stuff.
It is.
Okay. I was like, I've never heard of that. That sounds like something at a 3.5.
It's time. Oil. Oh, baby, oils.
I do like the idea that like the poison that doesn't have the initial effect, it pops up later, and then just like floors somebody. Because then you as a DM can be like, "Can you roll me a con save?"
Yep.
And they roll it, and they think they pass it, until it's like a couple hours later, and they're Peter Griffin posed on the ground.
Oh yeah, those are the best. The delay poison.
Do you have all the notes in Foundry or just a copy? I write all of my notes in Foundry and then I copy them to other sites. So I'll write all this stuff here. I'll then post it in my own personal Discord. I'll then post it to the Kanka page. And then if I'm feeling cheeky, I'll take a screenshot of it. So I have four places for where my notes are just in case one of them gets corrupted. Because a long time ago I didn't. I only ever had it in one place, and I lost all of my notes. So never again. Now I make sure that I have like 4 points of contact.
What's an example of a vial that you can throw? Is that alchemical fire?
Yes.
Yes.
Alchemist Fire is the example of throw that shit and explode.
Cool. Fire.
I think you make a dexterity ranged attack. So like,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna base this more on alchemy fire than anything.
Hmm.
So this would just be actually considered adventuring here. I would not consider this a poison.
I'm just in here chilling a little bit before I go to work in like 10 minutes.
oh good. You joined because I woke up really early, so that's why we're hanging out.
I saw that. I woke up to a Discord alert on my phone. And I'm like, what the hell? Who's awake? Usually, because usually the only other person awake besides me this early in the morning is like Atomic.
So apparently, in 4th edition, it was just called a volatile consumable. So it wasn't considered a poison or anything. It was called a volatile consumable. And it had some pretty weird shit associated with it. There were like higher level versions of it. Like there was a level 26 version of Alchemist Fire. It cost 45,000 gold. But it did plus 29 versus reflex and dealt 4d6 fire damage.
God damn. It'd also be level 30 in 4th edition.
Yes. You can get, trust me, we were talking about it on stream where I was talking about just how wild those levels are in 4th edition, where like a magic item that's plus 25 costs 4.3 million gold.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what?
Yeah. No one's really found it yet. As an action, you can throw this flask. There we go. I'm gonna call it the Ironbane vial. So I got an idea for flask. Yeah. You're gonna throw the vial up to 20 feet, shattering on impact. Make a range attack against the creature of the object, treating the Ironbane vial as an improvised weapon. On a hit, the target takes 2d6 acid damage. And 1d6 acid damage at the start of each of its turns. The creature can end the damage by using this action. Make a DC 10 dexterity check to extinguish the flames. To safely wipe off the acid. I like the DC 10 dexterity check.
That's pretty solid. Pretty like
Yeah.
flat even. There's still a chance that even high level characters can fail it.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'll make it a DC 14 dexterity. Because the acid's like, you're like, you're trying to wipe it off. You're like, you try to just not sting yourself. So that makes sense. That works for me.
Usually my go-to with like flat things like that is usually like a DC 13. Because it takes into account like the proficiency bonus, if nothing else, of a character.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be an uncommon.
Okay. Oh, so this isn't gonna be like a common thing.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, DC 14 is good then.
On a hit at the start of each of its turns for 1 minute. God, I accidentally deleted the. Hold on, I'm gonna see this.
Deleted all of my work. I'm
I
screaming.
I deleted the wrong thing. I'll have to see what the original. There it is. Okay. Control V.
Got a copy in Notion, one in Google Drive in an HTML format, so it's easy to convert. Good shit, Zama. You can do 30 level gameplay in 5e with epic level by 2C Gaming. See, a little bit of the issue with 5th edition is that once you get around level 11 and higher, combat degrades very quickly. Where like a lot of the focus past that point is sort of oriented around big boss battles and RP. Like, you can't really throw little tiny guys at your party anymore because they can go fucking supernova and just obliterate it usually. Like, I had the party fight a bunch of level 10 party members fight a Remoraz matriarch and a bunch of little baby Remorazes, and they fucking bodied them. And I went, uh-oh. High level D&D scary.
All right. This might actually change the pricing. Not by much, honestly. You could probably still say this is like a 500 gold piece vial. Well, and the reason why I say that is because with the inhaled fumes, DC 13 con save, you take 3d6 poison damage. You must repeat the saving throw on the start of each of your turns. On each successful failed save, the character takes 3d6. This one, you specifically have to make an action to try and clear it off, and you still might fail it because it is a DC 13. So, on a hit, and what he said, yep. Oh God, that's insane. I think that's really good. So I'd say it's still 400 to 500. All right, here we go. So, Ironbane Vial is a vial. It's now adventuring gear. It's no longer a poison because trying to make that work was crazy. A vial of rust red liquid filled with the iron fillings with iron fillings and a smell that burns the nose. The concoction is actively harmful to about anything it touches. As an action, you can throw this vial up to 20 feet, shattering it on impact. Make a ranged attack against a creature or object, treating the Ironbane Vial as an improvised weapon. On a hit, the target takes 2d6 acid damage and 1d6 acid damage at the start of each of its turns for 1 minute. A creature can end this damage by using its action to make a DC 13 dexterity check to safely wipe off the acid. If the target creature is wearing non-magical armor, and the acid has not been wiped off after a minute, the acid dissolves away the worn armor. Yeah.
How much are you still saying 450 for this?
I'm thinking 400 to 500.
Given that it can be wiped away with an action, I would almost say
With a successful check.
Oh, with a success. Okay, so it's not just an action to wipe it away.
A creature can end this damage by using its action to make a DC 13 dexterity check. Which means you have to spend the action to make the check. If you don't make DC 13, you don't wipe it away. You don't wipe it away, which means you have to spend another action trying to wipe it away.
Okay. Honestly, and the fact that it eats away mundane.
Yeah. 500, 400 to 500 is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking 500 personally.
Is this something that the player can make?
Yes.
And is this something that's going to be sold?
Like
who's going to sell this?
Could be. You want? Let me actually see. We've got a shop in this. In our shops, no, it cannot be sold. It's not sold. But yes, we do have rules to create it.
Have a good day, fellas.
Enjoy work.
Bye. Have good day at work.
I'll try.
And are you doing the like half the materials required? So if it's 400 gold, it requires 200 gold worth of materials to make type deal?
I've been going back and forth on that personally.
Because if it costs that much, I can see something like an Assassin's Guild or something selling this to a player for an exorbitant amount because it's very deadly, right, in the wrong hands.
So the way we've been doing it is the same way that we handled crafting in the Shadows Breach, where you craft at market price, but every 5 you roll above DC lowers the price by 10%.
And this would be alchemist supplies to make this, I imagine.
Poisoner's kit or alchemist supplies.
Do you have an idea for a DC in mind?
Currently, I have 15, but also I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle DCs. I think DC 15 is good. This feels a little more complicated.
DC 15 is good. And Potentially
kinda
with a
wanna-
character like an artificer or a rogue who can put expertise into their tools.
Exactly.
Uh,
So if you roll a 10, or if you roll a 20, that's 10% off. If you roll a 25, that's 20%. 30 is 30% off. 35 is 40% off. And if you roll a 40, which we have seen, that is 50% off.
Amusas asks a good question. Is gold mundane? Could you destroy somebody's money with this?
Yes, that's absolutely mundane. Anything that is not considered magical. So you can't destroy magical items. You can't destroy magical weapons or any of that.
So let's say they're fighting a regular level 1 fighter. He's got chainmail, a shield, and a longsword. And they hit with this. What is it destroying first if they don't manage to get it off? Is it just the armor or is it all of their mundane equipment?
I'm going to play a WotC and say that's up to the GM.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But if I were running it, I would say that unless the fighter, for some reason, decided not to use their shield, which means they would have had to take an AC penalty, the acid would spray over both shield and armor. So you can do it that way, or you could use it as, if you're a merciful GM, you could say, because the fighter had a shield and held it up to try and block themselves, it's currently the shield that it gets hit.
What if they wipe it away and fail, and now it's on their hands?
And that's where I said, ultimately, it's up to a GM, because you could say, and because you failed, now it's starting to crawl up your chainmail as well, and you're just panicking trying to clean this up. Yeah, so that's where it's ultimately up to that. Up to the GM.
Okay. 500 gold.
Yeah, 500 gold.
500
That's
gold.
what I'm thinking too.
The idea that they could fail, and like how I would run that would absolutely be, you fail, now it's spreading to the rest of your equipment. It's
Yeah,
not only
you're
is it
like,
eating your
"Fuck!"
armor, it's eating your
Yep.
axe, and it's eating your shield, and that shit's just getting eroded.
And what's cool about that is you can have someone do the help action, try and get that off of you. So that would mean your dexterity check would be at advantage. Because I absolutely would imagine like someone like, oh shit, god damn it, like they're actually trying to help you. You're trying to get this shit off of you. Like, yeah, that's a great moment.
Isn't the help action you're setting a +5?
So there are multiple. We do have alternative rules for help actions, which is a simple +2, a +5 if you are both proficient, and a +10 if you both have expertise. But that doesn't mean, as a GM, you could decide. You could also decide, because of the way you're helping, this grants advantage. Because I think the big issue 5e folks have is they like the advantage and disadvantage, but they don't like how frequently it gets used in games. So a lot of the times when it comes to a help action, which I feel is a common thing that people point at, they go, advantage is too strong for the help action. It just feels too powerful to say, I help you, now you have advantage on this. There's so many factors that goes into it, but because 5e is accessible, that makes sense than adding numbers to things. That's why in Project Second Tail, which is sort of our like 5e addendum, I don't know what the word is. We include optional help action rules, which includes the, hey, do both of you just don't know what the fuck you're doing? +2. Are you both proficient in it? +5. Do you both have expertise? +10. And that way you can also craft things. If you got 2 experts working on something, then yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So that's the way I've been running. I do like numbers, and I usually add them for you. But 5e is this thing. Does using water give a bonus action to remove poison? Does water normally remove? See, now we're getting to a science question. Does water normally wash off acid? Because there's certain things you can't use water on because it exasperates it.
I was about to say, I'm fairly certain that there are a number of chemicals that react very poorly when water is introduced.
Exactly. Always add acid to water, not water to acid. All right. But the bottom line is, leave it up to your GM and their experts. that's a GM issue now. So we're gonna say the rust bucket bass is going to be the material for this, not its scales. And there's a reason for this, because I don't want to. Yeah. So the bass itself will make the iron bane vile, but also. Let me look at the fish table. This, by the way, is for our wetlands environment.
Swamps?
Yeah. Which is for anglers levels 5 to 10, which is why we're introducing such terrifying things such as this acid. We've got some pretty cool quests that I'm very excited about. The rust bucket bass is a 14 to 15, so I have to figure out its value. And then also figure out what other kind of material. Oh, so I was thinking about this for crafting. Instead of assigning hours to shit, because no one likes that. And also I feels like it turns people off to crafting in D&D. Does that make sense? From a time standpoint, when you look at, oh, I don't know, I'm just gonna make up an example. Let's say there's a guide out there that says it takes 1 work week to make a greater potion of healing.
That's 8 hours a day.
Let's just go ahead and say that there is something out there. Now, I know it sounds ridiculous, right? Of course it sounds ridiculous. But let's just say someone out there is saying, hey, do you want to make a potion of healing? That'll be a week of your time. I would think that would turn people off crafting. If you told someone they had to spend a week to make a potion. So, instead of going in times of hours, work weeks, work months, however the fuck you want to do it, instead of doing all that and just making people go, no thank you. What if every item that you craft has a certain number of short rests and long rests you have to complete before you make the check?
So every long rest, you perform a check type deal?
No. It's one check. Only one check. But okay, so let's look at crafting an item. Let's see how D&D does it when it comes to crafting an item. This is there. A character who has the time, the money, and the needs to the tools can use downtime to craft armor, weapons, clothing, or other kind. Now they mention a work week, but also, is there a check involved? And the answer is no, actually. There is no DC for crafting. So, there are 2 ways we can go about this. Spend the time, craft the item, don't make a check. Because also a lot of people... So, here's what I'm thinking for crafting system version 9 at this point, because I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. The idea is that if you're spending your downtime crafting, you can take a 10. Which means that if you're satisfied with the result of after everything's said and done and added, and if you were to take a 10 on that, you can just go, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. But there are some people that want the gamba.
Always.
And they're going to want to roll the dice. So after everything is said and done with the project, you make a check. If you say, I'm going to take the 10, then that's the result of the check. If you say, I'm going to try some wacky shit, Understand. I understand. Go ahead and roll the d20. If you roll higher than a 10, then hey, that's great. More number, very good. If you roll underneath a 10, well, that's unfortunate. Your wacky shit didn't pay off. So, but the idea is every item would have a number of short rests / long rests you need to complete that you're saying during this downtime, I am working on X. So, for example, we can say with a longsword, after about 2 short rests, you create the longsword. After, for a magical longsword, you could say after completing a short rest and a long rest, you would complete the +1 longsword. This, in my mind, associates the crafting of items as downtime activities to something that you're already doing on the daily. So, in other words, you're not taking time away from people who want to do other shit. You are legitimately making this a downtime activity. And that's kind of an idea that I'm thinking about as far as presenting how long it takes to make an item. Because as of right now, I don't think anyone likes how long it takes to make an item personally.
The way it usually goes, at least what I've seen explained in the book, is it's 10 weeks minus those weeks by your intelligence modifier. So if it's like to learn a language or to learn a whatever, it takes 10 weeks of downtime minus your intelligence modifier. So if you're a big dum-dum and only have a 12 intelligence, it's 9 weeks, 8 hours a day to learn one language. That's what's provided in Xanathar's. I think that could be improved.
Which is why I just want to make like a MMORPG crafting system where you just craft the item. You just go, I'd like a sword now. Makes check. Now I have a sword.
Now I have a sword. It's done, I say.
It's done. Because every time people try to associate how much time passes to crafting, it's gross. Every fucking time.
Yes.
Jesus.
Smile.
God damn it.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It is. Determine how many work weeks it takes to create an item. Divide it by its gold piece cost by 50. Huh? If something costs 50 gold, that would tell me it takes 1 work week. And then it doesn't. A character can complete multiple items in work weeks if the item's combined cost is 50 gold pieces or lower. Items that cost more than 50 gold can be completed over longer periods of time, as long as the work in progress is stored in a safe location. Multiple characters combine their efforts to buy the time needed by the created item. Very sad. Very, very, very sad. Just, I wish shit weren't so fucking complicated. You know? God damn.
Catch you around, Varys. Thanks for hanging out, brother. Good morning, Scruffing. Clatterfish puts 2 iron bars and stick on table. Now I have a sword. I mean, there is something to be said where it should be like that. Like, I get the whole idea of like, yeah, but there's this like realism that's added. It should take you 92 weeks to make a full set of plate armor. But at the same time, it's like, nobody's going to fucking make plate armor in your game.
Yep.
No person's going to look at that thing and be like, yep, I'm going to do that, DM. I'm going to make an alternative character to play with my party while my main character is sat at a forge 8 hours a day making a fucking sword. Like,
Or, oh my god. I guess another system you can do is put things in a. Or you can just limit it to 1. The rule of one. It either takes 1 minute, 1 day, 1 hour, 1 week, 1 month, or 1 year if you just hate your players.
That's them building a house type shit. Like,
yeah. So the rule of one, I feel would go well because it's like, okay, I'd like to make this. How long do you think it should be? I'd like to make a longsword. Me, I think making a longsword would take 1 day. 1 day of downtime. Go, okay, today, spending the day working on a longsword. Next day, I have the longsword. What about a magical longsword? I would still say it's a day. 1 day. Boom, boom. What about a piece of armor? Okay, armor's a little more complicated. You could say 1 day if you'd like for like some of the more mundane items, but if you're getting to like heavy armor, you know what I'm talking about? Like heavier armor.
Mhm.
Now we're thinking like 1 week. Magical, same fucking shit. Just take the week to build the thing. I want to make a legendary item. Okay. I'm a kind DM, so I'm gonna say that's a 1 month project to make a legendary item. I think that's fair to say I'm gonna build this super cool legendary item. I need to spend the month doing that. You know, that's kind of where I'm at to try and simplify crafting. You know, but let's say I want to make a potion of healing. 1 minute. I don't think it needs to be any longer than that for a potion of healing. Greater potion of healing, 1 minute. You know, superior potion of healing. I would still say 1 minute, but you could start arguing 1 hour at that point for superior healing or supreme healing.
I was gonna say anything bigger than a grater would be like an hour. Because there's like very finite, not finite, but a very like specific process you have to go through of like making sure that the water's heated and all the herbs are properly crushed and all that shit.
Yeah, 1 minute. That's what I'm saying. Like, you get to a point where you're like, yeah, that's 1 minute. And then more powerful potions, we're talking like rare to very rare, you can say, that'll take an hour. Because now you're making something a little more, you know? You can literally say common, uncommon, 1 minute. Rare, very rare, 1 hour. Legendary potion, I would say a day to get everything right, you know? Just kind of scale from there of how you want to do it.
I would almost see, a part of me is like, you could set it as like a specific time, and then if they get other things, like if they're in like an alchemist's like actual like shop, then the time requirement gets like cut in half type deal. Like, oh, you can make it out there in the world, like you're proficient enough to sort of set up your own things. But if you go to like a legitimate like armor smith where they have all of the equipment, all of the supplies, you don't need or want for anything, then your requirement to make that shit goes down by a huge amount.
Or, and a huge amount honestly would be like, okay, now I'm at an alchemist lab. What would normally take me an hour now only takes a minute because I'm here at this lab doing that. So that's what I'm thinking with the rule of one. It keeps things simplified. It makes it so that during that time, and also, oh god, I just got tingles with this thought. If I'm saying it takes this amount, oh my god, what? This is so great. Sorry. See, this might actually suck, but I'm very excited about this prospect.
Let's hear it.
You don't have to dedicate your entire time to that. So if a project takes a month, you don't have to tell your players, okay, now sit here for a month and do nothing.
Do it now.
You keep adventuring as normal. And at the end of that period, make the check. You're saying during my downtime for the month, I'm going to be working on this. And you go, okay. And then you just keep playing the fucking game. You don't have to set time aside. Fuck that shit. People hate it. People are tired of it. People don't want to do it. They go, I want this to be my project. while I adventure. Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking
Now,
an hour
there
out
it
of
is.
this day, 2 hours out of this day. Oh, we have a whole day for downtime? Dope. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Whole day of
If you,
downtime.
well, that's what I'm saying. You don't even need to calculate that shit. That's all going to be just to say during your downtime you're working on this shit. All you're saying is you decide like I want to work on this rare piece of armor, and you go, okay, it's a +2 full plate. Let's just say it's +2 full plate. DM goes, that's going to take you a month. That's going to take you a month. But not a month of just sitting there and doing that constantly. Just a month later, come back to me. Continue adventuring, continue playing the game as normal. And then after a month passes in the world, you go, hey, remember that full plate we were working on? Let's go and see how you did. Now make the check. You're not assigning time over it. It's just assumed between all the short rests and long rests and downtime that you have taken, you in some way, shape, or form have been working on this project. So that way you don't have to be like, DM, it gets to, once you assign an hour to shit, like an hour period of time, it gets too micromanaging and it gets so hard, not hard, but there's nothing, no one's having fun. No one's being like, okay, so like today I'm going to spend like 4 hours. Tomorrow I'm going to spend 2 hours. And then what's that, DM? How many hours do I need? You need 30 hours. Okay, so like,
Okay.
oh, fuck. Maybe today we just spend it. Like, no one likes
Guys,
it.
can we
No one,
do we downtime today, please? I beg you.
yeah, no one likes it. So instead of all that shit, you just go, hey, a month, are you working on a project? A month later in this world, we'll do the check. Because we are just going to say from a story standpoint, during all the times you've been spending with downtime, just any free moment you have between all the other things you're doing, you're working on this. And you're able to assign a project. Like, you can work on one project at a time and just continue working on the shit, you know? And then that's it. That's all you need. Like, after a certain period of time, you can do that. Now, a lot of people really want to get to the micromanage that aspect of it. Like, well, okay, but what if my intelligence, I can like lower that down to like 25 days? You can do that if you want. I don't think you need to, personally, because now, as I've mentioned before, you've taken the micromanage out of the equation. You just go, hey, you have a project slot. These are the things. These are how long things take. But you don't have to say, okay, I'm dedicating my time. It's just assumed. It's just assumed that after we're this sucks. We're playing mobile game cooldown rolls. Okay, we're playing, but it works because you actually get to play the game now. You know, you get to actually be like, yeah, we're adventuring, yeah, we're shopping, we're doing, and during that entire time, in the background, it is assumed that your character is working on their item, a piece of item that they want to make. It's assumed that that's being done. So, I don't know if that was as exciting as it was. I think it's a pretty cool revelation, personally.
That is pretty neat. There is Amos who's like, what if you're in a swamp for a month? Can you still do your project? Like,
I think it depends on what you're building, right? Like with Smith's tools and things like that, it's assumed that these are things that you are trying to create and forge, because you got to take long rests, right? You're going to take short rests. You're going to take long rests. It isn't assumed that you're building, you know, these are the items that are like, some items you just need to be in a town for. That's just the bottom line. You need a proper smithy. You need a proper forge. You need all that, right? Like some things you can't be like, I'm building a house, and then just be like, all right, go on an adventure, and then like
end of the month I built the house. It's like, what?
and the house and then a house appears. Like, obviously you get to use it, but if you're like, hey, I'm working on a sword, hey, I want to work on a piece of armor, hey, I want to work on this magic item. These are just projects that you're just tinkering with the tools that you already have and proficient with. That you're just, okay, let me do a little bit of this. Let me work on a little bit of this. You know, it's assumed that you're just, hey, first of all, you have to have the tools to do it. You can't just be like, all right, here I go and work. And then if you lose you're working on a weapon and you lose your smith's tools, then obviously the sword's still not going to appear. You're still going to factor that in. But I do feel like from a 5th edition standpoint, 5th edition is all about accessibility. We do have to simplify how certain things are done. And in my opinion, every time we try to micromanage crafting, it's just so bothersome because you're like, okay, I need you to dedicate 30 hours. And you going, okay, so I'll dedicate like 4 hours a day. You know, it's like there's other stories to tell. You know, there's other stories to tell. That's my mindset. My mindset is simplify over complexity. But that's could be a crafting variant where it's like assign one to it. Will take a minute, an hour, a day, a week, a month. Like, which one will it take? Like, and then just kind of like allot it in that time, you know? And you can even just be like, if you want to reward like the player who's like, I don't want to do anything else but focus on this thing. This thing needs to get done. You can just have the time at that point. You go, okay.
I like that.
This project's going to be a week. Well, now it's only going to take 3 days because you're buckling down. You're going, God damn it, shit done. Give me the shit. You know, you're like, all right, fine, sit there and do it. Please. You're like, okay, you're in town. You got all the resources, and that's the thing is, you can just keep. If you want, if to answer the question, but what if I have a high end score? What if I've got a smithy? What if I got blah blah blah? You can just keep having. Going, okay, I'm gonna take. Okay, you've been traveling. This project was supposed to take a week. You know, a week on the road. But we just got into this town. It's like day 1, day 2, whatever. We just got in this town. So, and there's a smithy I know. And I don't want to do anything until I finish this project. So I'm just going to buckle down. We're going to do that. Okay. All right. So the project that was a week, right? We've got 2 favorable conditions. A, you're spending all your time doing this. We have the time down to 3 days. Oh, you're in a town with a smithy where you've actually got all the professional tools. Have it again. Now we're at 1. Which means your week project has turned into a day project because you're buckling down to the smithy, getting the shit done. Okay. After a day of doing so, you finish everything you need to run with the project. Congratulations. Let's go and make the check. So there's ways you could do this. There's ways you can reward your players for being like, no, I do want to focus on this project. You know? You to do that and still feel like, I don't know, what do you think?
I feel so there's a part of me that I sort of enjoy the more noodly aspect of things. My players know that I enjoy getting very crunchy. I feel like with a system like that, I feel like you could keep it as like a base, and then it sort of allows you to add more benefits where like, yeah, you could take a whole month while you guys are doing your adventure and stuff like that and going off and fighting whatever horrors of the world. However, if you sat down in a town and actually took the time to focus all of your energy into this, you would get it done sooner. It would be cheaper and like all of this other shit.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that could be a lot of fun to build off of.
And what's cool with that is in this version of like the simplified crafting system, if you go, okay, it's a month to build this, you go, okay, I'm in a town, I'm gonna use, this is our base of operations, we're gonna use the smithy. You're like, okay, that's a favorable condition. That's gonna be 2 weeks now. It'll take 2 weeks. You're like, I'm not going out until I finish this. All right, we cut that in half again. Now it's 1 week. You've turned a 1 month project into a 1 week project because you have 2 favorable conditions.
That almost feels like Final Fantasy XIV crafting.
Oh,
I sort of like that.
What do you mean? With the
like having more favorable like conditions grants you bigger bonuses and shit like that.
Yes,
I like that a
absolutely.
lot.
And that's what I'm thinking. Is just like every time there's a fair, so you simplify the crafting system, but you reward the crafter. Which means if someone wants to make items, but they're like, oh, I don't want to spend all this time doing it. You're like, okay, it's in the background, and then once we get to this date, you get to craft the item. Then you've got the crafter who is like, I want to build this, but I also want to just, guys, like, I know in a month I can get this done. But if we just stay here in this town right now and I use the smithy, just give me a week, please. Just get, how long will it take, DM? How long will it take? It's like, well, you got the smithy, and you are spending all your time doing it. Now it's a week. And like, here's the cool thing, like, no matter how you shake it, like, if a project takes a month, you can lower it down to a week. If a project takes a week, you can lower it down to a day. Project takes a day, you can lower it down to like, I don't know, like 6 hours, I suppose. But yeah, you just kind of like continue to just keep dividing in half. That's all you do. And yeah, you can, like I said, assign a number value to everything, and then just really get into the meat and potatoes of that if that's what you want to do. But I'm thinking 5e, so I'm thinking of like what is accessible to 5e, but also what you can still get a little rewarding of that. You know what I mean? Where it's like blah, blah, blah. And I do think and I like the idea that crafting by default takes a 10. Because you aren't crafting in the middle of a fucking fight or a hurricane. You know what I mean? You're just like, okay, here we go. You know, so by default, it's 10. But yeah,
I think that's neat.
I think it's a straightforward way to go about it. And then you can include feats like Quick Crafter, where you immediately start with a favorite condition.
But now you're really getting the 14. 14 has like a little parchment that you can use before you start crafting that guarantees you're gonna get like favorable or like amazing conditions.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
You can have feats that do that. You can include feats that just like give you bonuses to your craft check, give you bonus, which with by a 10 is already really good. You can have feats that are like a crafter, where hey, you start with a favorite condition, and that's where it is. It follows the 5e rule set of keep it simple. So you go a lot to one of these times, 1 week, 2 week, or not, 1 minute, 1 day, 1 hour. Or sorry, god damn it, 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. And then over here it was like 1 year, but that's like I'm building a fucking submarine, like like some crazy shit like that. That's you leave that off to the side. That's for like the big project. I'm building a capsule. I'm building that. I could say you could build a house in a month, personally, like a simple little little house. Absolutely. And then yeah, you can have it where like if someone's helping you out, that's a favorable condition. And then you have favorable conditions, which just cuts it in half. So if something takes a month, now it takes 2 weeks. It something 2 week, 1 week, 1 week, 3 day, 3 day, 1 day, and you follow the same rules of D&D, where you just keep cutting in half, keep cutting in half. Don't have to do like, well, it's a week, which means technically it's like 3 days and 12 hours. Yeah, fuck that shit. Just round down to the nearest thing. If we're doing days, just round down to the nearest thing. 3 day, 1 week becomes 3 day, 3 day becomes 1 day. 1 day becomes 12 hours. 12 hours becomes 6 becomes 3. At that point, like, I don't know how many favorable conditions you're getting where you're like, yeah, this month project could take me an hour now. Here I go. And then the house appears. So.
That's you successfully used concordance with the god of crafting. You somehow bribed the blacksmith and the blacksmith team to help you. You've dumped a ton of money into this. Like,
I would say a favorable condition would be someone who is proficient in the tool that is crafting that item. As a favorable condition to me. So if you're building an armor, kind of like we did in Into the Shadows Breach, you're like, I'm gonna build this thing. And you got Lobos who's like, hey, I got tool proficiency. He's like, oh shit, we can get this done in half the time now. Quite literally, half the time. Kind of like that. I like that. It's nice and simple and rewarding.
I like that.
I hate assigning hours to shit. Oh my god. Oh, this thing takes 30 hours to make. Well, how did you get that? Well,
I don't know.
It's shit sucks. Yeah, I gotta hit these hours up. But normal D&D has 50. I'm trying to figure out I like our bonus success. I also kind of want to keep crafting DCs to divisions of 10. So 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And the reason why I want to do that is because expertise is it. So, like, the most common bullshit item would probably have a DC 5, while the most legendary, rare fucking thing you can think of would have a DC 30. And I think by keeping things in divisibles of 5, with our bonus success and bonus failure system, we can easily increase and decrease price.
I like that.
We can also, if you really want to be favorable with your players, we'll include some optional rules. If you want to be favorable for your players, you can say if you get 10 above the DC, it's now half the price. Because you are, by all purposes, a masterful crafter. If you can get a DC 50, you can guarantee and get a DC 25, you only spend half the materials crafting the item. If you get -10, you fuck up so badly that you waste half the materials. What
My
the fuck
stuff!
are you? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Actually, I would probably reverse it. I would say 10 above, use half the materials, only half the materials. 5 below, you waste half the material. 10 below, you just completely torch all of your materials. What are you doing? You know, which is why.
My God.
Yeah, well, that's why you can take a 10, because you go, okay, the best I can do is 10 above the DC, which means I'm guaranteed to make this at half the cost. It gives nice little options for people, but it also punishes those that think they can. Because let's say we're doing Ironbane, for example. That's a crafting DC 15 because we're getting uncommon. We're getting to those the end of the uncommon where we're starting to get to that side. Now we're looking at DC 15s.
You're looking at like major wondrous items.
Yeah, we're getting there. You know, you're at the end of uncommon. You're getting there. It's a DC 50. After you add all your numbers together and then get a 10, you go, holy shit. With my alchemist supplies, I've got intelligence +4. I've got +3 with my proficiency bonus. That's a 17. I'm good. I know that if I make an Ironbane vial and I just use the base prices of 500 gold pieces, I will make this. But also, really want to get to 25 so that I spend half the material. Because I'm a cheap fuck. So you go, okay. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll for this.
I'm gonna take the risk.
I'm gonna take the risk, which means you have to roll at 18. Maybe you don't want to take the risk, but you roll. And if you roll you're like, okay, I did good, but you roll like a 2, uh-oh.
Fuck.
Well, yep, you're fucked. You can start wasting materials. But I think that's a good way to just keep it.
I think it's simplistic enough that you can throw that at a DM and they can be like, I want to change some stuff.
Oh, absolutely, and I encourage that. Here's it is the WotC approach, but it's the WotC approach that you at least have a baseline to work with.
It's
what I mean?
much better than the WotC approach. At least this would give you something to work off of and
You have
not
a baseline. Yeah.
massive fucking variables between them where it's like, oh yeah, it could be 500 gold or 50,000 gold. And it's like, what the fuck did you just say?
I do think
50,000 gold.
50,000. I do think 5th edition needs that base set and then present some ideas. In the sense, like, do you like a slider? You want a crunchier? Okay, because we can get crunchy. We can get very fucking crunchy. We can literally get it where like every number, if you want to here, okay, you want a crunchy? Let's get crunchy. Everything has
Hold on. Bear back. Hold on.
Yeah. Are the Pinkertons at the door? Guys, I think the Pinkertons are at the door. I think they heard us. Oh, no. Oh, no. How you doing, chat? Doing good?
right, sorry about that. I'm back.
No, it's all good. Talking to the Lord.
French fries for breakfast is acceptable? Yes.
Absolutely. It's potato. You ever go to McDonald's and get yourself one of those like hash brown patties? There's a bunch of French fries just mixed up into one patty. Think about it.
That's right. All right, crunchiness.
Oh, yeah, that's easy enough. You would just say, every day is 8 hours, right? And then yeah, just whatever the days is, just multiply it by 8. That's how many hours it is. So if it takes a month, I don't know, 240 hours. It would still be better than not 240 hours. I'm sorry, 30, 8. Yeah, 240 hours. God, I was right. God. Sometimes my brain works faster than I do. When I'm like, wait, is that right? What the fuck? Okay, thanks, brain. Here, I don't know, 240 hours. And the reason why that works is because it's still better. It's still better than what D&D is offering as a system, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you're like, okay, it's a month and you want crunchiness, fine. 240 hours. Tell me how many hours you dedicate per day. You know? Short rest, you could dedicate up to 1 hour. Long rest, you could dedicate 2 hours. If you would dedicate more, you fucking do it. You know, whatever. If you really want to do crunch, and then the favorable conditions would still divide those in half. And if you really want to get crunchy, every one you succeed by above the DC lowers the cost by 5%, a maximum of 50% at 10 above DC. While every one you fail by wastes 10% of the material cost, up to 50% at 5 minus.
Hmm.
If you really want to get crunchy, that's the crunch I got.
I love crunch.
Oh, you love crunch. That's the thing. Is like, this is what I preach every time. Every table operates differently. Some folks like crunch. I'm okay with crunch myself too. However, some people don't like crunch, and that's okay too. So we want to make sure that we are providing those options to players, so that we aren't saying, "Hey, you don't like crunch? Well, I'm not making shit for you." We go, hey,
You suffer.
yeah, you deal with it. But hey, here you go. Displace hands. Well, here you go. You know, these are the options that you can. But personally, I think I do want to introduce the one for common projects, the 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week process.
That's very dope.
Because it's super simple. It's something you can do in the background. And if you want to focus on a project, you simply have the time. And yet, just keep it simple. It's easy. And then you can put in your head. Go, hey, you want to work on a heavy piece of armor? I'm gonna say that's a week. I don't think you can get that done in a day. I'm gonna say it's gonna take you a week to get that full plate. And when you come to magic stuff, when it comes to like uncommon stuff, I don't think I would change anything. I think with a rare and beyond, I probably would increase by 1 degree. So now the weapon that took a day now takes a week. If you're making a rare weapon, if you're making a rare armor, that now takes a month because of everything. Well, I'm sorry. It's if you're making rare heavy armor, that would take a month because there's a lot of intricacies to it. But if you said, "Fuck that, I want to dedicate all my ships," okay, 2 weeks now. Do it at town, 1 week. And you just find ways to lower that you can to make it simplified, so you're not stopping the game and going, "Okay, hold on. Get my science calculator out. Let's see what it's circumference of the sun. Okay, I think it's gonna take you 17 days." That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm vibing with right now.
You're pretty dope.
Yeah.
I like it because it lets me get real noodly with it.
Yes, and that's it. That's I think systems that open up the door to get noodly is important, because if you want to get super noodly with it, fucking can. You could make certain favorable conditions be a flat subtraction, other than just dividing in half if you want. You could say, hey, you work in the forge. This takes 8 hours away from you, or some shit like that. You know, every apprentice at the forge reduces the project 4 hours.
Every guy is there helping you right now.
Yeah, takes 4 hours away from the actual project. Like, so there's so many ways you can go about it. But I like it because I think it's accessible enough. Keep it simple with D&D, and also you're informing the player, hey, you can make something in the back and continue your adventure. You're never going to hear me say, sorry, you didn't dedicate the time to it, but I guess you're not. It's assumed that during your downtime, and you can even say, like, pull out my sword, and I continue working on it during our short rest, get a whole project on. Let the player embellish and tell a story of how they're working. And by giving it you can just take a 10 on your craft checks, you transform that into a, should I roll, should I not roll? Because the one thing that I don't want to discourage players from crafting, right, is if they go, okay, I'm very excited to craft. And I go, okay, roll. And they roll a 2 after spending a month on a project. I go, sorry, I guess you don't succeed. And they go, this is bullshit, and I don't want to do this ever again.
You get nothing. Good day,
You get-
sir.
Yeah, gotta try again. And you're like, oh my god, I just spent a month doing this. How long will it take? Another month. And you're just like, oh god. But by saying you're taking a 10, you can go, I don't wanna fuck with it. I just want the item. Like, done. There it is. 10 above DC, make it for half the price. Congratulations, you're really good at this. You know? Falls that 50-50. All right. I have to go because I have to review these contracts now. So I don't. Just for my artists where it sucks, like, getting to a point, not to like humble brag, but it does kind of suck when you're like, okay, I got a lot of money coming in now.
How much do I have to pay you guys?
I guess I need to. Not even that. It's just so much. Not the payment. It's just like now I gotta keep my ass covered. You know what I mean? Like,
Do I do the WotC thing and give you half a penny for every 10,000 words you write?
oh,
or
it's definitely not about the rates, because like IO Publishing's goal is that we want to be like the next MCDM. You know, we want to create. We want to be like the leader of pay to our artists and our writers. We want to pay the big bucks to people that let us make the big bucks. You know, we want to attract the best talent because we want to pay the best money, and we want to treat them the best way. We don't want people to, we don't want to do like big huge crunch dates or shit like that. You know, we want to find the right people for the job, without sacrificing integrity and all that shit. But unfortunately, because there's a lot of money going around now, I have to protect my ass, which means I have to get contracts signed for everyone. But I also want to make sure that our artists are being treated well, and they're getting everything they need. So it's just figuring all that shit out, you know? You know what I'm saying?
no? I have no
Okay.
experience with that, so that's all you, brother.
But it makes sense, you know, where you're just like, yeah, I don't want to be a dick to the people I pay, you know?
I want to be a decent boss. Please like me.
Yeah, kind of, a little bit, you know? Some people don't care. I'm not saying like I just like, please like me. I'm just like, hey, I don't want to fuck you over, you know, like, because
I would like you to be able to support yourself.
yes, because this world definitely, especially in like the artist community, there's a lot of minds you gotta navigate through. All right, ma'am. Well, have a good stream, and I'll
Oh, yeah,
see
man.
you around.
Thanks for
later.
hanging out.
Hey, this was a good time, and I'm gonna give you a 5 out of 5.
Wow.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks. Hey, Crown, the Weapon Master system, Heavy Blades, has a bastard sword. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll go and adjust that later on. Thank you for pointing that out. I want to give them I want to give every orc clan a stance based around level 5. I want to give them I want it to be very aura and stance oriented. So. That's stance, S-T-A-N-C-E. War Song. The swing of your clan's weapons strikes fear into the heart of your foes. When you reach level 5, you gain access to a unique stance. Using your bonus action, assume this powerful stance and unleash the fury within during an encounter. When you make an attack roll against a creature and deal damage, force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw versus your intimidation check. If they fail, you deal additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. You can benefit from this once a turn. What do we think? Everybody in the car to drive home. Be back soon. You got it. Turn or round? Turn. Once a turn. Well, I guess round. It's the same thing, really. It's really the same terminology. Morning, Sizzle. You scare them into leaving an opening? That's the idea. So like you swing your weapon, and the war songs will have a very particular sort of weapon that when they swing it, it howls. And when you swing that weapon, you strike fear into your opponent, and it sort of causes them to flinch, which opens them up. You're using a VTT, so it should be fine. But if you ever plan to play using it face to face, that's a lot of extra dice rolls per turn. I mean, players like rolling dice. That's why they buy the click clacks. I love rolling dice. I think how it should be is let's see. Copy this real quick. In your weapons. Reach level 5. Using your bonus action. Zoom a Get access to this thing. Using your bonus action. Ow. You can assume this stance. Number. It becomes more redundant at higher levels because bonus actions uses more useful applications later on. They must move. The frightened condition's pretty big. For you, Toby, absolutely. The swing of your clan's weapon strikes fear into the heart of your foes. When you reach level 5, you gain access to a unique stance. Using your bonus action, begin swinging your weapon through the air to cause it to howl. This stance lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. You must finish a short rest to use it again. When you activate the stance, you gain the following benefit. Which is make a creature make a wisdom save versus your intimidation. If they fail, you do additional damage. What does Shaken do? Charisma save. Oh, it's my suit in most things. Gotcha. I don't know about charisma saves. The more I think about charisma saves, the more I think about like versus like becoming allies and stuff. So the way that the stance works originally, which is Frothing Madness, it is a Blood Fury Savage utility 12 ability. It's a daily stance that's activated as a minor action. And until the stance ends, you gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls and a +5 bonus to saving throw. I was asked if I wanted to do fantasy RP. Me, having not interacted with fantasy as a genre in decades, or ever really having interest in it, obviously said yes, give it to me. They didn't have the setting, they didn't even have a setting for it. So anyway, I'm creating a whole world combat system and magic system for myself. All because I can. Hell yeah, Zencorp. That's how you do it. If you got shaken twice, it would bump up to frightened status, and then again to panicked. Interesting. So I want all of them. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking, guys. I want them to get a... I want them to get passive or skill. I then want them to get a bloodied ability. And then I want them to get a stance. Stance level 5. This is what I want the orcs to get. So the orcs to get all of this. You get primal tuition, blah, 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 blah. And then these individual clans get a unique passive or skill. They get a unique bloodied ability, and then they get a unique stance. This is what I'm wanting for the orcs. One of the bloodied abilities should be move a small distance and attack once. We could do something like that. Well, the way you would do it, Vinipac, is you would have one clan that's oriented around martial. You'd have one clan that's oriented around magic, and then a sort of like catch-all clan. So like if you want to be an orc, but you want to be a magic orc, you pick being from like that magic clan. If you want to be a warrior orc, you pick being from the warrior clan. Absolutely, Egatine. Great. Spellcaster focus. This weapon, you can use your spellcasting modifier to the weapon's 2 hit rolls. You can use a diesel charge to upcast a spell slot level by 1, but you must make a con saving throw. Fail, you take 1d12. Jesus, a DC 15 flat out? God damn, brother. I think even like spell points has a much nicer DC for upcasting. Are the dragons with fins on their head? What's up, Sir Poi? Welcome back, Legion. I figured out how I want the sort of orcs to go for their individual clans is I want them to get a passive or a skill. I want them to get a bloodied ability, which is something they can activate when they're bloodied or when somebody else is bloodied. And then a stance at level 5. So Warrior Surge is a great example of one of those bloodied abilities. When you become bloodied for the first time in an encounter, you gain access to a special attack that replaces one of your basic attacks. When you hit with this attack, you deal extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. As well, you restore a number of hit points equal to your hit dice plus your constitution modifier. So this is the idea of like a bloodied ability. Great question, Vinipack. Give me 1 second. I can check that for you. Ah, Robert Hartley, hello. Howdy, just popping in to say thanks again for the raid the other day. Hope you're having a good stream. Thank you very much. I'm having a great stream thus far. I woke up far too early, and now we're working on our orcs for my setting. Hopefully you're having a good day. Are the orc. Looks like it's an encounter ability. So once an encounter, by the looks of it. What sort of changes are you making to orcs? So what I am doing is I have taken the orcs and I've sort of given them my own flair and twist. So one thing I am doing is I am giving them variant orcs that are broken up by clans. And if you pick a specific clan, you get access to an additional passive or a skill, a bloodied ability, using the bloodied condition being half hit points or lower, and then a stance ability at level 5, which is something that they can activate and keep active and get bonuses for it. How about a strike that invigorates nearby allies? Boost to hit or something? Like counting coup? Or counting coup? We could do something like that. We could make it a, there was one that I was looking at, which was if an ally is bloodied within your aura, I think that would be pretty cool. What else do orcs get from 4th edition? I can see something that gives your allies a bonus on saves and death checks. Oh, that could be pretty neat. Oh, what if it's like beseeching the ancestors? Because they have a big focus on like their ancestors and a lot of like their oral history and stuff. What if it's an ability that they can activate when they're bloodied to give a bonus to their allies? Or maybe it's part of their stance. We could either make it when they're bloodied or as part of their stance ability. Like while you assume this stance, your allies within a certain radius get a bonus to their death saves, things like that. Bonus to saving throws, death saves, and like attack bonuses or something. That could be pretty neat. Maybe even a reverse of Counting Coup, and when the orc takes a hit, a chance to almost shrug it off. Well, that could be fun. Yeah, let me try writing it down. Let me see how it feels. When you become bloodied during an encounter, you begin to rally the spirits of your allies and inspire them to great deeds. So long as you're bloodied, your allies gain a bonus to any saving throw, death save, or attack roll they make while you're around them. This bonus equals half of your proficiency bonus rounded down. So that is potentially, at higher levels, a +3 as long as you are bloodied to any saving throw, death save, or attack roll that they make while you're in their presence. So long as you are below half hit points. We could make it like a radius. We could make it 30 feet. That could work. Okay. You're with 30. You become bloody during an encounter, you begin to rally the spirits of your allies and inspire them to great deeds. So long as you're bloodied, your allies gain a bonus to any saving throw, death save, and attack roll they make while within 30 feet. This looks fun. It might inspire me to finally take a look at playable races myself soon. Thank you, Robert. That's very kind of you. Hopefully you have a great day, and thanks for stopping by. Encourages aggressive play? Yeah. I like that. And we'll make that their bloodied ability. What's it? What were you saying for the name? Song of his scars? Song of my scars? Scars. 30 feet seems like a lot? Maybe throw a downside in as well, that if the orc dies, maybe a will save or something to those that were under the effect. Ooh, that could be fun. What about 15 feet? I guess 15 feet would work. Yeah, we can make it 15 feet. Just Song of the Scars would work if you want to be. Oh yeah, Song of the Scar. I think. Oh. Song of the Scars. You die. Drop to 0 hit point. Allies who were benefiting from this. Oh, that seems a little too aggressive. I think I'll save that for like RP flavor. Hey, Blood. I was hallucinating. Nope, I woke up very early. It being you bloodied and micromanaging, that could be really fun. Like staying around that threshold. I think so. Yeah, not incentivized, but they gain a benefit for doing so. Yeah. I like stuff like that. I like stuff where it's like, hey, you shouldn't, like, being below half hit points shouldn't stress you out. You should gain something. Like, being half hit points should sort of, like, open up more possibilities for you. Crowd, are you feeling okay? It's daylight out.
Hey, question.
What's up, Gaber?
If you don't mind me stepping in. I don't know. I feel like someone here joined the Kickstarter, and if you did, thank you so much, because we're now at 99,000.
There were some folks that were very interested when you were talking about it.
Yeah. So if it's you guys, thank you so much. We are less than $1,000 away from $100,000.
Massive. Actually huge.
All right, I answered me. If you don't mind me hanging out with you while we're working on shit.
No, I'm working on the orcs. I figured out what I want, sort of their the variants to follow pattern wise, and getting everybody's opinions on some of their abilities, and sort of playing around them, either being at lower hit points or being bloodied. Something that might work with this bloodied stuff, there's a 3.5 spell called Beastland Ferocity. Said spells allows you to keep fighting while in the negative hit points. Oh, I would do something like that, but there's an entire barbarian subclass built around that idea.
Oh, baby. So in 3rd edition, says, being old, you would be unconscious at negative hit points. But if your hit points ever went below -10, you died. There was no death saving. Just, hey, are you below -10? Guess you're dead now. That's the way it used to be. All right, here's an item for you. If you don't mind me reading this out.
What you got?
The Living Mangrove Bow. This is a magical weapon that you can make from a fish, the mangrove flounder. You can use wood carving tools or smithing tools with a DC of 15. It takes I'm using there we go. I'm using the I'm gonna try the rule of 1 for our crafting system.
Bet.
A bow carved from a mangrove flounder. It has impressive flexibility and seems to have survived the whittling process. In fact, it almost appears to be thriving in its new form. That is terrifying. What the fuck? Thank you for making me a bow.
What the fuck?
my.
You good, dog?
Oh no. Oh god. I think this might be one where if you roll high, we can actually add an additional trait to the bow. I think that would be fun. Living ammunition. Ammunition sprouts from the wood of this weapon over the course of a long rest, generating 1d8 plus 5 arrows. The arrows grown from the previous night wither away when a new crop is grown. Fish soul. The weapon can be fired underwater with no penalty. Magic weapon. You get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. And Twisting Roots. When you damage a creature that is within 5 feet of terrain with this weapon while using living ammunition, you may use a reaction to cause that ammunition to sprout roots. The target must succeed on a DC 14 dexterity saving throw or become restrained until the beginning of their round or the end of their round. What do you think?
I usually do until the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
Because that gives a full round of everybody in your party being able to benefit from that condition, and then it goes away.
It doesn't limit. That's what I'm thinking too. Especially because this is uncommon magic. So, price for that, 500 gold pieces. I'm thinking.
Ooh, Restrain's really good, though.
Restrain is real good, though. Ooh, what about slow, like half movement speed? Or the area around them becomes hindering terrain?
Oh. Honestly, I would keep it as restrained. I just want to make it 500 gold.
Well, the thing is, it's we want to keep it to an uncommon.
Oh, okay. How many times can you use this ability?
Actually, let's make this a rare. Fuck. Let's go. Let's make this a plus. Yeah, plus. We can do +2, +1. How many times? Well, you get 1d8 plus 5 living ammunition. So as often as you have the living ammunition, which means technically you can get it as much as 13 times a day. A minimum of 6 times a day.
13 restraining arrows?
Yes, because it sprouts from the bow.
I would make that
on the daily.
motherfucker rare.
Yeah, so we got rare. And I'm thinking if we leave it on a +1, we could probably do, what do you think, 1,000 gold? Is that fair?
The restraint condition, you gain, it's a charged weapon, which means it gains charges, every day or?
Yes, every day. But also keep in mind, to use the restraining effect, you have to spend your reaction to do so.
The reaction to what? Proc the arrow and then fire?
Correct. No, it's hit with the, if you successfully hit, you spend the reaction to activate.
Ah. feel like that's fine. If you're a ranged character, you don't really give two shits about your reaction. Usually. Like, I've never known a ranger to actually care about the reaction.
That's actually a good point.
Unless they have something like crossbow expert.
Actually, a very good point. Which means if this becomes rare, I can up the DC. Actually, I could probably up the DC quite a bit if we're going rare. If we're going rare? I think I'm gonna up that sucker to 16.
16's huge.
Yes.
Like a
There's also-
beholder's disintegrate ray is a DC 16.
Really?
Yeah.
No. You're lying.
Abora.
You're lying. Really lying to me.
Yeah. Beholder, a CR 13
Oh, it is all
beholder.
DC 16. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. DCs are fucking wild,
Yes,
right?
they are.
Because you'll also have like you'll also have at some point in times these motherfuckers with like regular poison shit and be like, that's a DC 15. I spent 300 gold on that. I'm like, what are we
What?
doing?
You're a CR 2. How is your shit a DC 16?
That's my response to just WotC design. I love I love the designers at Wizards. I really do. They're passionate about what they're doing, and I don't want to question their ability, but I also feel like there needs to be a fucking, I don't know, a design document, like a master design document that says if you're making a level 2 ability, the DC should be between these two ranges, instead of just willy-nilly just throwing shit around everywhere. Oh my god.
Once I
Sorry.
heard that they have like a master list of like how CR is supposed to work and how they calculate CR, which is wildly different. I was like, why do I not have that?
My jaw just slung down when I heard that. I was like, because I think I have to get the recording out, but I think it was they said, in fact, CR table in the Dungeons Master Guide is incorrect. And I was like, are you shitting me? For 10 years, I've been working on incorrect information. Are you kidding me? So it's
Fucking
and
ridiculous.
also I'm not accusing anyone of this, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it was like information was incorrect on purpose so that you would have more of a focus on first party, and third party is just kind of scratching their head going, well, that's what the table said.
I honestly I want to know what their internal CR table is, because I want to know
That's
where
gonna
these
be
motherfuckers thought an intellect devourer fit on the CR2 table, because that makes no goddamn sense.
So in the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide, we should be getting that table. It'd be really cool if we got that table like in an Unearthed Arcana and then just used it. That'd be pretty sick. But until then, just so sad. It breaks my heart. So I'm thinking 1,000 gold for that. It's within the rare. I'm considering more of like the low rare. And I think let me check something real
Low
quick.
rare?
A lower rare item, yes.
Ooh.
Because-
see, things that have charges and do like conditions like that usually
Yes.
are almost always major wondrous items.
Really? You think so?
Like the dwarven thrower, which is an iconic weapon, is a major, very rare item.
Oh, it's a very rare, but it's also a +3 weapon. And that's huge.
But it's because it has the added benefit that it has a returning property. It does
Yes.
additional damage against giants.
Yes.
And it's
Well, it has additional damage, just period. But it also has additional damage to giants.
yeah.
But also, the damage isn't limited once per round. It's just every attack. You're dealing 1d8 damage, which is huge once you start getting extra attack, or if you're a fighter who has a shit ton of extra attacks and all you're doing is just throwing this fucking weapon. It's a +3 weapon, which means you get, +3 to hit, which in this game is huge. So that is a very rare weapon, and I agree with that because very rare. Yeah, there's no charges in this. It's just infinite. So that's very rare. There are charges with the bow, and that is how much ammunition do you generate per night, which is 1d8 plus 5 arrows. You have to spend your reaction to use the restraint condition. DC 15. I'm going to lower it to 15. To get out or become restrained until the beginning of the next round, which means the restraint is only beneficial for for everyone else. But also, if you got fucked on the initiative, well, actually, no, you could hold an action and then shoot and then do that. The problem is, if you hold a reaction, then by default, you have to spend the reaction, which means you can't use the reaction ability to activate that.
Yeah, if
So
you
would it
hold
be-
your turn.
Yeah, so would it be better to make it a bonus action?
Well, there are a lot so a big thing is that a lot of ranged classes do use their bonus actions. Things like
Which-
rangers will use their bonus actions to move Hunter's Mark or to designate a creature with Hunter's Mark.
Correct. But that also means you have options you have to make with your bonus action now. Do I want to restrain? Is it worth it, or do I not want to do that? And that way, that also allows you to strategize better on holding your turn to try and get some big restraint. You got a little strategy going on now. So now you're holding your reaction to be like, okay, guys, at the end of this creature's round, I'm firing an arrow at it. I'm gonna hopefully hit. If I do, I'm gonna spend my bonus action to make him restrain him, so we can all just go nuts on this guy. It invites strategy. I'm a big fan of inviting combinations and strategy among the party. I'm a big, huge fan of that. I prefer like the subclasses we do, for example. We build them with party dynamics in mind, which means like it lets you combo shit off, because we want everyone to share in the spotlight where possible. We're like, yeah, you got the star of the show, but then you also got some, side players that are also providing a pretty awesome narrative. So everyone kind of gets to share in that success. That's the way I imagine it personally. So if we do with the Mangrove, I turn the reaction Twisting Brutes to a bonus action. Yeah, that's true. That means, what options do I have to use with my bonus actions? But you have options now, So yeah, Hunter's Mark, boom. We got him there, boom. We're shooting, boom, boom, boom. Hunter's Mark is still there. I still have another bonus action. It's not a bonus action to activate the Hunter's Mark. You've already applied it. So next round, you're like, okay, now let's start getting combo. Let's start getting the shit. I'll use my reaction to hold off so that at the end of the turn, I'll attack. And if it hits, I spend my bonus action to restrain the creature. All right, he failed the save. Everyone get him! Fucking get him! Dogpile him! Let's go! I mean, that's a cool...
Absolutely.
That's a cool moment.
Is there any benefit from critting?
No. But that could be fun. Increase the DC.
Well, so my brain,
Yes.
my brain always wonders what to do with critical hits, because you could just say if you critically hit and spend your charge, you automatically restrain the creature.
Ooh, I love that.
Whereas
Or-
if you normally hit, you still have to spend the charge, but now it's a save. They have to succeed
Now-
against it.
Now, what if we went one step further? I have to look at the spell. What if?
Ooh, are you thinking of like spreading it out with like the actual entangle spell?
Yep, that was exactly it. That was exactly it. On a critical hit,
I think it's a 20-foot
instead-
radius.
instead of the effect, you do it entangle.
Ooh, that's actually really fucking cool. We're like,
That's fun.
you crit and you spend it, and now it shoots out not only from the creature, but shoots out to the nearby
it
creatures
just
as well.
keeps going. Yeah,
I think
it
that's
just
pretty
becomes-
fucking cool.
It becomes an entangle with a DC of that, but the a duration of entangle that lasts until the beginning of the creature's round.
Till
So
the beginning of
not
the
only-
creature's turn, or till the beginning of your turn? Because if the creature goes right after you on initiative, then nobody
Yes.
gets the benefit from that.
Correct, but that's kind of where we're thinking like, keep in mind, if you get a critical hit and you decide to spend the bonus action, that's where you go, ooh, let's do it. I'm doing it. Spend the bonus action. Let's fucking go. And it kind of like involves that strategy again. Remember, where it's like, okay, where am I on the initiative? Got a couple people ahead of me. That works. I'm gonna go ahead and because when I'm thinking critical hits, I don't want to go too crazy with it. I kind of want to just be like that thing, but we're doing it better now with the critical hit. You know what I mean? So it's still gonna be the same shit. You know, still gonna be the same shit to POW. It casts the entangle spell out instead of the dexterity save, which means now the grasping weed's there, 20 feet within range of where you've hit it. A creature in that area must succeed now on a strength saving throw or be restrained because now you've already hit and now they're just it's just going. Honestly, I don't think this should be a dex save. I think this should be a strength saving throw because you've already hit.
I was about to say, you already hit him.
You already hit him. So we're going to do strength saving throws so that it's kind of like a weaker version of entangle. And then when you do hit, the entangle effect goes off. But it has a duration, but it ends at the beginning of the creature's round. So it's a lot it's still cool. It's a lot better narratively speaking. It just starts to spread out and potentially start restraining people around as well. Because that is correct. You got that. Correct. You got that. God damn it. What if we make it till the beginning of your round? It's rare now.
So what that does is if you do it where I hit, I spend a charge and I crit and say I've restrained not only the boss, but I've also restrained 2 other creatures nearby. And it doesn't go off until the start of my next turn. What that does is that anybody else and anybody before me in the initiative is going to benefit from that restrained condition, which is usually really good because that sort of allows for a lot of like teamwork moments where the wizard sees that 3 creatures are restrained and they're within reach of each other. I cast Fireball, and now that restrained creature has a disadvantage on dex saves, or they automatically fail their save and now they just do full Fireball damage. And that also leads it up where like, let's say you hit and let's say you get the crit off, but the monster gets a legendary resistance or something like that. And they choose to succeed, but now there are 2 other monsters that are restrained. At least then your party still gets the benefit of the restraint until the start of your turn. So you're always sort of helping your party because you don't get to benefit from it. Only your teammates do.
Yes. So and I'm okay with that because your benefit is being the hero that goes, go. First of all, you hit. Second of all,
that son of a bitch.
Yeah, you already restrained. So we're good to go. You know what I'm saying? So, So I'm kind of thinking like, let's change it to beginning of your next round so that everyone kind of benefits. Creatures, if they want to try and escape earlier, can spend their action to make the check to break out of it. But they have to again succeed at the strength check. You know, they have to. Essentially, Twisting Roots is going to be a sort of, it's a lower duration, smaller area because it's target entangle. That's all it is. It's just it's a weaker version of entangle where on a crit it becomes entangle, but also the duration still is limited to the top of your next round, making for some really cool moments.
Absolutely. Because I feel like if you're like, let's say you restrain the creature and you're like, go, that lets the paladin in the party or the barbarian in the party or somebody who rolls up and they're like, Dungeon Master, I reckless Great Weapon Master against this restrained creature. Or Dungeon Master, I hit this guy and I pop five spell slots worth of Divine Smite.
Yeah. But here's the thing. When you get the crit and the entangle goes off, you might decide, actually, I'm not going to use it because there's people in melee already and shit like that.
Oh,
and the
true,
last
true,
thing
true.
you want is to spend the bonus action.
I was about to say,
So-
you if you wanted, you could leave it like a blanket term where it's all creatures. You don't.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
don't
It's
differentiate.
entangle. It's entangle. I mean, at crit, at crit, it's entangle. So it just so
I like
you,
that.
from a story standpoint, you could even say as the player, if you want to be mischievous but also tell a story, like, and I spend my bonus action to entangle, and you could say it's your character not realizing how strong that particular. You're like, oh shit, you know. So it becomes a little fun at that point, you know.
Absolutely.
Oh, I like that. 1,000 gold though. I think I
Hmm.
still want to stick with 1,000, but I'm willing to go up to 2,500 if the restraint is too strong. But
Honestly, it's a
I
DC
think
what?
15.
15. You gain it's 1d6 plus something arrows every day.
1d8 plus 5 arrows.
1d8 plus 5.
But yes, but also
the crit benefit.
yes, but you have to hit because if you don't hit with the ammo, it's wasted, which means you also lose the bonus effect charge. You still have to hit it.
Hmm.
So it's still a limited amount of ammo. I'm also willing to cut the living damage.
I was gonna say 1d6.
Kind of. What about 1d4 plus 2?
That's
3 to 6.
1d4 is where you start getting into like the more uncommon magic items. 1d6 is usually like the bare minimum for like a rare item.
Yes, but this is why I say 1d4 plus 2, because we got to think of min-max ranges. With a 1d6, you're looking at a 1 to a 6. And personally, I don't know, maybe I'm a baby, but I think if you roll a 1, that feels bad. But with a 1d4 plus 2, the minimum you can get is 3, while still maintaining that max of 6. So that way, even if you roll at your lowest, you're like, 3 arrows is still pretty good.
Actually, you know what? I'd be if I was that ranger and I got that bow, I'd be happy with 1d4 plus 2.
Yes, because even if you rolled a 1, you're like, at least I got 3.
I get 3 opportunities
Yes.
to try and restrain a bunch of creatures.
Yes.
I think that's pretty dope.
If you hit.
I'm down with that.
And
I'd honestly make it 1,500 gold.
15.
1,500.
I feel like we're like negotiating for a house.
Show me your tax returns for last year.
We could do 1,500. I'd be okay with that.
I think the reason I think 1,500 is because it's either it's an item that you make yourself, or it's an item that's like the shop's, probably one of the shop's higher tier magic items.
Yeah.
Where they're like, hey man, this shit's really good for ranged characters. You want to pop off? Use this motherfucking thing.
What about 1,250? What if we did 1,250? We met halfway.
I feel like we are negotiating.
Yeah, we are negotiating. That's what I'm saying.
1,250, huh?
Well, we negotiated between how many arrows?
And it's
And I said
a +1 or +2?
+1.
Oh, then yeah, absolutely. 1,250. I'll do
So-
1,250.
But you thought it was a +2. So what if it's 1,000?
So here's how I would do it. Is I would do it's if it's a +1 item flat out, it's a +1 to damage and attack rolls, right?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
+1 magic weapon.
So I'm gonna say starting out +1 weapons imbued, blah blah blah. Let's say as a hypothetical, or 750 gold baseline.
No, they are not. First of all, they are not. And here's why. Because is that what you charge for +1 items?
I usually just give out magic items.
Okay.
The way that I
Okay,
do
so-
magic items in my setting are you have to be
You just
like
get them.
invited to like an auction, and then
Oh,
you
yeah.
auction off the magic items type deal.
So, a +1 item, in my world, is 250 gold. And the reason why it's that is because if we look at magic items, God, I hate the fact there's equipment and magic items. Just fuck right off. We do +1, we do uncommon. And if I'm looking around here, yes, we got a bunch of +1s, but there's also a couple of weapons with +1s. I guess they are kind of, So uncommon +1 weapons. The example of, there's not a lot. We've got Winter's Dark Bite, which, that doesn't count. The Sword of Vengeance is a cursed weapon, so that doesn't count. Shatter Spike is a +1 weapon, and if it hits an object, the hit automatically counts as a critical hit. That feels like a minor addition. So Lightbringer is +1. The head of the mace is there, and this weapon, while glowing, the mace deals an extra 1d6 radiant damage to undead creatures. Okay, so that's specific. Sorry, I'm just doing the brain here. Hue, it's got to be a bit of wood. Okay, so I would say a +1 weapon would be anywhere from 300 to 400 gold pieces.
Funny you mentioned that. 4th edition has magic items as +1 listed as 360 gold.
There it is. And do you know how much a +1 weapon is in 3rd edition?
Oh.
2,000 gold.
Well,
Yes.
a +2 item, +2 magic weapon is 1,800. +3 is 9,000. +4 is 45,000. +5 is 225,000. And then
Yes.
a +6 is 1.1 million gold.
Yes, but we only go up to +4 if they're like an artifact in this system. So, but those numbers are pretty good, dude. No.
4th edition winning again?
Should I just?
I'll say it again. 4th edition just came out too early. If 4th edition had came out around the same time that 5th edition did, 4th edition would be a fucking success.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm looking around. Did these motherfuckers just take the table from 4th edition and then just assigned like stretch numbers? we're like reversing engineering this. It's like, no, wait a second. Because that sounds like what a +1 weapon would be in this in 5e. That sounds like what a +2 weapon would be in this 5e. Kind of sounds like what a +3 weapon would be in 5e. Did they just use 4th edition pricing, but then just kind of put these like value min-max? I mean, like, yeah, it's like around there somewhere. But like, its core, it's 4th edition? Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
We're figuring it out. Better watch out. Pinkertons are coming for us.
The Pinkertons are coming. Look. We design shit for a living, so we see the code and like, yo, that kind of makes sense. Hold on one second. I got magic item prices. I gotta look this up. Ugh. Yeah, 3rd edition. Yeah, go on.
Oh god.
There you go.
I was reading Agatine's message, which was 5e desperately needs a magic item compendium equivalent.
Yeah.
They really do just need like a book that is I don't want
understand.
any fucking lore. I don't want any like flavor. I want you to give me the nitty-gritty details of these systems.
I don't want that, and here's why: because it would put third party out of a job. Because we're doing that, Smile. Because they're not doing that, and because they're not doing that, I'm just like, yeah, we'll do that. No, don't worry about it. You can just make another Vecna book or something. We'll take care of it.
I guess that's fair. I guess my biggest the reason I say that is because I'm like, you're Wizards of the Coast. You should have done this already.
I agree.
It shouldn't be up to the people to be like, God, I'll do your fucking job for you. The whole Skyrim like phenomena, which was, oh, your game's shit. Don't worry. In about a year's time, every mod that exists will fix your game and make it actually playable and enjoyable.
Yes. Which is why it blew my mind that they were trying to take that away. I was like, bitch, what are you doing? Watsy just breaks my heart. Hey, where did you get that 4th edition magic item price list?
From a website. It's illegal.
Oh, I see. Don't worry about it. I got it. You didn't have to say anything else. All you had to say was a website. And I'm like, uh-huh. Okay.
It's
Just gonna
very
do-
legal, Smile.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do this and then add PDF at the end of it. Oh, there it is.
It just happens to be every piece of 4th edition media from Dragon Magazine to all of the books put out Together in one convenient place. There you go.
There you go. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
You are.
By the way, if you ever link this in my Discord, I will smack you. That happens sometimes. People will just generally be, oh, thank you. I saw. Oh, that's so. Wait, what? That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's really neat. I wish.
Somebody in my chat named Couchbound Hero gave it to me because they heard I really like 4th edition shit, and they're like, "Hey, somebody compiled all of it together in an archive for you." And I went, "What?
What? Huh?"
So it has all of the books that they've put out, and it has all of the supplement books, like Dragon Magazine, like every single issue of Dragon Magazine's in there.
But yeah, because we all have the books stacked right in front of us, and all the Dragon Magazine. Please don't send the Pinkerton.
They would like to know your location.
God damn. Oh my god, if the Pinkerton showed up to my house and said, "Stop it," dude. First of all, I'd be scared shitless. But if I survived that encounter, oh my god. It's just one tweet.
If I survived that encounter, that implies my man activated the castle doctrine.
Yeah. Yeah. If I survived that encounter, we'd be pretty good. Hey, where'd you find +1 weapons? Where's that?
I just typed in magic.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Magic.
They even have prices for cursed items.
Wait, I'm not finding anything. I'm not finding any +1 anything.
Make sure you have it set to everything, and then type in
I
magic.
see, yeah.
And then you can
you're right.
you can organize it by type, and then level. If you set it to level, it'll generally like flesh itself out.
Hold up. I gotta cross-reference here. Cross-referencing. One moment. Magic armor. Human armor. God damn it. Just give me just +1 armor. Give me that. Armor +1. Magic armor +1. Oh, you got a comma shit. Okay. So, a armor +1 is actually considered a rare, while a weapon +1 is considered uncommon. Very interesting. Which means, according to this works. Okay. So armor +1. What if we did armor +2? Armor +2. Hold, please. Okay, this is very rare. Which means we would upscale that up to, and that still works. God damn. Okay. And then if I did armor +3, which I believe is now legendary. Yep. See, that's where it breaks down a little bit, but that's okay. That ain't funny. Yeah, honestly. Okay, here's the good news, right? They are bringing back magic item prices in 2024. In the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide. Magic item prices are coming back.
I hear a butt coming.
There's no but. That's it. It's you gotta wait till 2024. Yeah. So I was like, even during the summit, I was like, they're like, yeah, there's some things we want to bring back, and I literally yelled out, "Magic item prices!" to Jeremy Crawford. We're bringing that back. Pretty much like that. He's like, yes, magic item prices. I was like, thank God. I also said that out loud.
Please.
Oh my God. I did. I literally was like, magic item prices. Thank you. that was my audible question and audible response. Was thanking God. Just thanking God on God that we were bringing back magic item prices, because I am so tired. I'm trying to break this up. But I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I kind of like the prices they're breaking down here. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot, actually. And if you want to do armor +4, 225,000 gold, I'm okay with that. God, do I just do?
One of my favorite things is that the way that, at least how I've read it, that the magic item worked, where it's just like, hey, if you really want something, don't worry. If you get like a bunch of +1 magic items, you could just break them down to residuum, splice in some gold, and you can make just about anything you want.
Yes, that's how. Yeah, Fourth edition actually had some pretty good ideas.
What I'm saying, brother, if it
But,
released in 2014 instead of like earlier when it did, if it released in 2014, is what we'd be playing with, baby. Everybody would be level 30. It'd be amazing.
Yes. However, I will argue the fact that I do believe 5th edition's accessibility made it so that it was a very popular system. Otherwise, I think everyone would be playing Pathfinder personally. I think 4E introduced a lot of new ideas, which was very cool. But well, there's multiple reasons. One, it was a little more complicated. Everyone was kind of required to have a computer, which means, yes, 4E would have done perfect in this day of age where everyone's on computer, everyone's using virtual tabletops. It would have been great. But 2, Wizards was also, once again, fucking up.
Oh yeah, they were fucking with the goddamn. Damn it, they were fucking with the OGL and shit in 4th
They
edition.
were
I forgot.
fucking with the OGL. Yep, they introduced the GSL, which had a poison pill clause effect that said, "Hey, did you design something with the GSL? Well, we also include a little thing in the contract that says you can no longer use the OGL again if you design something with this GSL." To get people to switch, to force people to switch over, which is why Paizo went, "Fuck that shit. We're gonna make our own system using your previous OGL." And Pathfinder was born, and their biggest competitor came to be because Wizards of the Coast didn't know when to stop fucking up. And then eventually, WotC did. They went, "Okay, we removed that clause. You don't have to worry about that anymore." But if the damage was done, it was already too late. And 4th edition, I really do think suffered because there wasn't any third-party support because people really did not like GSL, which is why in 5th edition they were like, "Okay, we brought the OGL back from 2001," and so why I was flabbergasted that they tried this shit again in January. Flabbergasted. I was like, that didn't work before. It's not going to work now. And sure enough, it did work, and WotC's reputation is swirling down the drain. Now, other things 4E did that was very well is area of effects. Did that super cool. I don't know if you've ever seen area effects in 4E, but they are streamlined and simple, and it's great.
Yes.
You've seen them before?
Yes, I've a lot of my time is spent perusing abilities and reading, like making sure I can understand how the abilities work so I can properly translate it over to 5th edition. And my God,
Burst
is
and
it
blast.
ridiculously easy to be like, this is a range of 5, which means 30 feet. And I go,
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
It means 5 squares, motherfucker. That's all you need.
Yep.
It's blast 3, which means 15 feet.
Blast 5 is 25 feet. And blast and bursts, which you can use for cones and shit like that. Very easy.
Ugh.
'Cause right now, I don't know
Amazing.
what the fuck they did in yeah, I was trying to figure out an AoE effect and I went, "Oh yeah, that's 10 feet all around to this." And then I put it down in Foundry and went, "That doesn't look right." Wait, it's 10 feet.
Blink, blink.
What?
My favorite
That's-
is them having to come out later and Jeremy Crawford be like, no. If it touches the radius at all, even on like a half angle, if it even touches like this circle, it counts as being touched by it. And I'm
Oh,
like,
come
what?
the fuck on. Why are we doing circles? Why? Ugh.
You had the system, motherfucker. You had it.
It's right there. Did someone else design that you don't like? I don't understand. God.
Who did it better? You just did it out of spite.
Oh, yeah. At some points, they're like, were you just pissed off at someone and you didn't want to include that, or like, what happened here? But yeah, it's just. Oh my god! And there's a lot of cool stuff that I think 4E did very well. I think minions are awesome. I think Bloodied is awesome. I like where they were going with the daily encounter and at will abilities, but I also felt like the problem with that is there's a lot of everyone becomes a wizard at that point, and sometimes people just don't want to play as a wizard. Sometimes people just want to.
So that was the case to start out. They dropped a book about halfway through 4th edition's lifespan that turned fighters into fighters and stuff like that. You weren't
Really?
Yeah,
Didn't
you
know
weren't
that.
like, you didn't have the whole like linear fighter quadratic wizards type deal. You had you could choose to be just a normal fucking guy who didn't have a bunch of these weird powers. Or if you did have a bunch of these weird powers, they operated like how a lot of 5th edition abilities work nowadays. But that came out about halfway through its lifespan, which sucked.
I'm doing the Lisa stare. Yeah, because I was done at 4E at that point. I never knew that. Doing the Lisa stare, where holding that coffee cup, just being like, what?
Yeah, because that was a big thing, was that a lot of people who played marshals got really upset that they had these like weird, they're like, I don't want to be a fucking superhero. Why do I have like an aura ability? And why do I have all of this?
Yeah.
I personally love that shit, but I can understand the people who are like, I want to roll, I want to hit you, and then I want to be done with my turn. And 4th edition went, okay, hold on, we'll put a book out, and then you can actually start doing that for your marshals and make wizards more wizardy.
I know in Project Second Tail, we want to turn all martial classes into battle master fighters. So like everyone has
good.
superiority dice.
you wanna
everyone has
do
different
the-
abilities.
The best thing that they should have fucking done, which was make Warlord the base fighter class,
Yes.
make the rest of it all of the other flavored subclasses.
Yes.
The fact that Battlemaster is a fucking subclass and not the actual fighter class is ridiculous. I go on this rant at least once a stream.
No, it's understandable, and that's the thing, right? Is we all love this so much, and just to see it get fucked with the way it does, dude, it's heartbreaking. It's just so sad. It's so sad because yeah, there's some design things where it's like, oh, that doesn't work, but you know, an effort's being made, and I can appreciate that. And then you've got WotC that's just constantly soiling their reputation. And I'm like, guys, come on.
It's
Come on.
fucking ridiculous. I used to be like, nah, I don't care. Like I would never get like super passionate about stuff. But I started doing
care
D&D.
either. Yeah, I didn't care either until it gets to the point where people are like, I can't play 5e anymore. WotC keeps fucking up. And I'm like, oh no. Like, I get people all the time who's like, I really want to support your Kickstarter, but it's 5e, and I just can't with 5e right now. And it's not because it's a bad system, it's because the people who are operating it just are constantly pissing everyone off to the point where they're like, I can't do this anymore. I can't touch this game anymore. And then you're just like, oh, stop fucking up.
You're pulling out receipts right now, Tay? What the fuck? Jesus, let me have my moment.
You had a 10-minute rant about a ham sandwich because they included a sweet relish and not a garlic relish, which would have complemented the ham's flavor. 10 minutes. 10
What the
minutes.
fuck?
Time to shift to Pathfinder 1E. No.
Second
Never.
edition, maybe. I've looked at second edition. It has some cool stuff, but
It
it's
does
still
have
like,
some cool
ugh.
stuff, but it's crunch. It's so crunchy.
I also sort of like the crunch stuff. I know my players don't.
You're big crunch. Yeah, that's the thing. Brett,
I-
did you hear about the Pinkerton MTG shit? Yes. This is what I'm talking about. Every time I see WotC trending, I go, what the fuck did they do? Because I know for a fact this is just a bunch
Not
of people
good.
being like, I love WotC.
Yeah,
They
it's
care
not
about
like-
me."
It's not like, God, I love 5th edition. I love everything that Wizards of the Coast is doing right now.
I know it's someone did something dumb, and so when I was just reading the Pinkertons, I was like, wait, who the fuck are the Pinkertons? That sounds like some old school shit.
Look
And
at
then
my
I was like,
calendar.
That is some old school shit. What the fuck? And here's the thing. Here's the thing that flabbergasts me the most about all of that. So that shit goes down. The article comes out. Wizards responds to the article and just say, yeah, we did that. And like, what the fuck?
Huh?
Yeah, we did that. That was part of the investigation. Yeah, we did that. Did you hire the Pinkertons? Yeah, we hired the Pinkertons. What the? What? Stop it. Oh, I hate it.
Guys, it's the same way, bro. I can't even. I hate looking at Twitter and seeing like Blizzard trending, and I go, oh fuck.
Oh fuck! What did you do?
Who'd they molest this time? Oh
Who'd you-
god.
Oh god! Why can't you guys just stop? Stop it!
Keep your
Just stop
fucking
it.
hands to yourself, please,
I
for
like
Christ's
these
sake.
IPs. Stop being fucking dumb. God.
Reason was they were forcing everybody back into the office, and they lost a ton of people by doing that.
I'm rolling my eyes. Rolling my eyes. And we were like, yeah, get rid of Bobby. Yeah, that seems like the smart thing. Just get rid of Bobby. We're like, we're gonna go and keep Bobby around. Bitch, why?
You-
Stop! Come on!
Ugh.
Wait, hold up. Speaking of, this report just came in a few hours ago.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
UK blocked Microsoft's purchase of Activision.
Really?
Yep. Because I looked it up, I was like, what's his name? And I typed out Blizzard. It was like top story from 3 hours ago. Microsoft Activision's Blizzard acquisition blocked by UK regulators.
Oh shit. I thought Microsoft owned Activision already.
No, they've been trying to acquire it, and they've had to go through all these because the problem is a lot of people are looking at the deal as a monopoly. So they've been going through a lot of hurdles over it currently, but now
I know
it looks like
Microsoft bought Bethesda recently.
yes. But the fact that they're acquiring all these big names, and Sony, of course, has an issue with this, is it very much is turning into Microsoft is just going to own games,
Yes.
own the gaming,
Jesus.
own the gaming sphere. So people are like, when they acquired Bethesda, it was like, okay. And then they were like, we acquired Activision. It's like, all right, you need to
Hold the fuck
slow
on,
down.
my guy.
Like, can you calm the fuck down, dude? They're like,
We
"Well, what
get
are you
it.
gonna do?"
You did really well in 2020 and made a lot of really good money. Please stop.
Yep. Yeah. Well, they've said Microsoft's like, we're gonna acquire Activision, and Sony was like, hold up, but Call of Duty, we like that, we want that, like we're gonna get that. They're like, yeah, you'll get it, like eventually, yeah, you'll get it.
Yeah, because if Microsoft gets it, that just means, yeah, guess what? You're making all of your Activision games, they're Xbox exclusive now. Or Sony has to pay an exorbitant amount of money to get it on their gaming system.
Here's the deal. I love capital. I do. I'm a capitalist at heart. I think if you make a cool thing or design a cool thing, and you appease to a majority of your audience / majority of consumers, you should make a lot of money. I'm a big believer of that. But also, I'm a believer of treating people like people. And I think you can do both, And then, but all these other companies are like, but we want to make a lot of money. They're like, what about the people? They're like, fuck them. We want to make a lot of money. They're like, how about $1 million? And they're like, if Blizzard made $1 million last quarter, they would have to shut down. Like, they would literally be like, that's awful. That's the
We're broke.
worst thing. That's the worst. We're about to hit 100K on this Kickstarter. I'm like, holy shit, I could make 2 books with this money. That's gonna be great. We're set for the year, baby. Let's make some cool shit. Blizzard makes $100,000. They're hanging Bobby in the front area.
They're hanging him off of the orc statue that they have in the front of their...
Yeah. Like, how did you fuck this up so badly? So it's I don't know. It's me being old and being like, back in the day, video games were cool. They were passionate. And then everyone started being like, wait, you can make a lot of money on video games? And then, yeah, big business started to roll on in and just be like, we got to make $50 bajillion yesterday.
Out of the way, nerds. I'll show you how it's done.
Well, that's what happened with when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out. I think it made like 700 million day one or some shit like that. It made so much money, and all the businesses were kind of like doing that. You ever watch that Edgeworth clown look?
Yes.
Yes, that's all the other businesses started doing that look at like at Rockstar, and we're like, oh, you made how much? Fucking movies might make that maybe in the whole life. You made that in a day? Okay, we gotta start making.
Guys, we gotta make fucking games.
Yeah, we gotta start making games.
Looking at Bethesda re-releasing Skyrim for the 15th decade in a row.
I'm the problem because I bought Skyrim
No!
on so many platforms, and I haven't beaten the game yet.
Anniversary
time it
edition's out. Here's another $60.
Every time it comes out on a new platform, I'm like, I'm gonna get it on this platform, but this time I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna beat the game, and then I get to like Whiterun like right before I kill the first dragon. I'm like, okay, I've done
That's
this.
fun.
And
And I dust my hands and I set it
Oh.
aside, never to touch
My-
it again.
my God, dude, I just don't have the focus or the patience. I just don't. I just don't. It's so sad. So sad.
Ironically, studying business, it's amazing how humanity goes out the window when your operation and fixed costs are in the 100 million/$1 billion. You
Yeah.
stop being people at that point.
Well, especially considering the fact that every board of directors is like, nice. We broke records. Like we had record-breaking sales, and this quarter generated a record amount of profit ever in this quarter, and thank you so much for that. So next quarter, we want you to do it again, but
We've
add
doubled
like
it.
10% to that. Yeah, exactly. You're just like, hey, you know that thing that was really challenging and hard, and you had to bust the backs of everyone to get there? Do it again, but this time make a little bit more money on top of that. We want to continue to see that, and that's why I'm like, no. This is why I try to make as much money as I can, because I know I'm not going to survive in this world. Otherwise, I like money, and I want to make the money. But also, I realize that I'm not going to be able to survive in this world soon if I don't have a lot of money. Like, I won't be able to afford healthcare. I won't be able to afford a house. Just real basic, common human needs. I will not be able to afford these luxuries if I don't make a butt ton of money. And that's, that's unfortunate. That's really bad. Makes me sad every time I think about it.
I do agree, Leo. I think the biggest issue is literally the investors or the investment
Oh, yeah.
because they're the ones that drive the whole like,
Yes.
no, motherfucker, you're gonna work 80 hours during the week,
So
and
we can appease these investors.
you don't get to sleep. You're gonna work. You don't get to go home. You're never gonna see your family. You're here. Here's your pillow. Here's your blanket. Sleep at your fucking desk and be at the meeting at 6 o'clock in the morning, or else.
Suck your thumb and cry about it a little more, you little baby.
After the game releases, they sell tons of copies, make a fuck ton of money. Thank you, everybody. You guys did phenomenal work. You guys were amazing. By the way, check your emails. We're laying off 1,000 of you. We'll see you next quarter. Bye.
Yeah, it's awful. It's terrible. Heartbreaking. I hate it. And that's what it was. Going to the summit, and why I was so sad. It was like, oh yeah, this is a business. Oh.
Oh no. I think that is that moment where like you start hearing them talk and you're like, oh, this isn't like nobody actually cares about this anymore. This is, you gotta hit quotas and shit, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think I'll go to another summit personally. If I do go to the summit, it'll probably be the online one, but I'm not doing that again. Like I did it to say that I did it, so I wouldn't have any regrets. I did it so I could be like, I've been inside Wizards HQ, and it was really neat. I got to meet the designers of Dungeons and Dragons. That was really cool. And now the fact that I said that I've done it, and especially everything that happened, I was like, okay, I'm never doing that again.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Never again. Refuse to do it. This will come back and haunt Brett when the fishing book corners the market as the most successful module of all time. Here's the thing. There are certain things that I'm willing to do and certain things I am not willing to do. And IO Publishing, it comes with a people first, not mythos, people first methodology, people first objective, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the right word. But yes, it's IO Publishing will always be people first, which means we will never sacrifice profit or making money if it affects the well-being of someone else. Philosophy, I think is the word. Philosophy. People first philosophy. The triple P that you call it, which means we will always pay artists fairly, eventually pay artists competitively, and pay writers fairly and competitively. In case you were I know you were joking around. Which means as long as we do that, any money that we make, I can rest easy making. I could rest easy knowing that we did the best that we could for the community, whether it be the people that work on the book or the people purchasing the book. We know that if we make a lot of money doing that, and everyone gets their fair due, and we get to release a really cool product, that's awesome. But we are not looking to make a bunch of money first. We're looking to treat people like people, and if we make money, good money on that, then we're doing something right. That is the dream. That is the goal. Fuck this shit, man. I can't. I can't, dude. Oh. So disheartening. Anyways, I was rambling on. I apologize.
Just bankrupt your own morals and, be a shitty human being. Just get all the money. That's all. That's all it takes.
Bro, I mean, like, I'm looking at our Kickstarter and I'm like, that's great. That's awesome. Let's just keep doing this, Like if this is like what it ends up turning into, right? Where it's like we release a book and we get like 100, 125K a book. Like, that's awesome. We'll just keep doing that. And hopefully hopefully numbers continue to go up. And it is what it is. Like, that's great. We got a cool Patreon that people, that's the thing, right? Like when you like release and design this stuff, like Patreon, our Patreon value goes up every month. And that means, hey, we're doing something right. We're releasing good shit. People seem to like the value. And yeah, let's just keep doing that. That's just my thoughts.
It's all true until IO hits the stock market and the shareholders ruin your company's morality for you.
Oh, yeah. I thought about that. Like, what if someone like Wizards of the Coast we want to buy your company? I'm like, do I want that? Because on one end, it'd be nice just to be like, yeah, how much? $300 million. I mean, yeah. And then, but then can I just start another company? Like,
I think there are clauses that are involved with you being bought out, is that you don't get to make another company, I don't think. Or you don't get to make a company in the same sphere. So you can go make another company, but it can't be TTRPG related.
See, that's where I'd have issue. That's where I'd be like, Or even if it was like for a year, you can't make like even if it was like there was a clause for that, I'd be like, because I got responsibilities at home, and that's some good fucking money.
You ain't got no more responsibilities. You got $300 million that covers all responsibilities you could have ever had.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I have responsibilities at home, and then you offer me that. But also at the same time, I don't like being told what to do. So if you were like, here's $300 million, by the way, you can't release anything in TTRPGs anymore, I'd be like, you can fuck off. What? No, I don't think I could do that. I don't think.
300 million?
300 million?
I would just make homebrew stuff. I wouldn't sell it anymore. I would just make homebrew stuff and give it out for free.
Oh, yeah. I guess you could do that.
300 million? I'd be like, fuck yeah, 300 million, here you go. I'm just going to make homebrew supplements now. I'm going to hand them out for free. All that creativity you just bought, bitch, guess what? It's up here still. I'm handing it out now.
Yeah, and now it's for free. I guess so. I don't know. I like building shit is the thing, I like building stuff. Like, building a publishing house, building a Patreon, building a viewer base. I like that. That's fun. So, but I don't know. I know that sounds weird, but for you, if someone gave you $300 million, you'd be like, all right, I'm done. I'll just homebrew shit.
I ain't a nobody. If I'm a nobody, I should say. If somebody gave me $300 million, yes, here you go. Here's my, here's the IP, the little tiny IP that I've made. There you go. Here's my little token. There you go. You can have that as well.
You can just pretend to be me.
Here you go. And here's my
you-
copyrighted image that I use as my Discord icon. There you go.
Oh, here's a better question. Let's lower the value and raise the stakes. For $100 million, would you sell your identity and likeness to an AI company? And
Oh
they
God.
they get to be you.
My
using
likeness,
AI.
like my online
technology.
likeness.
Yes.
Oh.
They're like, we want to design a Crown DM AI. We want him to stream. We want him to run games. We want him to be you. For $100 million.
Hmm.
Yeah.
God, 100 million would do a lot for me though. 100 million guarantees like all of my homies don't have to worry about anything anymore.
Right.
Like 100 million means I get my legs fixed and I don't have to walk with a cane anymore, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And 100 million means that I can have all of my friends live comfortable lives because I ain't got no family. So that generational wealth is just my generation.
Right. And that's the thing. Yeah, people are saying generational wealth. I don't have kids. I don't plan on having kids. You want to bring a child in this world? Fuck that. This world sucks. And it's getting worse by the day. So
Honestly, yeah, I
you
would.
take it.
Absolutely.
You would take it even though there would be an artificial intelligence of you somewhere out there pretending to be you.
Yeah, I'd rather get paid for it than it just happen as like a byproduct of just being in that sphere because already, I mean, the funny bit is seeing like Joe Rogan talk as an AI and talk about all this shit, but that's just happening. Like once you become big enough, somebody is just going to splice the hundreds of thousands of hours of content that you've made and just do it the same way. So fuck it, I'd rather get paid for it.
Okay. So what you're saying is it's inevitable.
I would say so, at least in the current way that's going. There hasn't been anything to derail it, and there hasn't been anything to show that it's actually a useful product. Like, we aren't making, like, Tupac songs again.
Oh,
We're not-
no. I'm not talking about, like, modern day AI. I'm talking about we've gotten to a point, let's say, God, in the distant future of 2024. We have developed an AI.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Wait a minute. We've developed an AI that can act like you, be like you, do things like you, runs games like you, does streams like you, and you can't tell the difference between you and another person. $100 million to buy that. Or, if you forego the $100 million, the rights are yours, it's protected, and if anyone tries to duplicate you as an AI, it's an open shut case. They won't be able to last a week. You
Now-
are forever protected.
if they do the AI, can I play in a game ran by that AI?
If you want, sure. But you would have to be effectively a different person because they wouldn't want you to replicate what their AI is doing because they bought your rights, which means you would have to either act like a completely different person or you wouldn't be able to participate in the game at all.
Oh,
100 million.
yeah, I feel
AI
like.
that makes and deletes maps forever. Holy shit.
All right, Loot, you fucking asshole.
Oh my god.
All right, Loot.
Woo! Shit.
Honestly, I would say yeah, because then I would just move to in-person games.
Oh, there you go.
I would just invite all my friends over and then buy out like a block.
Yeah, I guess so.
You own house, I pay for your house. Don't worry about it. I've paid off like 5 years in advance. You're Gucci. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And just come over every weekend. We're gonna play D&D in person.
I'll fly you out in my private jet.
Yeah. Honestly, fuck it. Yeah, you want to do the whole online shit? Go for it, homie. You're Gucci. Enjoy making maps.
Oh my god.
Enjoy making weird homebrew. I'll be over here and playing D&D and watching the D&D movie with my friends.
Honestly, now that you're saying that, like, that does make a lot of sense to do it that way because I hate the online. I don't not talking like my community or anything like that, but like I don't like going on Twitter. Twitter's just a cesspool of negativity. Twitch is dying. This world sucks. So like to be able to be like, right, for 100 million, I just don't have to be online anymore. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go for it. Here you go. Here's my
Oh, that's
login.
cool.
Here's all that. I'm gonna invite my friends over, and I'm gonna hand them physical character sheets, something they probably haven't touched in like half a decade now.
Oh, look at the paper.
Here's a set of dice. I bought them for you. They're custom made with your like own little choice of colors and everything like that. Here you go. And here's a mini that I bought for you. Boom. Roll up your stats. Let's get playing.
Oh, good shit.
Paper. Well, it's either paper or here's your iPad. Here's your D&D Beyond like access. Log in using that if you want to be a freak. But I'm over here using paper.
It's weird how YouTube's become more lucrative for streamers. I don't know. Here's the thing. When it comes to YouTube and Twitch revenue, right? Twitch is dying. I mean, there's just no other way about it. And the signs just show that this site is just, I don't see this site lasting for much longer.
They're not making any good choices to make it last longer.
They're not making good choices. They're not making any money. And every time they do, they just keep taking away from the streamers. So I do not see Twitch. Like I'm already ready to press the button. If Twitch goes down, I'm like, oh, well, hey, that YouTube channel we've been uploading shit on, that's where we're just gonna stream from now on. Like we've already, like, I'm ready. You know, I'm ready for YouTube. if worse comes to worse, like I'm ready to go. Because as of right now, as far as Twitch is concerned, like my subs are the lowest they've been in 18 months, and I don't think that's a streamer problem. I think that's a platform problem because everyone's subs are hurting right now. I've noticed everyone's kind of like circling the drain a little bit on sub growth. I personally don't put like we still have great emotes, and if you do sub, I want to make sure we're delivering some good shit for you. But I don't push subs because it takes half of my money. So fuck you. When I have a Patreon, which by the way, you guys should subscribe to Crown's Patreon. That's right, Crown is announcing a brand new Patreon, the Crown DM Patreon. That's great. Crown, I'm so excited to be here for that announcement. Yeah.
Huh?
Who here?
What am I even putting on it? What the fuck?
Who here is going to join the Crown Patreon? If Crown makes a Patreon, who here would join that? Like, who here would toss,
It's a goal. It's a goal to make a Patreon
toss some money into it?
Just like put out maps every month for people to use in their games and stuff.
Homie, you. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, Crown, shut up. This isn't about you. Crown chat. Who here would join a Crown Patreon for monthly maps, custom homebrew content, MP3s of all of Crown's sessions? Who here would join a Patreon for that? Like all that shit. I volunteer. You already got one. We got at least one person who joined that shit. Just saying. You'd make some good money off that. Oh my guy.
The hope was to hit partner and then do the Patreon stuff.
I keep forgetting you're not partner.
I'm not a partner. I'm a little affiliate.
But also, fuck Twitch partner. It offers nothing. It offers, I think, more emote slots, right? Is what you get for Crown.
Don't you get like a manager and shit like that?
You kidding?
Don't you get like a community person that helps you out with all that stuff?
Crowd, no, you don't get that. Not anymore. What do you think this is? 2014, 2015 Twitch? No. Yeah. You gotta be getting thousands upon thousands of viewers to get a partner manager.
Oh.
No, you don't get a partner manager, but
Oh, I see.
you get access to a partner help desk where someone will answer your email as in 3 days time.
Oh.
Oh, you thought you got a partner manager? Motherfucker, I don't got a partner manager.
I thought you had one.
I had one, and then he went, I'm no longer your partner manager. You may or may not be getting a new partner manager. And oh, surprise, surprise, did not get a new one. Oh, did you think Twitch was going to support you when you become partner? No, sorry, man.
Oh, just my luck. It's quite literally my luck where I get into something and it's going downhill. It happens every fucking time where I get into something and it like a year later goes,
no.
by the way, we've stopped supporting that thing that you liked doing. And I went, what?
Yeah. No. But, here's the thing. You got to not deal with the platform. You got to accept the fact that this platform is fucked. And just be okay with it. Just be like, whatever. And just be, the best leader of your community that you can be. Because if you provide a welcoming community and a welcoming place, they'll go with you wherever you go, so you could be like, fuck, okay, Twitch is dead. They're shutting down Twitch. And then you go, okay, we're going to YouTube now, and then people will follow you over there. It's, yeah. So don't like, this is where all our D&D community is, which is why I'm still on Twitch and I just go, whatever, this platform sucks. But this is where the community's at, so of course we're going to keep streaming on this. But if Twitch ever did, shut down, first of all, that makes it easier on me, because then I can be like, oh, thank God, this platform sucked, we're just going to go someplace else now. We'll just go to YouTube, where you're already there. And yeah. I'll tell you right now, to do what you want to do, you don't need to be a partner. I wholeheartedly believe in that.
What I need to do.
Did I ruin your day? Did I ruin
Crown's
your day?
morale is being tested.
Did I dash your hopes and dreams? I'm sorry about that, bud.
Just a little.
I'm sorry about that.
I had this pipe dream, I guess, in my head where I was like, when I reached partner, shit's gonna change, brother. Shit's gonna be like, I'm gonna hit partner and suddenly I'm gonna be way bigger.
No. Not at
I feel
all.
like if nothing else, partner does afford you a little bit bigger of if nothing else, it's sort of like a little tag to show hey, this person's got something going on.
I used to think that. I did used to think
Oh no.
But also keep in mind that you said, oh yeah, partner. And I was like, oh yeah, you're not partner. I keep forgetting that. I just assumed you are partner. I don't even think about partner anymore. I'm like, oh yeah, you're partner. You gotta be partner, right? Uh-oh. Not partner?
No.
Well, let's go ahead and review. Let me see. Go ahead and just review. Okay. Let's see what you get here as a partner. Let me just. Oh yes. More emote slots. That's cool.
Neat.
And that's it. Okay. Well.
Wait.
You get more emote slots, and you can apply for a front page slot.
The fuck is that? Oh, you're on the front page of Twitch?
Yeah.
Don't those
I think
people
you
get
do.
harassed?
Yes, all the time.
Boy.
So
I thought there was a better split for revenue and stuff. When you become a partner.
No.
Why am I doing this?
No, it's 50-50
Why am I
always.
doing this?
They even came out and said it's always going to be 50-50. No one's getting bigger splits anymore, pal. The only people that are getting the 70-30 split is if the people who are already getting the 70-30 split.
Oh.
And after they make $100,000, they go down to 50-50 for the year.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No, this platform sucks, bud. There's no. I tried. I tried doing the bigger split, and they kept pushing the goalpost until eventually in 2021, my partner manager at the time said, oh yeah, we don't do that anymore. But we got a real cool thing coming. And I'm like, and I even told him, I said, hold up. You mean to tell me I'm always going to be 50-50 no matter how many subscribers I get? They're like, yeah. And I went, and why the fuck am I pushing subs? I told him that. I said, why am I pushing subs? I'm just going to push my Patreon. And he said, Well, he said, no joke. He said, well, you do what you got to do and take care of yourself. And I went,
Oh fuck.
okay. And so
Oh,
we
fuck.
pushed the Patreon, and now my Patreon's doing great. My sub growth on Twitch is doing shitty, and I don't fucking care because I'm not giving Twitch half of my fucking money for a platform that barely works half the time.
Fuck.
So, Crown, get yourself
Oh,
a
boy.
Patreon.
Ooh.
As someone-
Ooh.
As someone who currently has I think, a very successful Kickstarter, let's review the numbers, Crown, from a business standpoint. Let's go ahead and review the numbers. I'm going to go and push my finger because I know you're
Hold on. I got to
Yeah.
piss really bad. This
Yeah,
doom
yeah.
and gloom is setting in,
Yeah.
brother. I'll be right
It's
back.
not Doom! It's not Doom! Oh my god. Here's the thing, chat room. Here's the thing. It's very easy to get into the mindset that if I'm a Twitch partner, I'm gonna become something. And here's the thing. You're already something because of the work that you're putting in to your craft. Hey, Dead Aussie Gamer, thank you so much for the raid. My name is Crown DM. We are currently doing World Building Wednesday. It's a super early stream, but we're going to continue to work on our systems and maps today. I'm joined by fellow loudmouth DM, Brett Ultimus, who won't shut up. I really wish he would, though, but I got to get back to work. That's okay. That's okay. Thanks for the raid. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, let's go and give Dead Aussie Gamer a shout out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that mod. What's up, Dead Aussie Gamer? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Got a bit of a cold. Don't mind me. But yeah. What did you end up doing today? What'd you stream today? As you can see, we're working on orcs today. And I think what we're going to do is break down orcs into clans. And I'm currently working on some things with the Warsong Clan orcs. So, I got a couple of options here that I'm working on. One is Warrior's Prowess. Now, we're going to go ahead and figure that out today. But let's go into Blood of the Enemy. Now, those, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet or not. Those who find themselves fighting by your side are driven to valorous acts and honorable ends. You produce an aura out to a radius of 10 feet. That's pretty cool, right? You know the Paladin aura? Thought it'd be really cool if we included that in the Warsong clan. There's a nice little passive aura buff. It'd be really cool. Allies who are bloodied gain a bonus to their damage rolls while they're within the aura. That's pretty cool. Equal to your proficiency bonus on the first attack they make that deals damage. The break overlay is still up? What do you mean? What are you talking about? The break overlay is still up? What? Yeah, let me go ahead and put that up there. Hold on a sec. Just give me a second. I have to hack it. I have to hack the hold on a sec. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. The break screen should be up. It's loading. 1 second. Give me a second. So it's loading right now. Let me see here. Guys, I was really hoping Crown would be back right now. I can't bullshit this entire time. Fooled you. It's me, Brett Ultimus, entertaining you guys from beyond the grave. While you're at it, Crown, how about posting the Patreon link that you were discussing with Brett? Sure thing. It's called... This motherfucker. Chat, what are some things that you'd want to see from Crown with the Patreon? Let's discuss. I know what I offer from my Patreon, and I'm not selling that shit. So I'm thinking what? We're thinking for Crown's Patreon, you guys want MP3s of his campaign sessions? I think that's a good one. Crown makes a lot of great maps, so I think map releases would be. I think that's gonna be his like top seller. You know what I'm saying? I think map releases are good, and of course, custom mechanics. Yep. Foundry macros. Does he make Foundry macros, chat? Map packs? Yeah, I'm thinking like some monthly maps of just stuff that he's worked on. I think it'd be pretty good. Community one-shots for the higher tier? Ooh. You know what? Let's toss that in. If he's down for it. I think Crown has more patience with strangers than I do. Not giving the community a hard time. I don't do well with people I don't know. So that's why I don't usually offer myself up for like DMing community members. It's nothing against the community members. I just don't do well with people I don't know. I have a hard time. But I feel like Crown's pretty good with others. Maybe like community one-shots for a higher tier. I like that. I like that a lot. ASMR? Wait a minute. Oh my god. Crown's got a nice voice. We could put that on a higher tier. What if he did like ASMR D&D? Oh shit. Yo, if he wants to go that route, I think we could make that that could be a $50 tier. Like that could be high end. He releases these little audio MP3s of him reading an area and ASMR. Like nice little meditation relaxing videos with some sound effects in the background. Nice little relaxing music, and he just kind of explains an environment. Oh, with some little dice rolling it. Oh my god, he could make some fucking bank. He can make some fucking bank on that shit, dude. All right, here's what. We'll go off my style. So for $5, you get MP3 of his campaign session. $10, he'll release maps. You know, his maps are really good. For $20, you'll get some of his custom mechanics. We can include some macros if that's something. For $50, we get an ASMR D&D where he will release once a month an ASMR pack of him describing an area with a variety of sound effects and stuff. Ooh, that would be really good. For $125. Someone actually said something really good. I'm trying to figure out. Crown voices and it gives you NPC lines. For $125, you get all the above, and Crown will once a month will once per paid period record 3 NPC lines for you. Ooh. Okay, but what tier do you do homebrew review where he reviews it like he's Gordon Ramsay? That's good. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a pretty beefy Patreon we can do for Crown. I think this will be really good. What do you think, chat? $5 for MP3 of his campaign sessions. $10 is his map tier, where he releases all the maps he works on because they're all in Incarnate, so he can do that. The license for Incarnate, you can release as many maps as you want. You can make money for it. That's all there is to it. Royalty free. That's the cool thing about Incarnate. So any maps he works on, he'll release on the $10 tier. On the $20 tier, he can release his custom mechanics and macros, like Foundry macros. He'll release in that $50 tier. ASMR D&D, I think, is pretty pog. I think that's really cool. $125 tier. He will voice 3 NPC lines at $250. Goes for the high end. For anyone who wants to do community one-shots, he will run that for anyone that tosses that kind of Gucci money in there. I can't afford any of it, but it sounds good. Well, there you go. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Momo was awake and Momo's mom's over, so I was hanging out for a quick moment.
Oh, that's all good. We're talking about your Kickstarter. Or sorry, we're talking about your Patreon.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, fuck,
up?
Tay. Cut me a little bit of slack. My God.
What happened?
What happened?
What happened? Oh, what's going on, my man?
I walked out and I had. Have you seen The Last of Us, the TV show with Pedro Pascal?
No.
Oh, okay.
I know the meme though, where he's just kind of like standing around like all these desolate places. Yeah.
He's like holding onto his chest and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
I walked out and I set my empty cup down. I went ooh as world went like descended upon me. I took a piss, then went upstairs and found Momo and them outside, and I went, "Oh hey guys, how's it going? I'm thinking of starting up a Patreon."
Well, we got some tiers for you that I've just built for your Patreon that I think will make you do very well. I think would do very well first.
Pog, I'm listening.
Okay. All right. So this is what I said. Everyone seemed to be down with it. No one really argued this. Okay. Now, obviously, no bad ideas. Take it as you will. But here's what I'm thinking. I've used a little bit of my inspiration of my Patreon with what worked for me as well. All right. So $5 tier, MP3 of your campaign sessions. Real super easy. Just convert any of your campaigns that you do. Sessions to MP3s, upload it onto Patreon. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Easy $5 you'll make. Okay?
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, this is why I like Patreon compared to, first of all, in the D&D space, the TTRPG space, if you're releasing good content, people will pay for that shit. As someone who is a concurrent viewer of non-D&D streams of about, I don't know, average maybe 200, on a good day, maybe 300, I feel like I make a good amount of money. And it's not through Twitch. It is not through Twitch. Twitch kind of gives me maybe like anywhere between like, I think on average like $3,000 maybe for all the subs that I get, but it could be a lot more. So yeah, so you got $5, just make MP3s your sessions. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to give you the Patreon cut. So
how much does Patreon take?
Not a lot is the best part. So How much does Patreon take? Let me check my Kickstarter. I believe mine is the premium, which means I believe they take 12% from me. Let me double check though. I want to get you the. Let me tell. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the pro plan, which means they take 8%.
Okay. I assume it's because you're like a well-known name type deal. Like you've done things in the past. You're not like some new guy.
No, that's what I set it up at. You get all these options at the beginning when you have your Patreon.
Oh. Why wouldn't you pick the one that takes the least from you?
Because it provides the least amount of support.
Oh, okay.
So for Pro, I believe that allows. I think I picked Pro because it allows me to schedule posts. I want to say. Hold on. Let me read the plans. Patreon plans. There's got to be like a thing for it. Pricing. Here we go. Okay. So here it is. So for Light, which is 5% of your income, hosted creator page, patron communication tools, patron workshops, whatever. But you don't want Light because you want the membership tiers, which comes in Pro. That's where you get where you go like Light is literally just like, yeah, give me this money and then we're done. Pro gives you membership tiers, analytics and insights, special offer promos, creator-led workshops, limited, blah, blah, blah. That shit doesn't matter because it's the membership tiers. So you need to be Pro. You need to be Pro. You need to be taking 8%. At 12%, you get you get the partner manager. So you don't have to like prove like Twitch, where you're like, oh, I get a partner manager and that'll help shit out. And you're like, yeah, but you got to like prove yourself like really fucking hard. Yeah, fuck that shit. Premium, if you are giving 12%, this is 12%, not 50, not 30, 12% of your Patreon money.
Mhm.
You get a partner manager.
Is it 12% of your money or 12% of every support?
What's the difference?
Fair enough.
If you make, let's say you make $1,000. Let's just go for that, okay?
Okay.
Like $1,000. That means, for $1,000, if you are the Pro tier, $80 goes to Patreon, and you keep $920. With Premium, right? With the Premium thing, where you get your dedicated partner manager, merch for memberships, and you get team accounts, which means you could have other people upload for you. That's 12%, which means at $1,000, 12% of it's taken, and it's $880. Notably, Patreon does take extra fee for currency conversions. That is correct, but again, they aren't taking 50% of your money. So even with currency conversion, transaction cost fees, and their own fee, it's still not 50% of your money. It's not even 30% of your money. It's still very fucking good. You know what I mean? And you have better control, and you're offering something more meaningful. Not saying you're not offering meaningful streaming on Twitch, but if a community member wants to support you on Twitch, they have to subscribe to you. They get emotes, which is cool, plus whatever additional add-on you want to provide for benefit. The problem is Twitch doesn't. Twitch takes half of that money. So if someone's giving you $5, Twitch is taking $2.50 out of your hand. When if you do a $5 tier on Patreon, let me just go and calculate real quick. You're getting about 2 times 5. You're getting about $4.60 of that instead of $2.50. You see where I'm coming from with this crap? You understand what I'm saying? You understand why I do Patreon? Why I don't give a flying fuck how many subs I got on Twitch? You see what's going on here? Okay. What's going on? You dazed? I'm moving my hand.
Dazed. Really? I'm just sort of considering everything that's like, because a part of my brain's like, do you make a tier that's like people that just support you? Do you make a tier where you have to give something every tier?
So, in my personal opinion, yes, I do feel like you need to provide something for those tiers. You will get people that you don't have to do that. You can literally make a Patreon that's just like, hey, give me money and thank you for your help. You can literally, if you wanted to, have a page. You can go for the lightest. If that's the direction you want to go, you can go for the light membership where they only take 5%. And you got a little $5 thing here that says support Crown and what he does for $5, and then people can just support you that way, and you don't have to offer anything. And yes, you can do that. What I'm telling you is, if you want your Patreon to be successful, because I think you can, especially with the kind of content you create, you could have a very successful Patreon. In my humble opinion, I think you can do very well for yourself on Patreon, and not have to fret about Twitch, but also build something that's yours. You know what I'm saying? Because right now on Twitch, your money-making mechanism is bits cheered, subs, and the occasional, like, you've got products that you're selling as well. But also, and if you become big enough, quote unquote, you can get sponsored gigs. The thing is, I would much rather sell something that I've designed and something that I have built, because I know what people are getting for their money, than do a sponsored stream. Personally, I would rather do that. A sponsored stream, you got to do right by the people that are giving you the money. They want you to say certain things. You kind of turn into a little bit of a, and there's nothing wrong with doing sponsored streams. I mean, I still do sponsored streams. But I like the ability to make my own money my way, which is releasing cool TTRPG content. Personally, you can do that too, because it's not. Here's the thing, Crown. Because of what you do, you don't have to change a damn thing about what you want, what you do. All you have to do is just offer it up on a platform for a price. So all your homebrew mechanics, all the maps you make in Incarnate, which, by the way, if you make maps on Incarnate, it's royalty free. You can sell those maps for a profit. There is no limit to what you can do.
I technically bought the rights to do that when Incarnate started up, so I can sell the maps, which is a big benefit.
Which means these are maps that you're already designing anyways. Why not give them to your community for a price? A community who would be more than happy not only to support you, but get something for that support. It's very cool. Very cool. As far as consistency, you'd have to figure out what works best for you on that. But as long as you're given something, you know what I mean? You're kind of given something whenever you can. The tiers will become more popular over time. For example, on my Patreon, I have a variety of tiers. $5, $10, $20, $50, $100, $200, $300, $500. The $100, $300, $500 is like, hey, you want to give a little extra? There you go. My most popular tier is the $20 tier. And that's not my lowest tier. In fact, the $20 tier, I think, has more than twice the amount of members than my lowest cost tier. And that's because the $20 tier has a lot of value. It's custom content being made, and yeah, it's very good. Very good. So, that's why I'm a big fan of that. You can build something on Patreon. You can make some money doing that as well. And you don't have to sacrifice your ordeals and values. And you can ramp up and build something. And the best part is, you don't have to be a Twitch partner when you're doing this. You know what I'm saying?
I keep nodding like you can fucking see me.
Yeah.
Nodding my head in agreement. I'm like,
Yeah.
Twisting my mustache as you're talking. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So here's the tiers I've built for you. Okay. Your you just make $5 tiers, your MP3s of any D&D sessions you do. That's MP3s. People like that. People will support that. And it's super easy to do. $10 tier is you release your maps that you make on Incarnate, and you release them as a JPEG format or whatever on your Patreon for your $10 tier. Your $20 tier is your all the mechanics and sub races and all the shit that you're building now. Release it. Put it on a Word doc. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Release that as your $20 tier. Do you have macros? Someone said you had macros. Yeah, someone said your Foundry macros. Do you have Foundry macros?
Oh no! Like
Oh, okay.
the
I don't
macros
know
I've
what the fuck
gotten
they
have
were
been
talking
from
about.
other people.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know what they were talking about then. So yeah, 20 is where you release all your like content. Now $50. Now hear me out for this one. Now this one's a bit of a stretch, but I think your audience would go for it because your audience was the one that brought it up. Probably as a joke, but I think would actually do very well.
Boy.
For $50, release an ASMR D&D reading once per month.
ASMR reading.
Yes, where all you have to do is describe a scene. And you could put like little sound effects in the background, some meditative royalty-free music in the background. And all you're doing is just describing a scene. Maybe it could be in a forest somewhere, maybe it could be the small village, and you're just kind of describing little things about it. You can even include like a little document, like a little read-along document with that. I think people would be all about that shit for $50. An ASMR D&D reading of a location once a month.
Guys, I don't think my voice is that cool.
I think you would do very well for it. I think you got the voice chops for that. I think that would be something to experiment with, and I think you'd do very well with that. Okay. Now here's where we get fun, okay? The $125 tier. You will record 3 NPC lines for someone for their game. Once a month.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. You still have to approve. You have to approve whatever it is. But yes. And then the $250 tier are community one-shots. Where for your high tier people, if you're down to DM community members, they can purchase a seat at the table. Not your current table, but a seat at a community table for $250 once per month. These are your high tier. These are your luxury tiers. That's what I'm thinking. Something to think about. Something to think about. And yeah, you put a cap on the 250 to like the number of players you'd be willing to DM once a month in a community table. It also makes it more luxurious because it's limited.
Huh.
Yeah, what's up?
Go full chaos. I want to say before it goes away, DM Stretch, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for joining. Apparently we got raided and I missed it. It's probably why I was having my dread.
I pretended to be you.
Perfect. Thank you. Hopefully we'll see you around, brother. Thank you very much for the follow. My God. How much would this take away from stuff, though? Like, while you're making your Patreon content, how much are you streaming?
So here's the deal. So those top 3 tiers are bonuses. Those are additional things, right? I'm a big fan of designing a Patreon that sells the content that you're already working on. And because you're constantly building things for your games, you're just double dipping and selling those to other people as well. I'm a big fan of utilize. So, for example, the MP3 of your sessions would just require you to have. You could do that on Audacity. Download video, drag in, boom, export as an MP3 or WAV. Whatever you want to do. Doesn't take any extra time. Maps, you've already made the maps. You've already designed the maps. You're just uploading them to Patreon. Custom mechanics and macros, you're just importing everything into a Google Doc or a PDF, and you're pushing it out to people on those. So your $5, $10, $20 tiers, you're not building extra content. You're just reusing the content you already have, but providing it to your audience. And you make money. And people would absolutely support the hell out of it.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
My immediate train of thought is that I look at the people who actually sell maps, who sell maps every month on their Patreon. Their maps are fucking insane. I do not think my maps are like even worth $10.
I think they are. I think that's just imposter syndrome. I think your maps are especially detailed, and I think people would want access to those maps because they like what you. It's not just these maps that are sitting like by themselves, right? It's not like, who the fuck is this guy? Look at this map. It's like, oh my god, I love that map that Crown designed. It's like, well, you can get it for $10. Just join the Patreon. It's right over there. And people would be like, not only is this a cool fucking map, but also this is a this is all really fucking good. You know what I mean? Like this, not only is this a cool map, but this is the map I just got to watch Crown make. And I really liked. I really want that. I really want to be a part of that. I want to run something with that map because I saw it being used. It was really fucking cool. So, yeah. I think people absolutely would. And also, okay, let's go ahead and take the negative approach of it. All right, let's just say no one would pay $10 for my maps, frowny face. Okay, put your money where your mouth is. Upload it for that and see if people will pay $10 for it. What's the worst that could happen? You were right and people didn't pay $10 for your map? Oh, you didn't waste any effort. All you did was upload a map you already made.
Sorry, my brain's going 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
Evil Moon thing, yes. I technically own all the rights to the maps that I make because I bought into the company back in 2016. And it was in its alpha.
You could still, as long as you pay the monthly fee, and even if you stop paying the monthly fee, if you paid the monthly fee when you made the maps, it's still, yeah.
I do I do yearly subscriptions with them, so I just pay the chunk of like 25 because I'm grandfathered into their highest.
So you got a
tier.
cheaper price, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm grandfathered in at the cheaper price.
So this is where this is what I toss to you. Okay, just something to think about. Like obviously, I don't want to pressure you to something you don't feel comfortable doing. What's the downside?
Are you asking me what's the downside?
Yes. What's the downside?
So my fear with it's the reason I've held off on Patreon and stuff like that for so long is my fear is I get caught up in making the games where like I'm running one game right now and all of my train of thought goes into the one game and the potential game that'll be starting on Sunday. And it's like I'm making maps for those games. I'm making stuff for my own homebrew setting. And it's like, this is like super niche stuff. Like my theme, my setting has very like Nordic themes. It draws a lot of inspiration from a lot of Norse culture, and it's not like generic fantasy. This is shit where it's like, I wrote this story, I wrote this, and this, and it only really makes sense in my setting. If somebody like, it's one thing for the races, right? Where like you can just plug and play the race into your setting. But if I'm doing like, yeah, this is the city of Sunfall, where it's like, here's all the weird shit that goes around with it. It's like, I don't know if that would do well. And if I run the risk of like, I'm hyper focusing on one game and I just forget to like put out maps that month.
So why? Okay. So the only argument I would say for that is you've already stated that you're designing maps already. So all you would do is just release one or some of those maps on the Patreon. And you'll learn what's a good pace. You know what I mean? Like you're not making any new content. You're not making Patreon exclusive content. Or at least not yet, Winky Face. Yeah. So all you're doing is just going, this map's done, and it looks really cool. And all you do is just, whoop. All you're doing is just dropping it right into the Patreon. That's all you're doing. You're going, whoop. Write a little blurb about what the map is. That's it. And that's all you got to do. And people would pay for that. People would happily pay for that. And then if you're like, well, this doesn't work for, because the game I run, I have these certain mechanics. And you're like, okay, but just release those rules then. Put in a little Google Doc if you want. That's how I started. I just did Google Docs. Or I just pasted it as text blurbs.
That's a little bit of with like the $20 one where it's like mechanics and races and stuff.
Yep.
A lot of the help comes from chat. And I would feel bad if I was like, hey, you guys helped me make this. Guess what? It's behind a paywall now.
I mean, ultimately, they have the VOD. So they still... So here's my logic behind that, right? If someone doesn't want to pay for something, ultimately they will find a way around that paywall. 2, they have the VOD. The VOD's not behind a paywall. And if you want to continue to double down, you can start uploading your VODs onto YouTube so that people will always have access to that. How do you think Dungeons & Dragons can do Unearthed Arcana where they give you previews of the content they're looking to sell to you? Get the feedback from the people, and then go, okay, now I'm going to sell you a book for $50. It's how it's worked the entire time, and people understand that. And if people don't want to reveal their trade secrets or whatever, then they don't have to share shit with you, But I don't think anyone would care, about that, because again, people do already have access to it. They have the VOD. You're not gatekeeping the VOD. You know what I mean? I genuinely don't think anyone would care about that. I personally think it's being nitpicky. I think you're looking for an excuse. When I'm telling you, put your money where your mouth is and just see what happens. Worst case scenario, you upload the shit, no one supports, which that's not going to happen. But that's the worst case scenario. You're not making any additional. And here's the thing: like the last 3 tiers, that was just me just spitballing some fun ideas. If you don't have that, and that would require a little bit of extra effort on your part, you don't have to do those 3 big tiers if you don't want to, at least not at first. But the first 3 tiers Those are all stuff that all you're doing is just releasing the content that you have already made. You're not putting any extra time. You're just going, hey, and if you want to support me, you get all this cool shit that you saw that you're like, wow, that's so cool. And you go, okay, here it is. And people will happily pay for it. As someone who's been doing this for a few years now, and pretty confident and pretty proud of the Patreon that we've built, yeah, it'll do great. And here's the cool thing about it. Ready for the cool thing? When you're ready, if you do have like the business mindset and want to make a business out of it, once the Patreon makes a certain amount of money, you can take that funding from the Patreon and hire other people to do some of the other stuff that you just are too stretched on time to do. And then you can use that as more Patreon content. That's why on our Patreon, we release monthly subclasses, release about at least 5 to 6 magic items a month. We release a set of tokens. We release, optionally, we try to release a map, because we do use, unfortunately, tile sets that limit to 4 maps a month with the payment that I have. And any other bonus extra stuff if we have time for release. And honestly, the audience seems to enjoy that pace of stuff being released personally. And of course, MP3s of all of our IO sessions. And your entire chat right now, I haven't heard a single person go, "Oh, that's actually a bad idea." I've seen everyone say, "Shut the fuck up, Ground, and just do it."
Fuck, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Just do it. What do you got to lose?
As a primarily Patreon supporter of IO, I will say I don't always subscribe to Twitch channel.
They take too much money. And thank you for supporting the Patreon IO. I prefer someone supporting our Patreon than sub on Twitch. Not only because I get a bigger cut, but I genuinely feel you're getting a better value for the money you're spending than you would on Twitch. Where I love my emotes. Don't get me wrong. We worked really hard, paid a lot of money, got some good fucking emotes. And I provide that because of I don't want to tell people how to spend their money, because people are like, fuck that, I want to support you on Twitch. It's like, okay. And we'll provide you some cool emotes for that. Thank you very much.
Metis, it's not that I'm afraid of becoming a corporate shill. My biggest fear always when I started streaming is ego. It is
That keeps you in check. The fact that you have that fear is super important. It keeps you in check. And that is why we have that's why IO Publishing has a people first philosophy. That whatever I do, as long as it is beneficial to those around me, not just myself, then we always keep that check in mind. And you just keep that in the back of your mind, you know? That's the fact that you already have that concern says a lot. It says that you will never do something that will hurt someone else, because you've already got that in the back of your mind of like, I do not want to let my ego take over. And genuinely it won't. Because I love the fact I get 200 to 300 viewers, you know, in just the normal shit that I do. That's all I need, personally. You mean to tell me I can get 200 viewers and raise $100,000 on a Kickstarter? Making cool fucking shit? Let's go. I love the fact that nobody really knows who I am on Twitch. I like that. I like to just keep to myself, you know? But I would like to make a living and, like, you know, make some money so that way I can do what I want, not do what I have to. That makes sense. You know? No, you just do what you're doing. I don't think it's anything to worry about ego, but also you surround yourself with people that will be more than happy to smack you in the back of the head if you do something egotistical. So you got nothing to worry about there. Everyone You've got folks around you that's gonna keep you humble. Don't worry about that, bud.
Chat pointing the gun at me already.
Yeah. So you'll just keep doing you, bud. You know what works, you know what does. And yeah. You got plenty of folks around you who'll be like, hey, you're being kind of a dick right now. So nothing to worry about there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my Itis is my ego checker, so he's
There you go. All right, so we dealt with ego. Now what?
no. I guess it really is just making excuses.
Mm-hmm.
But what if it fails?
What's the definition of the failure at this point?
What if I push people away because they think I'm money grubbing?
No. People want to support and help you. Motherfucker, Kickstarter. There is a number on my Kickstarter that says this man raised $99,000 and not one single person has come to me and been like, you've changed. I don't like watching you anymore. I saw a number and God, what a shill. And no, I don't think that because again, you are providing a service. You're just providing trade. You're providing a service. If you give me this amount of money, I give you this in exchange. You're not going you're not gatekeeping anything, you know?
I think as long as you don't paywall VODs, your viewers aren't going anywhere.
Yes, don't never pay. No, yeah, you're not Critical Role. Anyone who paywalls their VODs, I just am like, really?
I didn't even know you could do that. I thought you could do it. Oh no, yeah, you can because it's a tag for like sub only chat and shit like that.
I think it's also a partner perk. I think.
That
But also
horrifying. Why would you do that?
Well, people get big and funny enough, people get big enough, and they go, "Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that."
It seems very odd.
Critical Role does that.
Do they?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know if that's changed recently, but yeah.
Don't they post their shit on YouTube though?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
What's the point of that? To push people towards your YouTube channel?
Maybe. Or just to get some money because they're the top dog.
Chat replay? Oh, it's early
yeah.
access. Huh. Early access.
A little bit of extra money.
All right.
I get why people do that. I personally think it's a bad idea because I want people to watch the content we release so that we can continue to build the audience.
Yeah, like I've started saving the VODs of like even these streams where they're like not game streams because we make stuff in them. So I'm like, if somebody had a question, then there's a decision to save it so that way people can learn from that question.
It also helps really build an audience when people go, let me check this out. Oh, this is cool. I like this. I want to continue to watch more. Oh my God, I want to watch this live. I personally think if you are, again, like if, because I've got friends that do this as well. I know some people brought up Narrative Declaration, who are a bunch of talented and wonderful folks. I personally think by putting your VODs behind a paywall, it does limit your growth. Personally. But you're not doing that, and I don't know why we're talking about that. Patreon. Do it, man. You can start doing daily releases of all your MP3 sessions until you're caught up. Release, you can do a monthly map showcase if you'd like, or bi-weekly. Yeah. Because also, if people feel like they're not getting enough value, there are surveys that will tell you that they're leaving because they felt like they weren't getting what they wanted. So yeah. I think you should do it. But ultimately it's up to you and when you feel comfortable. But there is no downside. And also, if you really are concerned, have a talk with your community. You can do that. You can be like, "Hey community, this kind of affects you. What do you think?" As you can see, everyone is screaming at you. Open the fucking Patreon.
Change the stream. Fuck. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, this is my favorite hangout spots. Its creator is very inspiring. Jesus. Very kind of you. Thank you for all the kind words in chat. I really do appreciate them. God.
Reflect. Think on it. Talk to Momo about it. What would Momo think? What would
Good
Momo say?
question. I think she'd be all for like me getting that bag.
Yeah.
She was the one that got me into Twitch, so
Yeah. You just gotta make sure you're always doing right by people.
you think? Octo, please, Octo.
Listen, it's very good that you don't want your ego to get overinflated, but you got, like I said, you got a bunch of friends around you who's gonna keep you in check. More importantly, you gotta work on the philosophy that people come first. Whether it's artists you work with, whether it's your community, whether it is consumers of your content who are willing to pay money for access to your content. Make sure you always treat people first. If you don't and start just doing what you want to do and fuck everybody else, that's an ego nose dive, you know, egotistical at its best. Just people first. That's it. All you gotta do. People first, community first. Don't go into a fucking rant how, you know, you've seen the twisted evil that you could become, and now that's why you don't play Among Us. Don't do that. Just don't do that.
I was some part of my brain's like, Brett, what the fuck are you saying? For half a second, I was like,
Yeah.
am I losing
What?
it? Is this... Am I fucking dehydrated right now? What's happening to me?
Just don't talk about what a insane egomaniac that you could become. Don't do that shit, you know? Just do you. Was that an imposter syndrome joke, Brett? And listen, Chad, if you don't get it, I would rather you didn't.
You
Let's just
are-
put it that way.
You are in a great place right now. If you
You're
do not
in
get
an
that.
awesome place if you don't get
Welcome
that.
to the community. We appreciate you here.
Yeah. That's why I don't play Among Us. What the fuck? Yeah, if you have to say a line such as, "You know me enough by now that you know what my abilities are," imagine if they had no temperance, imagine the destruction I could wreak. Jesus Christ, that is the most...
Christ.
Yeah. I just
That's
want to...
That's a monologue. That's a villain monologue.
I just want to give you a blurb of a thing that a person actually said, and then go back to you worrying about being about your ego getting out of control. If you look at a line like that and go, "What the fuck?" then your ego is still fine. You are still doing okay. You are still doing okay. Woo! considering the fact we've seen how others have fallen in this community, just don't do that. Just don't do any of that. Just don't do any of that. It's really, really fucking simple.
How do you do MP3s?
We can talk. I can give you the scoop.
Yeah, because I'm not like,
Yeah,
despite
no.
being like a DM,
No, no,
like
I'll give you-
online and shit, I don't actually know how to do online
Oh,
stuff.
I'll help you out. I got you.
How fucked are like really big streams though in terms of converting them? Because I do like
Not
7-hour games.
Not fucked at all.
Okay, good, Gucci.
You got a good internet speed? What's your upload looking like?
Sometimes it's so bad we don't get to play the game, which is really fun.
Oh no. Yeah. I mean, it's you obviously got to work with the hardware limits that you have.
Live in the heartland, brother.
Yeah. So obviously you got to work with that. But also, or at least what I'd like to get to eventually, is start hiring people to handle that shit. Like I'll just take the bullet instead of taking 8%. I'll take the 12% and I'll assign other people to Patreon to do that for me. Which is my end goal is to have everything automated, so that I have to run. All I do is run games, and then the business side just operates itself. And then I just get a paycheck every month.
Wild.
We're kind of getting there. So it's just there's a few more moving pieces we got to do. I'd like to get the Patreon up a little bit more. Yeah. If Patreon hit 10K a month, I could do some damage. I could do some fucking damage. I would provide artists with the most competitive rate in the industry. Writers, the same thing. Because right now, I feel like we are industry standard. We're just above industry standard. But that's something that we've been building in 4 months. We're already above industry standard. So yeah.
Side question. Personal, maybe. You could choose to answer yes or no. Do you have an accountant?
Yes.
Okay. Do you pay
I do.
quarterly or fiscally?
I pay annually.
Okay.
I feel an accountant helps out tremendously. The amount they charge, because I pay my accountant, I think, $3,500 a year. That hurts. You go, but
Dude, taxes just took all of my money. Like,
yeah, they handled the taxes.
first time being like a solo guy doing taxes, it took almost all of my money, and that shit fucking hurt.
Yeah, it takes a while. So they'll set up a payroll for you. They'll set up bank accounts. They'll set up, if you need anything, they'll set it up for you. And yeah, it's good. It's good peace of mind. Exactly. What's being said. Good piece of mind. And you could also be like, for some accountants, you could be like, yeah, I didn't really make a lot of money. And they'll be like, okay, we'll just charge you this amount, because they want to keep you around.
Oh, like retainer.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, well, you can just pay us a little under, But you gotta have a good team. Like, I finally have a team. Finally got a law firm that I'm working with, like for contracts and stuff like that. It's just a lot of just good shit.
I'm paying my tax evading advisor too much.
I feel like that's what an accountant is. It's like, oh yeah, just do this, and then you don't have to worry about paying taxes. You're like, what the fuck? You're like, yeah. There's so many legal loopholes. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And as a content creator, oh my god, dude, you can do so much. You could be like, I play video games on Twitch, so I'm gonna buy this 70-inch television. Need
I did learn that though. I did learn that, which saved a fair bit of money. They still took almost all of it, but it was less once I figured out the little loophole, which is, motherfucker, anything you do is Gucci. You buy a chair, that counts. You buy a computer, that counts. You buy food on stream, that counts.
Yep. All the above.
The moment I found
I-
that out, it was the moment I went back to like DoorDash and Instacart and stuff and started like cataloging how much I was spending.
Dude, I would dare say, if you have a Twitter account, because you're on social media, just post a couple of pictures of food that you made from the store. I would argue that would be a business expense.
Oh,
And that's the cool thing about being like, if you want, you can make anything a tax write-off. Vacation, tax write-off. Take a couple of pictures, post online. Your business is social media.
having an
Very
accountant
easy.
almost guarantees you won't get audited because it's too expensive to go after you. The IRS
Yes.
doesn't get funded anymore. I mean, didn't they just recently get like a task force? Didn't the IRS just recently get a task force?
I thought that task force was dismantled
Really?
by, I guess it depends on where the task force came from. If it was during Biden, then yes.
I could have swore it was during this administration.
Oh, maybe it is. You might be right. But also, yeah, your accountant very much is like, oh yeah, if you ever get audited, we got you. Don't worry about it.
It was sent to the Pinkertons.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Something to think about. But the more money you make on Patreon, the more cool shit you get to make. Just think of it this way, right? If you want to go ahead and put your ego concerns aside, it takes money to make money, which means if you're going to release something on Patreon and you're going to release this cool shit and go, okay, cool, I'm making this kind of money, blah, blah, blah. And then you take that money to further improve upon your craft, hiring artists to give you some nice splash images, hiring a designer to turn your Google Docs into professional PDFs. You are providing additional value to the people that were supporting you. Not just taking the money and going, well, off to Aruba, woohoo! You go, I'm gonna go take this, I'm gonna hire an artist to make this thing, and then I'm gonna put that on the Patreon.
I would love to have an artist. It is so much work. Versus like this is gonna sound the most fucking first world problems ever, by the way. But there's so much art out there that you cannot use because it belongs to a lot of people. And if you find art on Pinterest, it doesn't mean you get to use it.
Right.
So I spend a lot of time, a metric fuck ton of time outside of game, reverse image searching and hunting down these artists like pages to see if I can use this character art. Is it for use? Does it belong to a video game? Who does it belong to? Does it belong to this person? Do they have any clauses written about this art? And I feel like I spend days and days doing that shit. And I would much rather just have an artist that I could hit up and be like, hey, please make me a half fire giant with a big bushy beard and swept back hair so I don't have to spend 3 fucking days hunting down this person's art station because they changed their name 15 times in 2020.
Oh yeah.
And save myself the legal recourse as well. I would much rather do that where the person's drawing it and then I can do something else. I could spend those 3 days doing something else.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's called building an operation, my friend. And to build an operation, you need money.
Again,
I would not be where I'm at now without my Patreon. Just full stop. I didn't build this shit because I had a lot of Twitch subs. I built this because I built a Patreon and I fine-tuned it and made sure that those who were supporting my Patreon were getting good shit every month so that they would stick around and bring more people. I'm very happy to say that in the, 2+ years that I've had a Patreon. Oh my God. 2+ years. I had a Patreon. That it has always gone up. I've never had the value of the Patreon go down.
value of a good, what do you mean?
As in, the Patreon makes money, and every month makes more money than it did the previous month. If you're looking at a chart, The line go up. The line keep go up. Keep go up. And that's because we try to find ways to make the Patreon more valuable than it was before, while keeping the price the same. That's kind of pog. It takes money to make money. Oh, the new Unearthed Arcana come out?
It's the new 1D&D playtest.
Ooh. Well, I'm actually going to step out and have some lunch because I'm going to stream here in like 20 minutes.
Oh, hell yeah, homie. I'm probably going to end stream after I read this. 'Cause
Oh,
I've been
well,
streaming for 7.5 hours, so
Hell yeah.
I'm starving.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go and check. Oh. All right, homie. I hope this was an informative conversation. Thanks for letting me hang out with you.
Thanks for
felt
hanging
like
out.
I felt like all I did was talk your ear out off, so I'm sorry if you didn't get much
Trust me,
work done.
I'd have been like, hey man, I gotta do stuff, and then I just left the Discord. Like, so don't worry. Trust me, I'm very vocal about when I
gotta
wanna
go.
leave and do stuff. Where I'm just like, yeah man, this has been dope. Hey, I'm gonna bounce to go listen to music or something, and then would have left. So you're Gucci.
All right, man. I'll see you around
All right, man. Take care.
later.
Chill about the orcs. We'll work on the orcs later. I heard, was it Thex that said that the new content that dropped was terrible? Was terrible? Let's see. This document is part of a series of Unearthed Arcana articles that present materials designed for the next version of the player's handbook. What's new? Weapons. The options for weapons appear here for you to try out. Spells, feats, 5 classes, and the rules glossary. Okay, so weapons, classes, all this stuff. Interesting. Weapons. The weapons section contains playtest versions of weapons in the player's handbook. Here you'll find the weapons table, several revised weapon properties, and the new type of property, mastery properties. While we revisit the experts and priests and future Unearthed Arcana articles, some of them will gain access to special properties. Each weapon now has a mastery property, a special property that requires a feature to unlock. The mastery properties are described in this document. It hurts. Shout out? Yes. Give a shout out to Brett, please. Also, Jesus, I didn't see this earlier. My apologies. Metis, thank you very much for the 500 biddies. That's incredibly kind of you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Short sword has been returned to the martial weapons. Interesting. Ooh, I feel like that. Oh, why would you take those away from rogues, though? Huh. To the Patreon, dingus. The net, which doesn't deal damage, is now adventuring gear rather than a weapon. Oh, that's cool. That's smart. That's a good change. I like that. The Trident's damage die has been changed from a 1d6 to a 1d8, and its versatile die is now a 1d10 rather than a 1d. Oh! Trident got a buff. Okay. The lance has the heavy and two-handed weapon property rather than the special property, which imposed disadvantage on some of its attack rolls. And its damage die has been... Ooh! The lance also received a damage die increase. Good morning, you madman. Good morning, Inkling. Hello. I'm sick of Twitch ripping me off and supporting my content creators. Well, thank you very much, Metis. That's very kind of you. Quote my good friend Shia, don't let your dreams be dreams. I want to say, by the way, I was reading chat while Brett was sort of proposing a bunch of these ideas. I want to thank you guys very much. Your words, your kind support and everything like that, it means a lot. So thank you very much. Funny enough, having talked about imposter syndrome just earlier today, I immediately got that feeling when Brett started proposing the idea of like setting up a Patreon and doing all this other stuff. And it just sort of filled me with this momentary paralysis where I was like, yeah, well, what if it like scares people off? Like, what if I do that and they're like, oh yeah, he's just a money grubber. Look at him grubbing for money. And I sort of dread that. However, with your guys' support, even just here on Twitch, your guys' support does allow me to do with this. It does allow me to sit in a stream for 8 hours just talking about D&D stuff. I can afford rent. I can buy my groceries. So without you guys, I would be working a 9 to 5 and not, doing what I love, which is this. So thank you very much. I think it's also that, Vindipack. I think it is the feeling of being like the feeling of overwhelmed. Where I would want people to like it and feel like they're actually getting something out of it. And I don't know. I wouldn't want it to be like, oh yeah, you have a Patreon. What does it do? And it's like, oh, it just supports me. That's all. I mean, you started this to make DMing your full-time job and passion. So like, are you going to push for that or not? Patreon seems like the next step forward. I also guess I hadn't realized how bad Twitch had become. Some part of my brain was like, yeah, man, I'm going to make partner one day and this shit's going to change. I guess I was very ignorant to the changing landscape. So thank you, Zebus. And yes, it is. I guess it is the 9 to 5, but I'd much rather be doing this than a 9 to 5. I honestly think that you could do one Patreon for Adis and the stream and another one for maps. Huh? Here's some perspective. Ludwig even said fuck Twitch. Oh yeah, he went to like YouTube, didn't he? Didn't he like cut his contract with Twitch and went to YouTube? You put more effort in this than I do my job. Oh, Jesus. Oh, they nerfed clubs. Hold on. Oh no, clubs are 1d4. Daggers are 1d4. Great clubs are 1d8 still. Hand axes are 1d6s. Javelins are 1d6s. Light hammers are 1d4s. Maces are 1d6s. Quarterstaffs are 1d6s with a versatile of 1d8. Sickles are 1d4. Okay. A lot of this they haven't really changed. A lot of this has pretty much stayed the same. The only difference is that a lot of them have this new weapon mastery ability tied to them. Crossbow lights are still 1d8. Darts are 1d4. Short bows are 1d6s. Slings are 1d4s. Good. Finesse thrown. Battle axes are 1d8s. So really, they only buffed a couple of the weapons. I said the thing about 2 Patreons just because I could see someone stumbling upon your content without ever knowing, and about the stream, and wanting just that, and not MP3s, for example. Again, don't get overwhelmed. Okay, I see what you're saying, Binapack. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't stop streaming, right? Like, I think I would stream more. I think I would stream more because a lot of my a lot of my focus would be on making content. So I think if the Patreon thing even did remotely well, I think it would allow me to stream more. Because then I can do more of the streams where I'm actually making stuff on stream. It doesn't look like they have scythes at all. It looks like they got rid of scythes altogether. Whips still 1d4, disappointing. Warhammers are still 1d8s. War picks are 1d8s. Tridents are now 1d8s. Short swords are 1d6s, but they're not simple weapons anymore. They're martial weapons, which is really bizarre. I feel like you sort of fuck rogues by making these martial weapons. This is like their sort of go-to is a short sword and like a dagger. Or like a long sword and a short sword. You sort of screw them over by making it a martial weapon. Pikes are still 1d10. Morning stars are still a 1d8. Mauls are still 2d6. Longsword is still a 1d8. Oh no, they nerfed Lance. Lance is a 1d10, no longer a 1d12. Halberds are still a 1d10. Great swords are still a 2d6. Great axes are still a 1d12. And glaives are still a 1d10. Interesting. They still have blowguns as being utterly trash. Okay, so what are these mastery points? Cleave, melee weapon heavy property. If you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon, you can make an attack roll with the weapon against a second creature within 5 feet of the first one that is also within your reach. On a hit, the second creature takes the weapon's damage, but don't add your ability modifier to the damage unless the modifier is negative. You can make this extra attack only once per turn. Wait, what? So wait, you only get to cleave once? That's pretty lame. The whole point of cleave is by being able to just keep cleaving through creatures. Oh, that's pretty neat. Cleave is pretty dumb, but flex is pretty cool. When you hit with a melee attack using this weapon, you deal its versatile damage, even if you're wielding it with one hand. That's pretty cool. I like that as a property. If you cleave every turn, you'd have to add a lot more enemies. I mean, I'm fine with that. I feel like you could bring back the minions then. Because minions are like a 4th edition thing. If you let them do cleave and stuff, you could finally bring back minions in a meaningful way and do them right. Rogues might get the short sword proficiency. Maybe. Nick, when you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. When you make the extra attack of the light property, you make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. Oh, so you get like a... Oh, do you get like 4 attacks instead of 3? That's pretty cool. To kill your games? Not my games. Everybody else's, maybe. But if they brought back minions, I'd be fucking stoked. I already used the minions from MCDM's Flea Mortals book, so I get my minions from third-party supplements. Yeah, and it frees up your bonus action too. That's pretty cool. I like this, and I like flex. If your attack with this weapon misses a creature, you deal damage to that creature equal to the ability modifier you use to make the attack roll. This damage is the same dealt by the weapon, and the damage can't be increased in any way other than increasing the ability modifier. Oh, Graze is pretty neat. Graze is a pretty cool ability. That's pretty sick, because everybody hates missing, right? It's very, like, not PogChamp to miss. But if you missed and still dealt even some damage, that's still pretty cool. You could do a lot of roleplay with that too. Like, you missed with your attack, but your final swing was enough to like graze their artery. And instead of killing them outright, now they're falling unconscious or they're laying on the ground. I think that's pretty cool. I feel like Gray should be a default. That's fair. I did it for if you meet the AC in my games, but it was half the damage of meeting the AC. Interesting. Okay. Push. If you hit a creature with this weapon, you can push the creature up to 10 feet away from you if you are no more than one size larger than you. Oh. So they took this from the Crusher feat. They doubled the distance and have made it for two-handed, heavy, or versatile weapons. So before it was, if you just dealt bludgeoning damage, you can push them around. Does this... that begs the question, are they getting rid of that then? Are they getting rid of Crusher? Or does this pair with Crusher? Does it become 15 feet? "15 feet's fucking massive to push somebody. The biggest oof of a spellcaster is missing your spell or having it resisted and waste a spell slot. Not Pog. True. Sap. No other properties. If you hit a creature with this weapon, that creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of your next turn. What? Okay, that's pretty cool. That's the slasher feat. Interesting. If you hit a creature with this weapon, you deal damage to that creature and you can reduce its speed. What the fuck are they doing? They have taken the Crusher, Piercer, and Slasher feat, broken them down, and then just given them to the weapons. I initially liked these ideas until I realized that they just took the really good feats, diced them up, and then just spread them across weapons. That's a bit obnoxious. You hit a creature with this weapon, you can force a creature to make a con save. On a fail save, the creature has the prone condition. Pinkertons will show up. Do they stack with feats? Great question, Snowbane. It gives marshals more to work without having to use a feat, and you get a feat at level 1 to make up for it, if I remember correctly. I see. Okay. Maybe I'm just being too presumptuous. If you hit a creature with this weapon, deal damage to that creature. You have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your turn. Oh, that's pretty fucking big. That's a huge rogue buff. Maybe that's why they took short swords away. Because this is ammunition, finesse, or light property. And the short sword has a light property. So if you hit them with your first attack, your offhand attack is now going to do roll it at advantage, which guarantees your sneak attack. That's pretty big. Obviously the net, dexterity, if it's huge or larger. Oh, succeeds automatically if it's huge or larger. And the field side target is restrained. Must make a DC 10. Can use its action to attempt the same thing, destroying the net. DC 10, 5 hit points, immunity to bludgeon, pierce, poison, and psychic damage. Also freeze the target, ending the effect. Yeah, this would be good for any ranged classes and anything that uses finesse or light weapons. So you could play like a dex fighter. Here are all the spells. Split up between the cantrips. 2 bard spells have been removed from the list: Vicious Mockery and Dissonant Whispers. In a future UA, those spells will be available to the bard. And lots of spells, lots of spells. Spell descriptions. What are these? Are these new spells? Oh no, these are changed spells. Oh, here we go. What have you done? Bards don't have Vicious Mockery in this current UA. They took Vicious Mockery and Vicious Mockery and Dissonant Whispers, and they're gonna put it in a future UA. So they're probably changing something about it. All of these spells right now that we're looking at have all been changed in some way. The one my eye immediately goes to is Eldritch Blast. So I'm gonna read this real quick. Eldritch Blast, action. Range 120 feet, verbal somatic, instantaneous. All right, brother, I have to go to work sadly, so I hope you have a good day, good rest of the day. Thank you very much, Snowbane. We'll catch you around in the future, man. Hopefully you enjoy your day at work. Killjoy Prime, they're making certain spells class features. Oh, good. Okay. All right. Then I will hold off my my judgment. If they're making, I wonder if they're going to do that with Hunter's Mark, because that was something Gren and I were talking about, was that Hunter's Mark should be baseline for Rangers. It shouldn't be a fucking spell. A beam of crackling energy streaks towards a creature within range. On a hit, target takes 1d10 force damage. Okay, that's the same. The spell creates more than one beam when you reach Warlock's level 5 and 11, and 4 at 17. You can direct the beams at the same target or different ones. Make separate attack rolls for each beam. Okay, that's pretty much the same. Nothing changed. Did they up the range? Is that what I'm thinking of, or has it always been 120 feet? They are crowned? Nice. That's huge. That is huge, actually. Okay, they haven't actually changed anything for Eldritch Blast. Looking at Eldritch Blast now compared to what we have. Oh, specifically Warlock level. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. So now Eldritch Blast is a unique Warlock cantrip. Okay, so you don't get it anymore through, like, Eldritch Adept or anything. Oh, God. So if you take Eldritch Adept, not Eldritch Adept, if you take, like Magic Initiate or something like that, or one of the other ones that gives you like a Warlock cantrip, you're sort of boned. But it does make Eldritch Blast very unique for just Warlocks. But if you're a multi-classer like a Hexadin or anything, you're fucked. Yeah, huge nerf for multi-classers. It very much seems like they want you to stick to your class. Yeah, this is very much like stick to your class. This no longer counts as being like everybody gets it. It's either you're a Warlock who gets it, or if you're a level 1 Warlock, you're always going to have the 1d10 Eldritch Blast. Interesting. Hex is also unique. You place a Hex on a creature. You deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage on a hit. You can deal this extra damage only once per turn. Also choose one of the 6 abilities whenever you cast the spell. The target has disadvantage on ability checks when the chosen spell ends the bonus action, so you can use a new curse. Oh, remove curse gets rid of it. Has that always been the thing? Oh yeah, it has. Oh, that's big. So they buffed Hex. Hex, not only does it increase its so they got rid of how long the duration goes for. Oh no, it's the same. So okay. So it's a big buff to Hex. Hex now scales. So when you upcast Hex using higher level spell slots, you deal more necrotic damage. Instead of it being a flat 1d6, the higher you cast, the more you get out of it, which means more damage, which is pretty fucking big. I think it's Hexblade's Curse that gives you the temporary hit points back. Regardless, more damage on a big concentration spell like this is pretty fucking big. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it increases to a max of 5th level or higher, which is obviously how Warlocks work. You always cast at your highest level. And instead of it being a piddly 1d6, it's now a 3d6 on top of your damage. That's pretty tasty. What are some other ones that... Packed weapon. Packed weapon. Well, actually, hold that thought, DM. Uh-oh. Hopefully that's like a good hold your thought. Warlocks are half casters. Huh? Warlocks are half casters. I see. Hold on. Does it explain classes in this? What pages are classes on? I want to read what they did to Warlock. Okay, there's no like glossary or anything. Barbarian. Fighter. Oh, wait. Before we get there, fighter. Please, what'd they do with fighter? You get a weapon master, you get an action surge, fighter subclass. You get a feat, extra attack feat. What? Holy shit. How many feats are they giving away in this motherfucking thing? Fighters already get a ton. You get a feat at level 4 and a feat at level 5? Wait, how do they do ASIs anymore? Do you not get ASI anymore? You get more uses of second wind? That's Gucci. That's good. Very good. 1d10. Solid. Strength and Constitution. Solid. Simple weapons, martial weapons. Gucci. Light armor, medium armor, heavy armor, shields. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Chainmail, light crossbow, a greatsword or a longsword, and shield. Okay. Action surge is now limited to certain fighter-themed actions. Oh. Oh, so you only get to do action surge if for fighter abilities. Oh boy, okay. So everybody who multi-classed to get action surge, you don't get to fucking do it anymore. Well, improved action surge, unconquerable. Interesting. Okay. Second wind. You have a limited well of stamina that you can as a bonus action. You regain hit points equal to 1d10 plus your fighter level. You can use this feature twice, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. When you reach certain fighter levels, you gain more uses of the feature, as shown in the second win column of the fighter table. Okay, when do you get more uses? Oh. Interesting. And fighter now, I believe you'll get it once a short rest. And it doesn't improve beyond that. Yeah, once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest. Interesting. How many times can you dump it though? Like, I want to use both charges of my second win, or is it every turn with a bonus action I have to spend a bonus action to get my second win? Do I get a choice of how many times I can dump this, or you're training with martials or with weapons that allows you to use your mastery property of 3 kinds of simple or martial weapons of your choice. Whenever you finish a long rest, you practice weapon drills and change the kind of weapon you choose. When you reach certain fighter levels, you gain the ability to use mastery properties of more kinds of weapons, as shown in the weapon mastery column of the fighter table. Oh. So do you go like, I take the Vex, the Grazing, and the Push weapon masteries today? Action Surge. You push yourself beyond your normal limits. On your turn, you can take one additional action chosen from the following options: attack, dash, disengage, or dodge. Oh shit. Multiclassers are fucking screaming right now, bro. WotC hates multiclassers? Yes. Yes, they do. Taking like the 2 dip into fighter is like, it's pretty common in certain classes. You gain the champion subclass or another fighter subclass of your choice. The champion is detailed after the class's description. The other subclasses will appear in the Unearthed Arcana. I hate that they still keep it as just the fucking champion. You gain an ability score improvement feat or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. You get extra attack 5, subclass feature, weapon expert. You've honed your use of weapons of an art. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can choose one of the kinds of mastery weapons you're using and replace it with a weapon mastery of another mastery property. The chosen kind of weapon must qualify for the new property. For example, you can replace a longsword's flex property with the push property. The property changes apply only for you, not for others. The change ends when you finish your next long rest. Okay. Indomitable. If you fail saving throw at level 9, you can reroll it with a bonus equal to your fighter level. If you do so, you must use the new roll, and you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Oh, that's pretty fucking big, though. That's pretty big. With a bonus to your fighter level? So at level 9... So at level 9, you reroll a saving throw. I use Indomitable and get a +9 to my saving throw. That's pretty strong. Isn't Indomitable now just, you must use the new roll? Holy shit, this is a big, big plus for Indomitable. Extra attack at level 11, so you now attack 3 times. Weapon adept, you are a master of weapons. When you use your weapon expert of any kind of your weapon, you give that kind of weapon 2 properties rather than 1. But you then use only one of the property at a time, rather than you can make an attack roll against a target with the kind of weapon you decide which property. Oh, that's a little lame. That's a little lame. Like, yeah, you're giving me a weapon that has 2 properties, but I only get to use one of the properties still. But the benefit being I get to change it out. I feel like that same solution is solved easily by stowing and drawing the other weapon. Like, That's a pretty fucking weak level 13 ability. Improved action surge. You can use action surge twice before a rest, but no more than once on your turn. Okay. Would you gain extra uses of action surge? Yeah, it's 17th level. Okay, so they moved it down. Moved it down to level 15 instead of level 17. That's pretty cool. All right. Unconquerable. When you're in great power, you can tap into a deep well of resilience within yourself. If you fail a saving throw and your indomitable feature is expended, you can use it again by expending the use of your second wind. Oh, that's big. I like this a lot. Because this gives me healing surge vibes, which is like, or like hit dice, which is, oh, you used your indomitable and you failed? Well, guess what? Now you can spend one of your 4 charges of second wind, heal yourself, and use an indomitable. That's really fucking cool, actually. I like this a lot. What do you get at level 17 usually? 3 uses of indomitable. So this is actually a huge plus. Big plus. I like this a lot. Because it heals you and it keeps you going. And it lets you roll with a +9 to your roll. No. Or a +17 to your roll. Holy shit. That's huge. I gotta be. Am I reading that wrong? If you fail a saving throw, you can re-roll it with a bonus equal to your fighter level. If you do so, you must use the new roll. So at level 17, if you fail a saving throw, you use Unconquerable. You spend a healing surge, gain 1d10 plus 17, and your next saving throw gets a +17 to the saving throw. That's massive. I think that's sick as fuck. Isn't that basically legendary resistance? It might as well be. It might as well be. That's absurd. But in like a good way. Like absurd like I like it. This was something that fighters needed. 3 extra attacks at level 18. Oh, wow. They buffed it down. Okay, so they pushed your level 20 capstone to level 18. That's pretty neat. And then you get an epic boon. Choose your strength or dexterity score. That is maximum is now 30. How much fucking ASI are they giving away where you can cap your shit to 30? And did I miss something? Are we getting into 4th edition? They really do just be bringing back 4th edition, though. That's what it feels like. Champion Fighter. Okay, so Adaptable Victor. Remarkable Athlete, Additional Fighting Style, Heroic Warrior, and Survivor. Adaptable Victor, you studied your friends and foes alike and learned the victory relies on your adaptability. When you finish a long rest, you gain the proficiency in one skill of your choice. One skill from those available to this class at first level, and you remind yourself of the past lessons. Improved critical. Okay, good. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Because it used to just be improved critical, but now you also get a skill. Very cool. Okay, so far, level 3, pretty Gucci. Additional fighting style. Okay, that's fine. And you get Heroic Warrior. The thrill of battle drives you towards victory. Once per combat, you can give yourself Heroic Advantage. Oh, okay, so you give yourself Inspiration. Once per combat, though? Oh, I guess once per combat. Yeah, that's actually not that bad. All right, this is pretty good. Pretty good so far. Because it's not level 7 anymore. It's level 6. What does Remarkable Athlete give you? You can add half your proficiency bonus to strength, dex, or con checks you make. You don't already use your proficiency bonus. In addition, when you make a running long jump, the distance you cover is a number of feet equal to. Remembers ancient religious lore. Honestly, I like this. I like these two abilities for champion fighter over remarkable athlete. I think remarkable athlete's pretty fucking lame. I think you get these two abilities at level 6 instead of remarkable athlete is a big plus. Superior critical is pretty good. Now crit on an 18 to 20 and improved critical got... Holy shit. This was a level 15 ability that they're giving to you at level 10. This is pretty good. Survivor, you attain the pinnacle of resilience, giving you these benefits. Defy death. You have advantage on death saving throws. Yo! Moreover, when you roll an 18 or a 20 on a death save, that you gain the benefit of rolling a 20. Heroic Rally. At the start of your turns, you gain hit points equal to 5 plus your con modifier if you have no more than half of your hit points left. Whoa! You get a regen and you get advantage on death saving throws with the ability to crit on an 18 to 20. That's fucking cool. What the fuck? Holy shit. I didn't hear no fucking bell, the fighter says. Champion fighter. Dude, honestly, Vinipack, champion fighter's looking pretty fucking cool right now. Champion fighter used to be so fucking boring. Like baby's first fighter. Dude, this shit's got some chest hair on it. Champion fighter actually looks fun. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, bro. Like, champion fighter actually looks pretty fucking cool. You get this shit way sooner, which was a big thing, is that like at later levels, when you're getting this like survivor ability and shit, it's pointless. And it's not even nearly this cool. It's half as cool at that. But you get this at level 14, 6 levels earlier. Big plus. Big, big plus. Honestly, I like where they're going with this. I don't know anything about sorcerers. How bad are sorcerers? Did they buff or shit on them? Why, yes, I do play marshals. How could you tell? Yeah, man, you just get like natural resistances. You basically get a fucking legendary like resistance. Holy shit. Both simultaneously. Sorcerer got some cool stuff, but they killed twin meta magic. Let's see. Let me compare and contrast. There are design notes. All right, cool. Here we go. Designer notes. Here's the main updates for the class, most of which were inspired by the player's handbook. And the new innate sorcery is a new first level feature, giving 2 sorcery only spells that represent the roiling magic within. The other sorcerer features in this playtest emphasize the sorcerer's ability to tap into their innate magic to create extraordinary effects. Spellcasting gives more spells to the sorcerer over the life of the character, now capping at 22 rather than 15. Oh, more spells? That's good. That is one thing that sorcerers did lack, was not getting spells. This is one of the most requested changes to the class. Nice. Very good. Very good. Font of Magic now has a sorcerer level prerequisite for creating each spell slot. Okay, what did Font of Magic do before? Oh, you spent sorcery points. Okay. Okay, so now you need a certain level to gain certain spell slots back. Meta Magic has moved from 3rd level to 2nd level. This feature now gives you 3 Meta Magic options instead of 2, and you get 3 more at 13. It also lets you change one of your Meta Magic options after each long rest. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to twist your spells. You gain 2 of the following Meta Magic options, and you gain an additional one at 10th and 17th level. Yo, that's big. You get 3 off the bat, and then at 13th, you get an additional 3. So you get 6. And you would only get 6. Actually, you wouldn't even get 6. You would only get 5 by 17. So that's pretty good. You get your Meta Magic sooner, and you get more of it. And when you finish a long rest, you can change out your Meta Magic types. That's big. That's big. Sorcerer's Vitality at 5th, Arcane Eruption at 7th, Sorcery Incarnate at 9th. Sorcerer's Restoration has been moved from 20 to 15, and now also restores some sorcery points when you roll initiative. Arcane Apotheosis is a level 18th feature, an epic boon. Okay. Still a D6, Constitution Charisma, Simple Weapons, Arcane Arcana, blah, blah, blah. Show me the Meta Magics. Meta Magic options. Show me the Meta Magic options. Meta Magic options. Designer notes. Here are a summary of the changes. Careful Spell now prevents an affected creature from taking half damage on a successful save. Distance Spell increases a spell's range by a number of feet based on your sorcerer level rather than doubling the spell's range. For most spells, this results in a greater increase than before. Extended Spell now makes it easier to maintain concentration on an affected spell. Heightened Spell now costs 2 sorcery points rather than 3, and it imposes disadvantage on all the target's saves against the spell rather than only their first save. Quicken Spell now includes a clarification on how it interacts with the game's general rules on casting bonus action spells. We discovered that some players read Quicken Spell as an exception to their general rule, which was not our intent. Seeking Spell has been imported from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Subtle Spell now also removes the need for material components on the affected spell, unless it consumes its material component. That's pretty fucking cool. Transmuted Spell has also been imported from Tasha's. Twin Spell has been redesigned. The 2014 version was too powerful since it basically allowed you to cast 2 spells on the same turn. And to cast the extra spell with a sorcery point discount. For example, a 3rd level spell slot normally costs 5 sorcery points, but in Twin it only costs 3. The targeting limitation of Twin Spells failed to contain how overpowered the option was and caused confusion. The new version of Twin Spell keeps the sorcery points discount with Quicken Spell carrying the extra spell on a turn weight. This redesign has allowed us to remove the targeting limitation that Twin Spell had before. Twin Spell. Let me read Twin Spell from 5th edition and compare it to now. When you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of self, you can spend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level to target a second creature in range with the same spell. 1 sorcery point if this spell is a cantrip. To be eligible, the spell must be incapable of targeting more than one creature for the spell's current level. For example, Magic Missile and Scorching Ray aren't eligible. The Ray of Frost and Chromatic. When you cast a spell of 1 through 5th level that you also cast on your previous turn when you cast a spell of 1st level to 5th level that you also cast on your previous turn by expending a spell slot, you can fuel this turn's casting of the spell by spending a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level, rather than expending a spell slot. Oh. So if I cast Ray of Frost last turn, I can spend a sorcery point to spend it again this turn without expending a spell slot. And if I cast Fireball last turn, I can spend 3 sorcery points to cast it again this turn without expending a spell slot. That's pretty cool. I think that's pretty neat. Oh yeah, I guess it does get rid of cantrips. Yeah, you copy paste the spell by the looks of it now. I think that's pretty cool. Quicken spell. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to a bonus action for this casting. You can't modify a spell in this way if you've already cast a spell of 1st level or higher on your current turn, nor can you cast a spell of 1st level or higher on this turn after modifying a spell this way. God, they are really, really big on you not being able to spend cast multiple spells a turn. Can you cast a new spell? No. It doesn't seem to be that case, no. But you'd probably be able to cast a cantrip. So you twin spell Fireball, and then you cast Firebolt. You quicken spell Fireball, and then you main action Firebolt. Sorcerers are supposed to be the dudes that go buck wild. I mean, yes, I agree. But also, I sort of like the copy paste idea. Like, I cast Disintegrate last turn. I'm going to cast Disintegrate again this turn using spell points or sorcery points. And then I'm also going to cast whatever cantrip I have. I feel it encourages spamming a singular spell rather than getting creative with spell combos. That's fair, I guess. Sorcerers are blasting. Be better if you could cast a new spell of equal spell level. Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing that they wanted to get away from, was the idea of people being able to cast multiple spells a turn. Like, that seems something they are very hard against. Like, if you have the opportunity to cast multiple spells a turn, they don't fucking want you to. Like, you used to be able to get past that limitation by dipping into Fighter and taking Action Surge. But with the new changes to Fighter and Sorcerer, you don't get to do that anymore. Look up the new spells they get at level 1. Let's see. Chaos Bolt. Page 12 of the PDF. You're sure these are 3rd level and 5th level? Sorcerous Burst. Cantrip. Range of 120 feet. Verbal somatic. You cast Sorcerer's Energy at one creature or object within range. Make a ranged attack against that target. On a hit, the target takes 1d6 damage. If you roll a 6 on a d6, you can roll an additional d6 and add it to the damage. Whenever you cast this spell, the maximum number of d6s you can add to the spell's damage equals your spellcasting ability modifier. You choose... Oh, that's fucking cool. Yo. Sorcerous Burst is actually pretty sick. You can explode your dice. That's really cool. Chaos Burst becomes Crit Burst? Yeah, like you explode the D6, you roll again. You explode the D6, you roll again. Up until you reach your spellcasting ability modifier. So let's say you have a +4, where you roll 4d6. That's pretty neat. And it definitely lends itself to the sorcerer idea of like being wild and unpredictable. Some turns you may get 3d6, some turns you only get 1d6. So I like that. I might grab that and put it in my game. From a perspective of someone who isn't great at the game in the first place, and someone who steers clear of spell users, watching the casters just cast endlessly while I'm running around doing stabs is mildly disheartening. I can understand that. To somebody like that was the comment I made earlier of the idea of like linear fighters and quadratic wizards, where like at higher level spellcasters just start going crazy, and you as a fighter are left doing just attack, attack, attack. All right, that's my turn. That's why I'm all for giving like abilities and stuff to marshals and offering up like abilities and stuff like weapon mastery, because as a melee player, you should be able to do more. A nice spell for my collection. Oh, it also levels up. Holy shit. So its base levels up. Yo, that's actually really fucking cool. Okay, I'm definitely going to steal that. I'm definitely going to steal that. We're going to copy and paste that shit. That's really neat. My fantasy TTRPG hot take is that I don't like spell slots as a mechanic. I honestly like spell points. I like spell points more because it gives you a little bit more like more flavor. But I don't know. Sorcerer's Vitality. You draw on your innate magic to fill yourself with vitality. You regain a number of hit points equal to 2d6 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. And if you have any of the following conditions, they end on you: blind, deafened, and poisoned. You cast a spell slot using 4th level or higher, it increases by 1d6. Yo, sorcerers get their own heal? That's neat as fuck. That is neat as fuck. A 3rd level abjuration spell that ends conditions on yourself. That's really cool. I like that a lot. Sorcery Incarnate. Bonus action transmutation spell. Rebel somatic concentration up to a minute. The magic within you blooms, transforming you into a glimmering being of magical energy for the duration. You gain 1d4 sorcery points until the spell ends. You gain the following benefits. You can use up to 2 of your meta magic options on each spell you cast, provided you pay the sorcery points. You have advantage on attack rolls of every spell you cast. This is like a capstone ability. You get it at level 5? Or a 5th level, sorry, not level 5. You get it as a 5th level spell? That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong. One of the games I played in uses a fatigue mechanic. Casting spells uses fatigue, and based on how well the spell is casted, can alter how much fatigue is used up. That's something similar to the spell points. Spell points give you like a fatigue system where like you can upcast spells beyond your normal limit. Like let's say you're a 4th level caster. You could potentially cast all the way up to 9th level, but every increase that you do, you run the risk of endangering yourself or harming yourself if you fail the check required, which I think is what I'm going to use as a basis for my magic system, is maybe taking another look at spell points. Maybe if you cast, immediately lose concentration, and then twin it as a big middle finger to whatever broke your concentration. Yeah. Let's see. What was it? They got Chaos Bolt. You hurl undulating mass of chaotic energy, dealing 2d8 plus 1d6 damage. Choose one of the 2d8s. The number rolled in that die determines the attack damage. Roll the same number on both the chaotic energy leaps from the target to a different creature of your choice within 30 feet of it. Make a new attack roll against the target, and make a new damage roll, which could cause a chaotic energy to leap again. Oh, dude, this level 1 Chaos Bolt's really fucking cool. Like, you hit a creature, it bounces, hits another creature, bounces, hits another creature, bounces. I like this. I like the way that they're going with some of these spells. Hey, would you guys be terribly opposed to the idea of me calling the stream here because I'm starving, and then either later tonight or tomorrow picking up the stream again? Can I have some spells? Maybe. I think they're pretty neat, so maybe I'll consider it. Because I want to give Momo the chance to use her nail gun and everything. So I don't want to, like, hold her up from using that. So either I'll stream later tonight and keep working on the systems and stuff, or I'll stream Thursday. Maybe Saturday. Thursday or Saturday. I'll let you guys know. I'll let you guys know. Whichever one I'm feeling. Because lo and behold, my sleep schedule might get fucked again and I just lose sense of time. Did I miss you going over Warlock? No, I didn't go over Warlock. We looked at Fighter and Sorcerer thus far. But next time I stream, we can. I'll save this to look with you guys. So I won't look any further. I'll save this until I'm back with you guys and we can take a look at it again together. How does that sound? So I won't look at this anymore. Let me close this. So I won't look at that anymore. And until I stream again, when I stream next time, that's when we'll look at it. Join the Seven King as family. Together, we will devour the very gods. How about Rogue? Did I look at Rogue? Oh, unless you're talking about Rogue Energy. I was like, I don't think I looked at Rogue. I think I only looked at Fighter and Sorcerer. Also, hello. Welcome, Rise. First time chatter. Welcome. Oh, everybody's looking at it. Bro, I just looked at Twitch. Everybody's looking at the new 1D&D. All right, guys. I'm famished. I'm starving. I'm gonna go get some food. So I'm gonna bounce. I'm new to D&D. Well, welcome, Rise. Sadly, you caught me at the end of the stream, and I'm ending it here. However, feel free to follow all of that stuff and join the Discord. You'll get notifications of when I go live, because I would love to answer any questions that you may have about D&D. Sadly, my call for hunger is far too great, but I may stream either Thursday or Saturday in a similar format to this. Friday is our game day, and as such, I very rarely pay attention to chat. I'm just focused on our D&D game. But the next stream, guaranteed, is Friday, 7 p.m. CST. And yes, we are going to raid. We're going to go raid Brett, because Brett is streaming. And Brett was a homie and hung out with us, so we're going to go raid him. You going to go make that Patreon or not? I'm going to look at the Patreon, Beatus. I'm going to look at the Patreon and confer with some of my friends. Plugs. Hey, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the World of Adis. What you just saw was a very impromptu and sudden stream called World Building Wednesday, where we attempted to work on the setting that I run, which includes custom races, custom setting or custom effects, unique items, all of that fun stuff. If you're interested in that, give the channel a follow. As well, join the Discord for notifications of when I post all of these things, for you to go take a look at, for you to maybe pilfer and use in your own setting. As well, hey, I'm a Rogue Energy sponsor. If you find that caffeine, such as coffee or energy drinks, causes you to crash, then why not take a look at Rogue Energy, which is an energy supplement that'll provide all of the benefits of the caffeine without the crash, all of that energy. If you use that referral link and use code CROWN at the very end at checkout, you'll get 20% off any products that you buy. And every time that you guys use that code CROWN, you guys are kicking back a little bit to me, which I'm deeply appreciative of. Thank you guys for who have bought stuff with this. I very much appreciate it. And if you're not sold on the idea of giving your money to this energy supplement, don't worry. They have a little tester pack for you to use or to get, which includes a shaker and a bunch of their recent flavors that you can try out before even having to spend any money. So why not take a little peek at that? Follow the Twitter for notifications of when I go live and when I retweet cool artists. Follow or subscribe to the YouTube for all the VODs that I'll eventually not be lazy and upload to. And join the Discord where we have cute ass emotes and all the cool people hang out. And I mean it, because they're actually really cool. That's it. We're raiding Brett. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I appreciate every single one of you. I hope that you guys have a fantastic day. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Call them. If you haven't called them in a while, I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye, chat.